A quick disclaimer before we begin. Trust me, I know how long this video is, and I expect that many people will want to watch it in pieces, and I think that's completely reasonable. I know the majority of people who click on a video with GamerGate in the title likely already have their own views on the topic, often very passionate views either for it or against it, or some other complex web of opinions relative to that, so I'm asking that if you're interested in engaging with my video on this topic, I'd appreciate it if you'd hear me out first. My research for this video includes listening to people on wildly different sides of the GamerGate spectrum, plus those in between, and trying to find the truth in all the conflict. Please note that this video will include some discussions of topics like abuse, and that this video is intended for adults only and not for children, and that viewer discretion is advised. I hope you enjoy.
You say the phrase GamerGate, it means a lot to different people. Give me the 1 minute recap of what GamerGate is, and I want you to do it so that nobody gets angry at you.
Impossible request.
Question of what was GamerGate even? Was GamerGate a movement to demand ethical reform in games journalism?
What about the accusations of collusion between designers, feminists, and journalists? Do you understand how important it is? We are talking about ethics in gamer journalism. Do you understand how huge that is?
Obviously, it's small potatoes when you look at the grand scheme of things. It seems like a very silly kind of thing to complain about. But the reality is that video games are the biggest entertainment industry of our time.
Or an anti-feminist hate mob using ethics in games journalism as a smokescreen.
She sounds like a total bigot.
We memed alt-right into existence.
A bigot? Yeah.
How so?
Because she'll just say, well, this is men. I mean, the whole premise of feminism is that men are oppressing women. And if men aren't oppressing women, then feminism has no argument.
There are some things that we need to say about GamerGate first. This is not a new phenomenon. These ideas and beliefs did not spring up in August 2014 with GamerGate any more than GG's most odious ideologues or the women that they target. They were already here. In this regard, GamerGate's core assumptions are not unique, but are reflective of attitudes and opinions within society at large.
And then we got off stage, and she puts her finger in my face, and she's like, I don't appreciate what you said up there. Knowing I didn't have a chance to respond.
Well, let's not talk about her specifically, because we're kind of beating her down here. But
well, the thing is, it's hard to think of anything genuinely good about her. That's the problem.
Let's not talk about her. I mean, what I'm saying is about these ideas. Instead of concentrating on her as a person.
What's the point? They've been debunked a million times.
This refusal to engage with obvious and readily apparent interpretations of art, this failure to understand that we can interpret games differently from real life, this isn't some bad outlier in a sea of more coherent arguments. Rather, it's the main idea that these people rely on. It's what they're trying to sell us.
The use of terror tactics, even if only by a minority, has created an environment of fear that all members enjoy the privilege of. When people are unwilling to engage because they are afraid that they'll be next, that their websites will be attacked, that their information will be stolen, that their employers will be harassed, that they'll have child pornography tweeted at them or sent to their email, all members benefit from that person's silence, even if they were not personally responsible for the harassment.
From a rebellion against representation, all the way to being a primary recruitment tool for modern-day Nazis. Some have even suggested that the growth and power of the online alt-right led to the election of the first president memed into existence.
Today's video topic calls for the Cancel Me Daddy candle. Let's light the candle together before we dive deep into the abyss and lose ourselves in today's topic. First, we must give thanks to our Lord and Savior, Marshall Mathers, King of sincere and authentic free speech absolutism. Amen. We are now ready to discuss the largest scale internet drama of all time. I can't believe people had the gall to call whatever that James Charles and Tati Westbrook thing was Dramageddon when we literally have Gamergate, an online conflict on a scale that has never been seen before and has not been seen again since. Take it away, girls.
Yeah, take it away!
Wow, I really love playing Pac-Man at the mall arcade. I love living in 1986. This is such a fun year. The only thing I wish is that we had more women in video games. That's why I have an OC that I draw in my notebooks at school. I want to see a video game about a woman who goes to space. I modeled her after my hero and role model, Krista McAuliffe. Hey, Courtney, it's me, Luciana, Girl of the Year 2018, here from the future. I'm the STEM girly doll who studies rocket science and goes to space camp. So, obviously, I'm the American Girl doll who invents time travel. Totally tubular! Things aren't so tubular for you, Courtney. I have some bad news for you about Krista McAuliffe, although I think you're about to learn that anyway, like tomorrow. Oh no, does something go wrong with the Challenger? I also have more bad news. In my year, female representation in video games is still up for debate. What? But I'm like 40 years old in your year. There's still time, Courtney. That's why I traveled to the past. It's time for you and me to team up and stop GamerGate. Hi, I'm reporter Kate Kittredge, and I found this time portal next to my Great Depression era boarding house. I heard there's an issue regarding ethics in gaming journalism. How can I help? I got a question for you guys. Am I a nerd? Most of my hardcore nerd friends don't think so because I'm a super extrovert who loves things like dancing with the club. But most of my normie ass friends do think that I'm like the biggest nerd ever because I'll do shit like make stop motion skits with my American Girl dolls and put them in a multiple hours long YouTube video where I dive into a topic that I inevitably read 69,420 books about. So, as I am a relative nerd and as of recently a person in my 30s, many of you may be surprised to learn that I never actually got that into Homestuck. But I also got really into the Homestuck spin-off webcomic Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. I got both hardcover editions of the books and I have the magnetic poetry set. It was a Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff comic from the early 2010s, one I first read back in 2011, 3 years before the main events of GamerGate even began, that I think serves as a good place to begin our research question for the day. Here is the comic. If you've never seen this comic or anything like it before, I can't explain the style of humor to you in any succinct type of way, so you're just gonna have to bear with me while I get to the point. President Obama is worried because the economy is going down, but Sweet Bro isn't worried. He says, the economy in ruins? Pfft, brah, time to get my game on, know what I'm saying? But his best bro, Hella Jeff, is busy looking out the window at a squirrel who has just stolen Sweet Bro's game cartridge. Sweet Bro is now chasing the squirrel in the yard. I am not joking. What did that guy even smoke? This is insane, ha 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 ha. We zoom in on Hella Jeff, we zoom in on Squirrel, we zoom back in on Hella Jeff, who gives us the following nugget of wisdom. Maybe they're right, that sometimes video games does cause violence. Thank you for that commentary on capitalism, Hella Jeff. Thank you for all that said about society. And finally, thank you to Jason Segel and Ed Helms for starring in the movie adaptation of Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff, a movie called Jeff Who Lives at Home, in which they dress in the proper color palettes for the characters, Jeff always being a blonde guy wearing blue, and his sweet bro is a dark-haired bearded man in red. This comic is playing on the old question, which was especially popular in the late 90s, regarding whether playing video games leads to any increase in violence among today's youth.
Think of the children. Won't somebody please think of the children?
Today's youth of the 90s is now in their 30s and 40s, but every decade the question gets posed again, but slightly differently. Does the act of using weapons in a game desensitize players to real weapons? Does the violent imagery and blood on screen cause players to lack empathy for real humans who are suffering in similar ways? By and large, most studies have found that no, people are perfectly capable of separating fiction from reality, which is why movies and video games are allowed to show violence, granted that they of course include warnings ahead of time and that games and movies with extremely graphic violence receive higher age ratings so that young kids aren't able to just buy and consume them unsupervised.
I'm in danger!
But in this comic, in this particular comic, that is not the question. We never even see what game Sweet Bro is going to play. For all we know, he could be playing Animal Crossing. Maybe he's going to play the least violent game of all time, perhaps even a piece of Barbie shovelware if he's feeling feisty. Yet, the fact that a random squirrel steals his game, that is what causes the violence, not the game itself, not the contents of the game, but the physical copy of the game. But without the physical copy of the game, no violence between man and squirrel could have taken place. The violence did not come from the contents of the game, but rather the game's physical existence.
Okay, with you so far.
Did this comic predict GamerGate? Well, in order to know that, we'll need to unpack a lot of history first. Some say that GamerGate was just a wee bit of drama, just a nerds versus nerds type of conflict. Some say that GamerGate was a legitimate fight for ethics in gaming journalism, a true effort to stick it to the wealthy elite establishment who have wanted to control the cultural narrative for too long. Others say that GamerGate was a targeted harassment campaign against a group of mostly women, which in some cases did lead to doxing and to threats of actual physical violence. And that even if the campaign and targeted mainstream media voices, its harassment still had the effect of excluding and pushing out many indie developers who didn't fit the majority of the Gamergate movement's own strict narrative. And others still say that Gamergate's effects are still being seen today because in some ways, Gamergate could have been the tipping point, the inciting incident of the US culture war, the last straw on the camel's back that Donald Trump needed to win the election in 2016. But most people don't know what Gamergate was whatsoever, and I hope this video is helpful to you. So does Gamergate matter anymore? Some places, like the deck of the CNET article from 2017, even say that Gamergate indirectly helped Donald Trump become president, or that Gamergate set the stage for the pipeline into QAnon. Others say that Gamergate's impact was the complete opposite, contributing to FTC regulations about advertising disclosures that have curbed corporate manipulation. Are all of these things true? Are none of these things true? Are some true sometimes, but overhyped and exaggerated and out of context? Today, we will decide. We will know once and for all, back in 2014, in a very similar and very indirect way, such as shown by the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff comic, did video games does cause violence?
Get you some nuts.
Yeah, you effing.
Up yours, woke moralist. We'll see who cancels who.
What's up, y'all? It's Savvy, your favorite aging millennial trying desperately to cling on to youth as it inevitably slips through my fingers, here today to give you yet another existential crisis about the uncontrollable passage of time. Are you ready for this? It's 2024, and this year, ready for this? Gamergate turns 10 years old. That is right, Gamergate has now happened 1 decade ago, with much of the controversy having taken place in the year of 2014. Feel old yet? If you were, like me, a college senior during most of Gamergate, then yeah, you're probably starting to feel your bones creaking. Not me, not my bones. My bones don't creak. I lift weights. I'm a muscle mommy. I don't feel pain. But I do feel gratitude. For example, I have a lot of gratitude for my Patreon supporters. Thank you so much to everyone who supports this channel. Patreon supporters' names are up on the screen, and if you check out the description below, you can see Patreon supporters who contribute $5 a month or more, who can link their own things in my description below as well. Do you know what else I feel gratitude for? Today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon, who sent me my first ever pair of wireless earbuds. Despite how much I go to the gym, and despite how much time I specifically spend listening to audiobooks at the gym, I actually never had a pair of wireless earbuds until last month when I got these adorable new everyday earbuds in rose gold from Raycon. In the past, I always preferred to have a cord to plug into my phone with the earbuds, even though sometimes the cord would then get in the way while I was working out, and even though so many of the earbuds I got that had those cords also had terrible sound quality. So in the past, I guess I was just always worried that I'd forget to charge my wireless earbuds or that they'd run out of battery. But y'all, I have officially been converted to the wireless earbud life. Raycon's everyday earbuds have 8 hours of playtime, meaning I can do an entire week's worth of workouts before I even need to recharge them. Plus, the cute case they come in also recharges the earbuds, so it's super convenient. These earbuds include some awesome features like noise isolation, which makes it easy for me to focus on the audiobooks I'm listening to even when there's loud, energetic gym music happening all around me. Actually, one of the books I'll be discussing in today's very video, Crash Override by Zoe Quinn, was a book that I listened to entirely through these earbuds while on the treadmill and the elliptical. However, I don't always want my earbuds to be in noise isolation mode, which is why I love that you can also switch them into awareness mode, which lets you still hear what's going on around you while listening to your music, audiobook, or podcast. If you're interested in trying Raycon for yourself, or you're interested in both getting some new wireless earbuds and helping support the channel at the same time, head to the link in my description below. You can get 15% off of your purchase when you use my link, buyraycon.com/savvy. If you end up giving them a try, let me know if you listen to any cool new audiobooks just like I've been. Thank you again to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to check out my link, buyraycon.com/savvy. Now, let's dive back into our topic. I remember Gamergate happening pretty vividly. I had some friends who were gamer bros who said that Gamergate was a legitimate fight for ethics in game journalism, but most women I knew said that the ethics in journalism thing was just a front for a desire to harass women. But what about me? What did I think? Well, first things first, am I savvy? Am I a gamer girl? Well, I'll let you decide. Here are some fun facts about me. I lost my virginity during a game of Pokemon Stadium on the Nintendo 64 with a guy who then asked me to prom by stealing my Nintendo DS during study hall, catching 6 Pokemon in Pokemon Black, putting them in my party, and naming them "You Want to Go to Prom" We're married now. The proposal was not Pokemon themed, it was Back to the Future themed. That's an entirely different story.
Oh, this is heavy.
I have 2 video game themed tattoos. The only time I've ever cried for 2 days straight was after the ending of Undertale. When I was 8 years old, my parents got married and I got adopted and my entire life changed. The school guidance counselor told me and my brother to come into her office, and then she asked us what positives we noticed about the recent changes in our lives, and we both answered that we had just gotten Kirby 64 for Christmas of 2000 and we basically forgot about the whole wedding and adoption business. The counselor was not satisfied with our answers. In fact, the one and only time my brother and I ever even got into a physical fight as children was when we were fighting over which of us got to use the TV at that time, because he wanted to play Kirby, but I was playing Digimon World 2 on the PlayStation, and he unplugged the PlayStation to plug in the Nintendo before I even got to save, and this was back during the days of those physical memory cards, okay, Zoomers, so we went at it. In addition to watching classic movies like Home Alone every year at Christmas time, I also have to replay the 4th case in the first Ace Attorney game on Christmas Eve every year with that parrot who's like, don't forget the DL6, because I need to shout Phoenix's line, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas, right before the clock strikes midnight. The 2016 JonTron versus Destiny debate was my equivalent of a queer 90s Harry Potter fan's discovery of J.K. Rowling's Turf Wars manifesto. Speaking of Turf Wars, I was one of the few people who actually liked the Nintendo Wii U because I thought Splatoon 1 was the best of the 3 games because it was so much easier to jump across the map after respawning when you hit the touchscreen on the bottom. But I do like Splatoon 2 a lot, and I am planning to cosplay as Pearl at some point. One time when I was in grad school, I didn't get home until 10 p.m. most nights, I found out that Tyler had beaten the game Overcooked with another woman. I told him that that counted as cheating. I'd literally rather catch him in bed having sex with another woman before catch him beating a game I liked without me. He said that that's not what cheating is, and I said overcooked, more like overcooked. That's what you did to me, Tyler. You made me a video game cuck, and that is not my fetish. I refused to wear makeup for my entire life into my late 20s, even to my own wedding, until I learned that ColourPop was doing an Animal Crossing collaboration, and I needed the whole collection so bad that I turned into a makeup girl 3 years ago for that purpose alone. I've also done Isabelle cosplay twice, and my American Girl dolls have their own Pac-Man machine. But I was never really able to get that into Dota or TF2 or League of Legends, and my favorite games tend to be casual games like Animal Crossing or The Sims, which I personally do not take casually at all. And I also have a really special place in my heart for shovelware like Mary-Kate and Ashley's Magical Mystery Mall for PS1. So maybe I'm a poser. Sexually harass me, daddy. You can't objectify me any worse than I've already objectified Mia Fey's low-cut blazer, so I can take it. But now, nearly a decade removed from the entire controversy, it's time to look back and ask ourselves one question that has been on way too many people's minds. What the actual fuck even was GamerGate? GamerGate was a 2014 controversy that happened when 2 gamer girls named Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn were caught wiretapping the GamerGate hotel where the quartering was staying because his wife kicked him out for peeing in the basement drain. No, I wish, dude, if only it were that simple. No, GamerGate was about 25 completely different things depending who you ask. So I tried to ask everybody. I watched tons of videos from leftist breadtube channels, then I watched videos from anti-SJW, triggered 2016 era edgelord channels, I watched enlightened centrist creators, I watched right-wing creators, I watched feminist creators, I read Zoe Quinn's memoir, Crash Override, I read a couple of ebooks by little-known indie authors with various different pro and anti-GamerGate takes, I talked with my friends who were in college studying video game development back in 2014 while this was in the midst of happening. I watched Feminist Frequency, I read the Feminist Frequency blog, I frequented the overwhelmingly anti-woke subreddit r/Kotaku in action, I read Kotaku itself, and I even played through Depression Quest twice.
That sucks.
And after doing all of that, I learned that there is no quick way to summarize GamerGate, so we're gonna be here for a while, okay? What's especially frustrating about breaking down the entirety of the GamerGate controversy, including all the different variations of what someone might mean specifically when they say the word GamerGate, is that in my research, I noticed that a lot of different sides to this issue wanted to get each other's content taken down as one of their plans of attack. And so in a lot of cases, the content then was taken down. So it's very hard to find everything to show you, since a lot of videos have been struck and then never re-uploaded. A lot of images and screenshots and evidence of this are no longer hosted on the sites where they first existed, etc. You'll see what I mean when we break down piece by piece what happened. But I was mainly shocked at how much lost media came from a controversy that happened in the mid-2010s. Though, as we'll see, I think the culture surrounding media consumption in the early and mid-2010s, specifically surrounding curated streaming services, the rise of online content, and a boom in indie games and indie media overall, all had a lot to do with setting the scene for everything that happened. But first, a quick overview about the two main theories of GamerGate. GamerGate is an extremely convoluted web representing about 1 million different viewpoints. I felt like Charlie at the corkboard the entire time from It's Always Sunny doing this. But most of those arguments can, at their core, be stripped down to two main sides. The majority of the pro-GamerGate side of the issue claimed that their primary concern was bringing ethical standards to video game journalism. The majority of the anti-GamerGate side claimed that the GamerGaters were unfairly and relentlessly harassing women in the gaming industry and were in many such cases using the ethics in journalism argument as a way to get away with their actions. So which is true? Well, in order to do that, we'll have to break down the complete timeline of events starting way back in the early 2010s. The full timeline begins.
Extra, extra, read all about it. I'm reporter Kit Kittredge here with today's news. It is currently New Year's Day 2010, and we're ringing in a new decade together. 2010 is going to be a good year. I can feel it. Everybody will finally stop obsessing over Coldplay. Nobody knows yet that this year's Oscar-nominated movie, The Blind Side, is a massive scam. But everyone knows that more Twilight movies are coming to a theater near you. Also, I just started listening to a new podcast called Feminist Frequency. It's pretty mid. Also, since it's 2010, nobody says mid yet except hardcore stoners. Not that I know anything about that.
Let's set the scene. A new decade has just begun. The 2010s are different from the 90s, they're different from the 2000s, and they're different from what we specifically experience now in the 2020s. But how were the 2010s different specifically? Well, they saw a huge boom in the narrowcasting of curated content to specific target audiences rather than a giant wide net approach with fewer media selections that tried to please everybody, which changed the entire landscape around pop culture consumption. With social media on the rise and the internet solidifying itself as a staple in its first generation coming of age, what was previously underground, alternative, and counterculture became accessible to the mainstream, and what was previously mainstream no longer held the same power that it used to. What do I mean by this? Well, let's go back to the 90s real quick.
37. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks.
In a row?
The 90s had plenty of culture surrounding media fandom just as we do today, but the way that media fandom took place was different. If you were a young teenager who liked to read, you probably read things like Harry Potter and The Babysitter's Club. You probably weren't reading independently published novels by little-known authors. You weren't devouring books on Kindle Unlimited because Kindle didn't exist yet. Adult readers likely read things like Stephen King and James Patterson. They weren't downloading tons of self-published romances to their e-readers because we didn't have ebooks in any significant sense yet. If you watch TV, you were probably watching Friends or Seinfeld. You weren't watching an independently animated web series kickstarted by a group of college kids because that didn't exist yet. And unless you were balls deep in punk circles or underground music scenes, you likely listened to what was popular on the radio. Maybe some Nirvana, maybe some Spice Girls, maybe some Sugar Ray, but you couldn't just scour sites like Bandcamp or SoundCloud to find musicians with less than 100 fans that you could be the one to discover. Before the internet took hold of our lives, fandom and media consumption were much more broad. Fewer movies got made, fewer books got published, fewer albums got released, but all of the things that did get released were likely to have a wider audience. But with the advent of the internet, subcultures could grow around small, independent bits of entertainment, and creators could make a modest living from creative works instead of having to become a celebrity and climb the Hollywood ladder. The 2000s was somewhat of a transitional decade for this phenomenon. The 2000s existed mostly in the Web 1 era. We used the internet to send emails, occasionally read the news, though physical newspapers and magazines still dominated our newsstands. It wasn't until the mid-2000s, when social media was on the rise, that online-specific subcultures really began to take off in the way that they did. The late 2000s and early 2010s saw the beginning of streaming services popping up, especially with Netflix's move from being an exclusively mail-order DVD rental company to becoming a place to stream TV shows live. And the next thing we knew, algorithms were finding what TV shows were curated to your taste. Sites like Amazon could recommend to you what books to buy next, and with a greater breadth of options, there was no guarantee that you could go to work the next day and talk to your coworker about having both watched the Seinfeld finale last night. There's a good chance that your coworker was watching woodworking tutorials on YouTube all night while you were reading an E-Girls Monster Fucker comic that really served as an allegory for a commentary on capitalism. And with this new vertical model of entertainment comes a desire to weave consumption into our identity. What TV shows you watch, what movies you enjoy, what music you listen to, and what video games you play are now like what kind of sport sports teams you root for. It says something about you, about what side you're on. What are the sides? Well, that varies depending on the specific media in question. And with alliances forming around fandoms within media subcultures comes the rise of the hipster. Hipsters liked things that weren't mainstream. Oh, you watch sitcoms on network television? Gay. You saw blockbuster movies in the theaters rather than paying to travel to film festivals where you can see low-budget productions by new indie voices? Yeah, you would go see The Dark Knight Rises, wouldn't you? Enjoy seeing Batman praise capitalism for the millionth time while I'm off at TIFF, you poser. You listen to Maroon 5? I don't like musicians who sign with labels, okay? Except the Arctic Monkeys, like they're kind of cool. I'm sorry, did you just say you thought the new episode of The Big Bang Theory was funny? I stopped watching that show after the pilot because it was just too cringe. You actually liked those jokes? Savvy, I don't think you belong in this film theory analysis class. Your taste is too pedestrian to understand the nuances of Theodore Adorno's writing on analyzing media through the lenses of capitalism. Yeah, a lot of people said shit like that to me in college. Guys, watching mediocre or even poorly made sitcoms and daytime TV is not a moral failing. Sometimes we just want to turn off our brains and laugh. Not everything has to be that deep, does it? I mean, it kind of makes sense that in an era where entertainment and audiences are becoming segmented, causing fandom to become integral to a person's values and identity, that the resulting media criticism would also reflect those tendencies. If we have endless media to choose from, and the media we decide to consume says something about us as viewers, as fans, then it would follow that there's plenty of room to create media that represents viewpoints and experiences outside of the majority. It makes sense that if at this point, with endless entertainment at your fingertips, with creators having endless potential to make new media, with barriers to entry for media creation being considerably lower than ever before, then it is fair to call out when the majority of that media still tailors itself to one specific demographic, usually men. Enter Anita Sarkeesian. In 2009, right before the turn of the decade, Anita, a Canadian-born media critic, launched a website called Feminist Frequency, which aimed to analyze popular media like TV shows, movies, that kind of thing, and how those pieces of content represented women. Her criticism would involve things like applying the Bechdel test to popular movies, discussing the tropes often applied to female characters like the damsel in distress, or how often male versus female characters got to be the heroes, that kind of thing. Feminist Frequency included a series of blog posts with media reviews, as well as a video series called Tropes vs. Women, in which Anita got on camera to break down the various media tropes and how those tropes did women as characters a disservice. Anita was still a fairly small-time creator throughout the early 2010s. That is, until 2012, when she decided to launch a Kickstarter campaign to fund her newest project, a web series called Tropes vs. Women in Video Games, a series that set out to explore the ways that common media tropes we see in TV and movies also play out in video games, with a specific emphasis on the ways that those tropes affect fictional women in those properties. Anita launched a Kickstarter campaign hoping to raise $6,000 to fund this project, which I'm assuming would be used for a variety of production costs like paying her editors, paying her camera operators, paying the employees at Feminist Frequency, plus also buying some of the games that she was planning to review. Upon launching the Kickstarter, however, Anita soon found herself at the center of a massive controversy, and because controversy gets attention, Anita's Kickstarter ended up exploding in popularity, earning her nearly $160,000, 25 times her original goal.
What happened next, it's been suggested, began on a subforum of the anonymous and largely unmoderated website 4chan, though it's hard to find patient zero on this. But somewhere on the internet, a finger was pointed at Anita Sarkeesian, and during her campaign's final weeks, she began receiving thousands of angry tweets and YouTube comments. She had her site DDoS'd, had her Wikipedia page vandalized with porn and racial slurs, and saw multiple attempts to have her campaign defunded and removed from Kickstarter. Many of these things were done by coordinated groups of people working together. This was unexpected. One created a video game about her. One threatened the game developers conference if they gave her an award. One threatened to a school if she was allowed to speak. They abuse YouTube's flagging systems every time she posts a video and send her over 100 abusive tweets every week.
Now, before we continue, guys, I have a confession to make. This may surprise you about me, but I actually really don't like Anita Sarkeesian's work. I feel like you guys are getting to know me more, and I need to be upfront and honest about the things that I don't like that, according to my analytics and demographics, statistically, you guys probably do like. This one's gonna shock you more. We'll do one more since we're here. Ready? I also don't like drag shows. I think they're boring. I don't like going to them. When I'm ready to go enjoy some gay culture, I prefer to spend my time in the bleachers at women's basketball games. Not that you can't do both, but while I find drag shows boring, I will also always defend drag performers' rights to be able to perform their art freely without giving in to the conservative talking heads who want to fearmonger with false narratives about them. See how that works? I also think red wine is boring. I don't like how it tastes, so I don't drink it.
But why is the rum gone?
But I'm not out here to reinstate prohibition, okay? All of this is to say that, yeah, I know a lot of people whose content I really do like. Some of my friends who create for services like Nebula, along with Anita, some of those people really do like her work, and that's great. I don't like it, and I'm going to explain why shortly. But this is all a preamble to explain that while I don't enjoy her work, I also think the barrage of misogynistic harassment she received was sickening. And I think that a lot of my reasons for not liking her work are kind of different from the majority of criticism she got back in 2012, and we're going to break down those differences as well. So, why did people dislike Anita and her work so much? Well, here's a video from the YouTuber The Gamer from Mars from 8 years ago called 5 Reasons People Hate Anita Sarkeesian, which includes some points like this.
When making a series that is going to be extremely critical of video games that have a loyal fan base, you really have to make sure that you have all your information double-checked. And this is even more the case with Anita Sarkeesian, who was given over $150,000 to hopefully create a factual series, but she unfortunately failed on a few occasions. One of the biggest things that irritates the critics of Anita Sarkeesian's claims is that they often don't get a chance to defend themselves or their viewpoints. On several occasions throughout many different publications, Anita has gotten articles written about her where she's portrayed as surely in the right, while all her critics are in the wrong. When these sort of stories come out, it baffles many that have placed legitimate criticism against her, but when these stories get written, they often completely ignore that there is another legitimate side to these arguments.
It's also important to note that The Gamer from Mars also has another video about 5 reasons people do like Anita Sarkeesian, so he's more just breaking down the arguments rather than taking a side for or against her work. Now, when it comes to Anita's work, it seems that there are a few major criticisms people have of it. There are definitely people who think critiquing video games from a feminist lens will require us to insert politics into every game, and if games can be criticized for their representations of women, then that means that everyone's going to start making the games based on politics and representation instead of just the quality of the gameplay, and she's gonna force my fun hobby to go woke! There are definitely people who make that kind of argument, and we are going to break down those arguments. However, I do also want to note that that's not everybody involved in this, and that's not all the criticism she received. In order to accurately represent Anita's controversy, we're going to need to go far beyond that. But first, let's address some of those criticisms. In order to make this video as complete and intellectually honest as possible, I read books by both pro and anti-GamerGate writers. One of the pro-GamerGate books I read was called Inside GamerGate, a book written by a man named James Desborough, a British indie game designer. While I ended up disagreeing with the majority of conclusions he drew in this book, I did still think that reading it was valuable, because I wanted to get the pro-GamerGate arguments straight from the source, straight from someone who is part of GamerGate, as James himself claims to be, because I don't think it's useful to discuss someone else's representation of an argument when we can spend the time addressing the real argument itself. And according to the Amazon reviews this book got, this book is considered by many GamerGaters to be an accurate retelling from what went on from their perspective, with many reviews saying things like, solid history of the GamerGate era, and a well-written explanation of GamerGate written in a voice that is authentically representative of the people who participated in GamerGate. And if you were involved on either side or just a bystander or even unaware of GamerGate, get a look into the reality of the harassment campaign that made and ruined careers in echo chambers. And this has to be the best telling of GamerGate. So I read what he had to say. Later on, there will be a few points of his that I agree with, but I do want to put up front that I disagree with one of the core arguments that this book makes, that politics never belong in video games. Because I think this mindset is the crux of why Anita became so controversial straight from the outset. In the book, James writes, games media used to be either a hobby press or a house organ. Magazines, back when these kind of things were in print, were either glorified catalogs for their parent company or enthusiast press, not dissimilar to any other niche interest hobby. Early games writers were drawn from the hobbyist who constructed computers, with no real agenda and a pragmatic view toward games. Did they work? Were the graphics good? Did they show something cool that the computer could do? Were they fun? That was pretty much the extent of their interest in it. Once gaming in and of itself became more of a thing, you began to see specialist games reviewers. These were perhaps a bit more discerning. These kind of reviews began with breathless enthusiasm, turning to more cynical and humorous observations going into the 90s. This was also the period in which companies established their press to talk up their products and act as spokesmen for them. Something else began to happen as we moved into the 2000s. reasons. By 2010, the game's press was starting to fill up with ideology and snooty judgment. Gamers were having a hard time getting the objective game reviews, meaning subjective, but about the actual game rather than social issues, and were increasingly finding themselves alienated from their press. It was frustrating, especially once the media started to side with the censor critics. Okay, so I'm going to fundamentally disagree on a main point here, and that's that when James says that gamers were having a hard time getting the objective game reviews, meaning subjective, but about the actual game rather than social issues. In this context, James is defining objective as meaning, does the game work? Are there bugs? Etc. And subjective to mean, did the reviewer think the game said the right things about society?
Come and see the violence inherent in the system! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Reviews are by nature subjective. When I do book reviews on this channel, I talk about what I liked and didn't like about the books, I provide examples from the text, and then you as the audience have the choice to decide whether you agree with my taste or not, whether you think the book I read sounds good. You may like things in literature that I dislike, or you might not enjoy something that I thought was super fun and amazing, but you get to decide if you think my recommendation has any merit. Video games are now a form of literature, so reviews do work the same way. I could maybe see James's point if he provided an example like, oh, here's a game that had tons of bugs and barely ran properly, but it had a badass lesbian as the main character, so all the leftist media said it was great and ignored all the bugs in their reviews. But he didn't give an example like that because I'm not sure such an example exists. Actually, here's an example I thought of off the top of my head that is the opposite of what James is saying. A few years ago, when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, that game had tons of diverse representation. You could choose for your character, the main character, to be a woman if you wanted, and because of the specific customization options, you could even make the badass main character of this game a trans woman or a trans man. However, despite those cool options, Cyberpunk 2077 had a lot of bugs in its releases, and pretty much all reviews of the game I saw during that time focused on the bugs and the fact that players were disappointed because the game was glitching so much. So in that case, no, reviewers did still focus on the playability of the game even above the cool options for character customization that it offered. I'm only going to provide one example because James provided 0 examples.
You make very compelling argument.
My point in all of this is, the core argument here seems to be that video games reviews that discuss the game's gender representation or commentary on society, that those reviews are less valuable because they discuss those elements of the game. But I don't think that makes those reviews less valuable, because games are literature, and so many of the games released after the turn of the millennium have become more and more complex in their storytelling, making the mechanics of gameplay one very important piece of the experience, but also the audio, the visuals, the immersion into the world the game creates, and the story the game tells are equally important pieces of experiencing the game as a whole. So to completely ignore a game's representation of women or diversity of characters is doing gaming as a medium a disservice. It's treating gaming as if it's not worth the same advanced level of literary analysis that books and movies are subject to. So when it comes to the very core concept of Anita's criticism, discussing story tropes that video games exhibit and analyzing the ways that those tropes portray women, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's a perfectly valuable form of literary critique. So that's all to say that for people who were mad at Anita because they disagree with the very idea of looking at video games as literature that reflects the world, I think that's pretty short-sighted and kind of stupid. But again, these weren't all the critiques that Anita received, so let's go deeper. The next major criticism of Anita Sarkeesian is that people took her to be a con artist. And those who claim Anita is a scammer tend to point to 3 things. First, her past involvement in the multi-level marketing world. Second, her admission of not being a fan of video games before becoming a critic of them. And third, her low content output relative to the money she received. In fact, these are some of the main critiques of Anita's work discussed in the pro-GamerGate book Inside GamerGate. James writes, in relatively short order, links were found between Sarkeesian and dubious internet marketing scams. She was exposed as lying about her gamer cred. She was found to be stealing art and footage, and she was found to be misrepresenting what was happening in the game she critiqued. None of this seemed to have any impact on her credibility in feminist or media circles, but it was a death blow as far as gamers were concerned. They began to become more and more confused and betrayed by the fact that the game's media and some companies were giving this obvious-seeming fraud the time of day. Is Anita an obvious fraud? Let's break down each piece of the discussion. First, since on this channel we talk a lot about multi-level marketing companies and pyramid schemes and shady businesses in general, let's start with the MLMs, the dubious internet marketing scams that James Despero is referencing. When Anita Sarkeesian was 23 years old, around 2006, she was part of a multi-level marketing style company selling teleseminars for shady business guru Alex Mandosian.
Hi, my name is Anita Sarkeesian. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and my website is neonandchrome.com. And I just want to let you all know how amazing Alex's teleseminar secrets was. It really motivated me to get my own business started. In my current day job, I saw how teleseminars could change the face of your business and make a lot of money, but I didn't really understand how it worked. And I'm only 23, and I've already started my own business promoting teleseminars for small businesses around me, and it's really made a huge impact on my life.
Some people who don't like Anita's work have used this example as proof of why she's not credible. Anita used to sell shady teleseminars. Of course she can't be trusted. Someone who would promote scammy business courses, swindling small business owners out of their hard-earned money for false promises of financial freedom or for weird courses based on pseudoscience, of course that person could never be genuine in their approach. If she's willing to promote an MLM, then of course Feminist Frequency as a channel is a grift, right? Because she's proven to us that she'll do anything to make a buck. Okay, I don't fully agree with this line of thinking. Let me explain. So when I first saw this clip of Anita myself, which now was years ago, I too was skeptical of her motivations. I've done so much anti-MLM content on this channel. If you've been watching me for a while, then you know how much I despise pyramid scheme style companies and how much I think they take advantage of people. But there's another element to this too, and it's something that I regularly say in my anti-MLM videos. People who sell for pyramid schemes are perpetuating unethical business practices, yes, but they're also a victim of those exact same practices. In making anti-MLM content, many of us in this genre aren't trying to shame people who had been involved in these companies or claim that they're beyond redemption for their past sins. Rather, our goal is to educate people on the harms of these companies and get them to leave, as well as get the FTC to better regulate them. So I don't really think it's fair to say that Anita being involved in an MLM back when she was 23 is a sign that all of her work is in bad faith or that she can't become a genuine, honest business owner after leaving said company. A lot of my friends who make anti-MLM content nowadays used to be in MLM companies themselves, and after learning the harm that these companies cause, they left them, and now many of them run honest businesses of their own or work regular jobs. Being in an MLM when you're just out of college isn't a scarlet letter that should brand you for life. It's actually a pretty common mistake that a lot of people make in their early 20s, a mistake that most people learn from. And I assume that Anita herself has learned from it, seeing that there's no record of her ever promoting a pyramid scheme in the past decade and a half. So I think it's fair to chalk that up to young people making bad business decisions because an older scammer took advantage of them. It happens to a lot of people. Real quick though, this is what I was talking about with how hard shit is to find on all of this. So much of the records of everything from this time has been deleted. I googled for a long time trying to find Anita's pyramid scheme involvement. I went through Reddit, I searched on YouTube, nothing. I started to think my memory of that video clip I just showed you, I started to think my memory of that existing was some kind of weird Mandela effect style hallucination, that maybe I'd had a weird dream that Anita Sarkeesian was involved in a pyramid scheme, because of course that would make sense with my interests clashing together like that, like in my subconscious. But no, it's real. I'm not insane. But do you know where I had to go to find that particular video clip and all the background information about who she worked for and everything? Ready? Fucking Encyclopedia Dramatica. I hadn't been on Encyclopedia Dramatica since 2011 when I was a college freshman and some senior guy dared me to go on their offended page, which please don't do it, because he said he'd pay me $5 if I made it all the way through, and I wanted to prove that I was cool and fearless, and I also wanted cash for the vending machine, so I did it. Don't do it. It's all just torture porn meant to make you nauseous. I'm serious. I don't recommend it. Anyway, Encyclopedia Dramatica is an early 2000s edgelord shock value style site where people document things in Telolzor's Pon Danube style dialogue. It's not a site worth going to in my opinion, but somehow it's the only place that seems to have any record of her pyramid scheme involvement and ability to direct me to the names of people to Google in the first place. So sometimes we all have to make sacrifices in this world. Don't use Encyclopedia Dramatica. Try not to. The reason this video was impossible to find in YouTube search is that it was previously taken down and now only exists on a channel with 32 subscribers. And Encyclopedia Dramatica's links to all the sources about this lead to 404 not found pages, so guess what? I then had to go and seek all the background about this elsewhere now that I had the names of the people and the companies involved to Google in the first place. Isn't it great how half of this shit involved just getting things taken down so I have to spend all fucking week chasing broken links?
That's not cool.
Anyway, Anita does not promote pyramid schemes anymore, so I don't think we need to cancel her for that. People can learn from their mistakes. Moving on. The next reason a lot of people didn't trust Anita as a video game critic is that she's publicly admitted that before deciding to do this feminist video game criticism series, that she didn't actually have much of an interest in video games. Many criticized Anita for being an outsider to the video game world, for coming in and trying to criticize a genre that she never truly loved in the first place.
So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
Okay, so Anita was not a gamer in 2010 when this video was recorded. And I don't think that proves any con artistry.
What are the rules?
Side note, I do think there is some proof of con artistry on Anita's end. We're gonna delve into that, but I don't think this is proof. The reason this doesn't mean much is because of the logical fallacy known as the ad hominem argument. Now, before I explain the ad hominem, I would like to say that I think phrases like ad hominem get thrown around a lot online when we disagree with someone and the term isn't always used correctly. I partially blame myself for this because about 2 years ago, I made a video debunking pro-multi-level marketing arguments, and in that video, I made a brief joke about how I don't support bullying, not just because it's mean, but because ad hominem is a logical fallacy. It was one of those jokes that was meant to have some truth behind it, but was still primarily a joke, and I'm not sure that it fully landed.
Whoa, dream big!
But I do want to take this moment to clear up that no, not all forms of bullying and insulting are inherently ad hominem attacks. I mean, I guess if you want to be literal, I guess they are, since in the direct translation from Latin, ad hominem means to the human, and bullying someone is directing your attacks to the human. Yeah, sure. But if we're talking about ad hominem in a rhetorical sense, no, not all bullying is an ad hominem attack. Sometimes it's just a regular run-of-the-mill insult. Here's an example. If I were to go all Regina George on you and say that is the ugliest effing skirt I've ever seen, that's just regular rudeness. In a vacuum, that is not a logical fallacy. Now let's add context. If you and I are in a debate about the impacts of the fast fashion industry and you brought up some statistics about the harm fast fashion companies are doing to the planet, and I responded by saying you have no credibility to discuss fashion because that is the ugliest effing skirt I've ever seen, and the audience laughed at you and took my side in the argument, then that would have been manipulative of me. That would have been fallacious. Even if your skirt is extremely ugly, even if you have the world's worst fashion sense, that doesn't make your statistics about the fast fashion industry untrue. And therefore, my attempt to refute you would have been fallacious. Let's apply this to Anita. Anita Sarkeesian has a series of points that she wants to make about the tropes that female characters in video games are often faced with. We also have a video of her circa 2010 saying that she's not a gamer and had to learn a lot about video games. Does the fact that Anita is not a lifelong gamer prove that any of her points false in any way? No, those two things are completely unrelated. Now, from an emotional standpoint, I can understand the frustration that some people may have had with her. Let's say you are a lifelong lover of video games. Playing video games is your biggest passion, your favorite hobby. It's what's gotten you through the tough times in life. And here's a critic who says, I don't really play games, but I want to make a whole series criticizing them. Yes, I can understand from an emotional perspective that it might feel intrusive for someone outside of your industry to start insulting it. But remember, that's emotional. From a logical perspective, Anita not being a gamer is irrelevant from her criticism. It's just a critique of her as a human, not of her argumentation. I also don't think you're required to be a part of something to be able to be a critic of that thing. A few years back, one of my favorite YouTube channels of all time, Red Letter Media, faced criticism for the fact that they are a channel of movie critics, but when they put out their own movie, Space Cop, many people didn't like that movie. They thought it wasn't very good. But who cares? You don't have to be a good filmmaker to be a good film critic. I think sometimes people forget that criticism and analysis of media is its own separate skill, separate from pure creation or consumption of said media. And this is not me saying that I think Anita's criticism is good necessarily. As I'll get into shortly, I have plenty of issues with her conclusions myself. But I think it's a little strange to claim that because she isn't a lifelong gamer, then that means she can't become a critic of games as a form of literature, especially since most of her criticism seems to be informed by philosophy and academic analysis of the ways that pop culture and media intersect with the real world. In other words, as Aristotle and Oscar Wilde might say, the ways that life imitates art and art imitates life. So, if you want to watch games criticism only from people who are admittedly passionate about video games rather than being passionate about an academic and literary criticism, then that is your prerogative. Listen to the critics you like best. All I'm saying is that in a vacuum, Anita not being a gamer does not automatically make her a scam artist. Now, let's look at one other point regarding this, and that is the original copy of the Feminist Frequency Kickstarter itself. The original description of the Kickstarter campaign reads, I love playing video games, but I'm regularly disappointed in the limited and limiting ways women are represented. This video project will explore, analyze, and deconstruct some of the most common tropes and stereotypes of female characters in games. The series will highlight the larger recurring patterns and conventions used within the gaming industry rather than just focusing on the worst offenders. I'm going to need your help to make it happen. As a gamer, a pop culture critic and fan, I'm always working to balance my enjoyment of media while simultaneously being critical of problematic gender representations. So you may have noticed that in the campaign's description, Anita starts off by saying, I love video games, and then later says, as a gamer, meaning that while Anita has in the past called herself not a gamer when she's asking for money, then she suddenly identifies herself as a gamer. This is another reason that people believe she's a con artist. And I'll admit that, yeah, I can see some validity to that. I think it's fair to be skeptical of someone who claims not to be a part of a certain community, and then when they want to fund something financially, then they turn around and say they are a part of that community. But again, I think this is a reach. There's plenty to criticize Anita for, and I'm gonna get to that, but this doesn't seem substantial. It's entirely possible that in that old clip of her circa 2010 saying she wasn't a fan of video games and had to learn a lot about them, that at that time in her life she wasn't interested in games. But then, after having to learn a lot about them for the talk that she was giving in that video, she ended up discovering a bunch of games that she loved, and then did become a fan of video games. I don't think the woman owes us her entire life story to justify every decision for a $6,000 Kickstarter for a YouTube miniseries. Some people point to the fact that in the 2010 clip she says, I had to learn a lot about video games to make this. And some people have interpreted that as meaning that she had to learn a lot about video games in order to make this YouTube series, make the thing she's making the Kickstarter for. But that is not at all the context of the clip.
It's a soundtrack of one song, except I'm doing video games. So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
In this clip, Anita is talking about the process of vidding, which is cutting up video footage of a movie or TV show and syncing it to music to give it new meaning, like what we see with AMVs and that kind of thing on YouTube. She's talking about how she made a vid compilation of video games and had to learn a lot about them in order to complete that project. Her Kickstarter, the Tropes vs. Women in Video Games project, that wasn't happening yet. She hadn't conceived of that yet. This was 2 years before any of this happened. So it's entirely plausible that Anita didn't play many video games in her life, but then decided she wanted to try making a video compilation of game footage as a video editing experiment, learned a lot about video games in the process, started enjoying video games, but also noticed a lot of tropes about women that she didn't like, and then after that decided to make a video series about said tropes. Like, that's more than believable, right? Like, I'm not just crazy. The other accusation of Anita being a fraud is the amount of time it took her to make her video series, the lack of transparency in terms of her Kickstarter updates, and her overall low content output relative to the amount of money she received, and her lack of transparency with Kickstarter backers surrounding the budget breakdown of the project. The Tropes vs. Women in Video Games series on YouTube has 2 total seasons. Season 1 has 11 videos, and Season 2 has 9, meaning that with the money raised on Kickstarter, Anita put out a total of 20 videos in this series about the representation of women in video games. So she did end up making all of the videos that her Kickstarter campaign promised. But keep in mind that at the time she was getting this criticism, almost all of these videos hadn't come out yet. A lot of people were very upset that she took so long to create these videos and that she wasn't very transparent about her production in the Kickstarter updates, and that audiences didn't really know what to expect from the videos, many of which took 2 years after the campaign was complete to be done. For example, the blog Read Right includes a post from one of Anita's fans expressing their frustration at the slow turnaround and overall lack of transparency. As the blog post titled, Anita Sarkeesian, I love you, but please show us the money, says, feminist media critic and video blogger Anita Sarkeesian raised $160,000 in Kickstarter funds last summer after she publicized the online bullying she endured upon announcing the project. Earlier this month, to much fanfare, Sarkeesian finally delivered the first installment of her controversial Tropes vs. Women in Video Games video series. But Sarkeesian hasn't yet explained why that video still fell more than 6 months behind schedule. It presumably wasn't because of a budget shortfall, nor offered any accounting of how she spent the funds she raised. Is it sexist of me to ask about the money? For those unfamiliar with the online drama to date, Sarkeesian's feminist video essays critiquing pop culture, sometimes scathing, sometimes lighthearted, regularly disturb the darker side of the internet. Her Kickstarter project, which focused almost exclusively on sexism in video games, so perturbed a large group of male gamers that they organized and harassed her relentlessly online. Even more damning, they made a video game about punching Sarkeesian in the face. Oh, we're gonna get to that, don't worry. The angrified dudes who thought they were defending their favorite digital pastime openly referred to their online harassment campaign as a game. Sarkeesian, in her TED Talk about the hate campaign, dubbed them a cyber mob. It was this cyber mob that caught the attention of the press, which shared Sarkeesian's project beyond the gamer community. Sympathy money poured in, much as it did with that bullied Michigan bus monitor. Oh my god, guys, remember that? And Sarkeesian reached her fundraising goal in days. She received more than 25 times her proposed $6,000 goal from people like this self-identified radical feminist who wrote on Tumblr recently, I like and play video games, but they're not a particular passion of mine, and I never would have donated to that project. However, I donated $20 after the vicious backlash that involved creating a video game where you can beat the shit out of Anita Sarkeesian. Which brings me to Sarkeesian's finances. I raise this subject with some trepidation because Sarkeesian's critics have twisted it into Photoshop tweets about Sarkeesian spending $1,000 on new shoes, complaints that she'd donate to charity if she were really a good person, and blog entries wondering if she got a nose job. Her nose looks the same, men. I checked her older videos. So the haters are wrong, but how much could Sarkeesian's production upgrades have possibly cost? A good mid-range light kit should set you back between $400 and $1,800, while a crazy good desktop that can edit video can go as much as $5,000. A high-end professional video camera would be another $5,000. A Hollywood-style camera, which she was apparently not going for, would go for $20,000 to $50,000. The most expensive editing program around, Adobe Premiere, is $400, as is a good microphone. Tally that all up, and it's still less than $15,000. What happened to the rest of the $160,000? Answering this question would certainly knock down the only legitimate point made by Sarkeesian's online stalkers. Much more important, though, a good financial breakdown of Sarkeesian's Kickstarter project would also help women video bloggers who struggle with sexism every day on YouTube better understand the financial costs of creating a successful video series. The fact that Anita took months to years to put out the promised videos, plus the fact that she didn't post budget breakdowns of her on her Kickstarter page or send email newsletter updates to her backers, had some people wondering, was she really just grifting all along? However, I personally don't think she was. The videos did all come out eventually, even if they took a while, and then in 2015, Forbes published an article that included a full breakdown of her expenditures. Sure, it was 3 years late, but it does exist. The article includes a pie chart showing that 44% of the funds went to salary and wages, meaning maybe she gave her camera guy a bonus or something since the Kickstarter did so well, with 11% of funds going to taxes, 4% going to Kickstarter fees, 5% going to pay for the games and systems, etc. So I'd say she's not an outright scammer, no. Outside of people considering Anita to be a scam artist, the other major reason people dislike her work tends to be that they find her criticism to be intellectually dishonest and overall just not very good. First, there have been critics of hers, including James Desborough in the book Inside Gamergate, as well as YouTubers like Sargon of Akkad, who have accused Anita of stealing art without crediting the artist. So I looked into this, because if that's true, that's really bad. So I went to the cited footnote in the book Inside Gamergate, and it led me to the following blog post from 2013. This is a blog called Vixor's Opinion, which seems to talk about various video game related topics, or at least it did back in the 2010s, but since the blog hasn't updated since one post in 2020. Regardless, here's what it had to say on a 2013 post called Femme Freaks Sources. It has recently come to my attention that, where it can be checked, cutscenes usually are the same everywhere and all popular games have a million Let's Plays to hide in, a substantial amount of feminist frequencies video game footage isn't actually stuff she recorded herself. She's already just pretty much reading TV tropes pages and Wikipedia summaries, but the game footage doesn't even come from her own camp, and she doesn't cite her resources. I have been in contact with some of the channels hosting these Let's Plays, and I have been informed that she didn't ask for their permission or were made aware at all. Here's what I got back from Cubex55, the channel hosting the majority of long plays Anita used. So the email from Cubex55 says, "Thanks for your message. We get a lot of people asking this question, and here's what we always answer. We do allow reusage of our videos as long as you credit our channel and website in the video and video description, credit the original long player who played the game in the video and video description, and send us a link when it's done. I recommend downloading our videos from our site. If her channel is Feminist Frequency, then we were never asked, nor did she give us any credit. I guess we should really put this on the site. Thanks for informing us. I'm not sure if we send her a message that she will even react." The blog then provides a list of images of various videos of Anita's showing where she allegedly plagiarized Cubex55's Let's Play videos. The blog then shows examples of Anita's videos using other creators' art without credit. It then goes into addressing some of the counterpoints that people have made, claiming that in a lot of places, such as game cutscenes, it was clearly possible that Anita could have just recorded the exact same footage herself, since it's, you know, a cutscene. Here's what the blog had to say. Half of those screens are from cutscenes. Yeah, that's why I specifically mentioned paying attention to score, life, weapons the character might be holding. Yes, the scene from Violent Storm is a cutscene, but how likely is it that both the Let's Player and Anita got a life count of 0 and a score of exactly 2,492,500 by their point? Yeah, that's a little sus, I have to agree. The blog then goes on to link to a bunch of videos by creators supposedly proving this, but almost all the videos linked have been privated or deleted, so I can't confirm that either way. The blog's comments include some agreements, some disagreements. For example, one comment says, "OMG, it looks just like when I played that game. It totally couldn't be that she played the same part of the game I did, this thieving witch. I bet she doesn't even actually play video games or use YouTube." That is exactly what this sounds like. And then the reply reads, "In all of these pictures, everything or nearly everything is exactly the same as the ones in her video. Look at the Borderlands 2 one. You think by some coincidence she's playing as the same class, has the same class mod, has the same shield, has the same level, and has the exact same gun in a game where there are thousands upon thousands of different possible guns, shields, and class mods as the other players? In addition, the YouTuber Nate Talks to You has shown examples of these potentially plagiarized clips side by side.
Throughout her series, Anita shows footage from many different video games. How does she get this footage? Well, according to her interview with UseThis.com, she records it herself with an Elgato capture card. However, investigation has shown that a lot, if not all of her footage, is actually taken.
Destroying the iridium injectors that keep me alive will stop the key from charging.
She has all the equipment for it. She was given nearly $160,000 to make this series, money that she said would go towards buying these games. And because she's a reviewer of games, you'd expect her to actually play the games that she's reviewing. The least she could have done was give the people who recorded the gameplay some kind of credit, but she didn't even do that.
Let's look at the Borderlands 2 example. One of the draws of the game Borderlands 2 is the randomly generated shield and gun loot drops, meaning the game has tons of possibilities. It is extremely unlikely, maybe even impossible, that she would have had the exact same gun, health, armor, and be at the exact same level as Sensual Almonds when reaching that exact same point in the game story. And according to the screenshots provided on the blog we looked at, when this video would have been stolen from Sensual Almonds, at that time Sensual Almonds had only 264 subscribers. This was a small creator whose video had less than 3,000 views. Look at the Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker example. Yes, this is a cutscene, but also pay attention to the hearts and the rupees. When entering this point of the game where you would reach this cutscene, how likely is it to have the exact same hearts and the exact same rupees as CubeX55. One isolated incident of this could be an odd coincidence, but to see this happening time and time again indicates a pattern. This is plagiarism. This is not okay. Now, Anita has claimed that she's used other footage in her videos other than videos she's taken herself. And all YouTubers do that. We all use stock footage sometimes, or we cut to another creator's work. But the difference is when we cut to another creator's work, that creator should get credit for it. There shouldn't be any confusion that we're the one who took it. That's the whole concept of plagiarism conceptually, is that you're trying to pass off somebody else's work as your own.
What are the rules?
The spirit behind fair use is that it's fair to use other people's clips for a transformative purpose, like reviewing it. And yes, Anita is reviewing these games, but she's not giving credit to people who gathered the actual footage. And due to her claiming to take all the footage herself on the Elgato card, and also having bought a ton of the games with the giant sum she made on Kickstarter without giving credit to those other creators, the implication here is that she took all of the footage herself, or at least that someone working for her production company did. Guys, this is the same shit we call out Sniper Wolf for in her shitty TikTok reactions, where she crops out the creators' names, or this is what recently H-Bomber Guy criticized James Somerton and Illuminati for doing. It's not cool to use someone else's footage without credit. Even in the case of fair use, that implies that the original source is known. Like if I'm reviewing a movie and I include clips of that movie, there's never any confusion that you thought I was the one who made the movie myself. You know I'm reviewing a movie that someone else has made. That's the context of the video. Yes, we do know that Anita is reviewing games that somebody else made, but there's never any indication that she's also using video footage of those games made by somebody else. That is plagiarism. Now, to be fair, these examples seen in the Nate Talks to You video and on the blog we looked at are a very, very small sampling of the total clips that Anita uses in her videos. I'm willing to believe that she did take the majority of the footage herself, but that doesn't make the times that she stole this footage okay, because CubeX55 and Sensual Almonds and all of those creators didn't receive credit for that footage. They didn't get a shout out on her channel or a link in the description box or even just an on-screen citation so that the audience could then go and watch those creators' Let's Plays if they enjoyed what they saw. I'm willing to believe she didn't plagiarize the majority of her work, but I wish she'd credit the creators that she did steal from. Side note, Sensual Almonds has now rebranded to Thirsty Corners and has only about 1,000 subscribers, but still occasionally posts Let's Plays, including more recent games like Cyberpunk 2077 if you want to check that kind of thing out. CubeX55 has now rebranded to World of Long Plays and has over 1 million subscribers, still posting videos to this day. The other accusations of intellectual dishonesty in her work largely largely center on the allegation that Anita is cherry-picking the examples she uses from games, showing footage out of context and drawing grand-scale conclusions that don't make sense once the rest of the game's context is applied. One of the biggest examples that people cite about this is her analysis of the 2012 game Hitman Absolution. Here is what Anita said about that game.
Hitman Absolution features a mission in which the player can create a diversion by picking up and dumping the dead body of an exotic dancer near police officers. Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during their playthrough. The player cannot help but treat these female bodies as things to be acted upon, because they were designed, constructed, and placed in the environment for that singular purpose. Players are meant to derive a perverse pleasure from desecrating the bodies of unsuspecting virtual female characters. It's a rush streaming from a carefully concocted mix of sexual arousal connected to the act of controlling and punishing representations of female sexuality.
Now, let's take a look at some of the criticism she received for her analysis of Hitman. Here's what one of her biggest critics, the YouTuber Sargon of Akkad, had to say.
Everything she says is contrary to reality. I mean, she'll sit there and she'll pick out, like the game Hitman. In her video, she said something like, you're incentivized to kill the woman, and then stuff her body in a trunk. And the footage she's using, which she didn't take herself, obviously, and didn't credit whoever took it. In the footage she's using, you see, like, the guy go up and kill the girl, and you see them lose points. And it's like, no, that's a disincentivization. You know, they're not incentivizing you. They're saying they're penalizing you for this, Anita.
Another one of Anita's biggest critics of all time, a YouTuber named Thunderfoot, published this video nearly a decade ago where he critiqued Anita's analysis of Hitman in this way.
Another game that came up a lot was Hitman. This is how she describes Hitman Absolution.
Players are meant to derive a perverse pleasure from desecrating the bodies of unsuspecting virtual female characters.
So, deeply skeptical because you're meant to be a hitman. You're not going around killing random people. Indeed, you're penalized for killing people who are not your target, and even more so for killing innocent civilians. That is, the game actively disincentivizes killing random people like the girls in the strip club. Turns out there are two ways of doing it, and only one of those takes you past the girls doing their makeup, and one doesn't. So about 3/4 went the easier route. Most of them sneaked past the dancers, like you're meant to do, and none of them actually attacked or killed the dancers.
I just can't take much more, Dom. I don't know what to do. Look, you're new.
Now, we're going to walk past these two women doing their makeup. One of them eventually walks toward the area that we're going to go, so we have to watch out for her.
She takes a game where you are actively discouraged from killing innocent civilians. Then, because one mission out of 20 involves a strip club, of which only about 2 parts out of 7 are actually in the strip club, and of that, only a few % involves the erotic dancers, almost every second of which was used in her video. Then, because no one who actually plays the game kills the dancers, because you get penalized for doing it, she then presumably goes and kills the dancers herself and drags their bodies around.
One of them eventually walks toward the area that we're going to go, so we have to watch out for her.
It's a rush streaming from a carefully concocted mix of sexual arousal connected to the act of controlling and punishing representations of female sexuality.
Jesus Christ, woman, you are a liar without shame.
About 8 years ago, the YouTuber Nate Talks to You posted a video called 8 Anita Sarkeesian Fails, which now has over 1 million views, in which he explained the following.
In the episode Women as Background Decoration Part 1, Anita argues that a part of the game Hitman Absolution encourages players to attack female dancers.
So in many of the titles we've been discussing, the game makers have set up a series of possible scenarios involving vulnerable, eroticized female characters. Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during their playthrough, because they were designed, constructed, and placed in the environment for that singular purpose.
Pay attention to how Anita claims the dancers were put there for that, quote, singular purpose. This may have been a sound argument, if it wasn't for the fact that you have the option to pass the dancers without laying a finger on them. This part of the game has what you might call a fork in the road. Direction A brings you near the dancers, where sure, if you wanted to, you could attack them. Or you could not hurt them and use this direction instead to evade security. Since one of the main goals of Hitman Absolution is to avoid getting caught, the latter is far more practical. And the other choice is direction B. You could subdue the guard, hide his body, and not go near the dancers at all. But instead of covering both options, Anita only chose to highlight one of them. Anita could have just as easily argued that
the player cannot help but treat these women as people to avoid.
Players are meant to sneak past them in order to proceed further in the game.
And even if you chose to attack the dancers, the game penalizes you for doing so, which Anita shows in her video. After you subdue someone, you have to find a place to hide the body. And when you drag the body around, you move a lot slower, which puts you at risk of being spotted.
Oh my god. Oh, locker.
And if someone does spot you, they'll come to investigate and find the body automatically and raise the alarm. Agent 47's motivation for killing people has nothing to do with hating women, and most of your targets in the game are men anyway. To wrap this one up, a game allowing you to do something is not the same as it encouraging you to do so.
If we want to look at more mainstream criticism by much larger YouTubers, here is what Ethan from the H3 podcast had to say.
Stuff that I've seen her do is like really trashy, misleading stuff. Like she's walking through like a Hitman game and murdering strippers,
right?
Which is like not what you're supposed to do,
right?
And then she's like, "Look how misogynist this game is. You're murdering strippers,
right?"
And it's like, well, that's what you chose.
And
to
she,
do.
right, and she would very frequently like show stuff like that to prove
Really
a point,
nasty.
but to a gamer who's knowledgeable, that seems very like
stupid.
misleading.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of stuff that you could show that actually might represent that point. Why are you choosing this? And I think a lot of that had to do with the writers and that she may not be that versed and stuff like that. That's all fine.
Well, anyway,
you know.
she's very controversial.
Very controversial.
And I would say known for being quite
right, and a lot of people do not find her to be genuine.
So it seems that a lot of creators, especially those who love games like Hitman Absolution, were frustrated that Anita had spun the game's intention for her own narrative, implying that the game rewarded you for violence against women when in reality the game discourages it. But is that actually what she said? I noticed pretty much all of these criticisms either talk about what Anita said or just show part of the clip, the part with the gameplay footage from Hitman. But let's look at the full context surrounding this analysis.
I should note that this kind of misogynistic behavior isn't always mandatory. Often it's player-directed, but it is always implicitly encouraged. In order to understand how this works, let's take a moment to examine how video game systems operate as playgrounds for player engagement. Games ask us to play with them. Now, that may seem obvious, but bear with me. Game developers set up a series of rules, and then within those rules, we're invited to test the mechanics to see what we can do and what we can't do. We are encouraged to experiment with how the system will react or respond to our inputs, and discover which of our actions are permitted and which are not. The play comes from figuring out the boundaries and possibilities within the game space. So in many of the titles we've been discussing, the game makers have set up a series of possible scenarios involving vulnerable, eroticized female characters.
Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during the playthrough. It's a rush streaming from a carefully concocted mix of sexual arousal connected to the act of controlling and punishing representations of female sexuality.
In-game consequences for these violations are trivial at best, and rarely lead to any sort of fail state or game over.
Okay, to me that sounds like she's acknowledging that it's not a requirement of the game, that there can be consequences to it, but that since games are programmed with the knowledge that players will want to test all of the mechanics, the fact that the mechanic to abuse women is there with little consequence, even though there is consequence for the player, it's not substantial in the grand scheme of the game, the point does still stand. The game does still give you the option to do that with little consequence. Now, I agree with some of this criticism that, yes, when you look at what she's showing, it does kind of imply that it's common for players to abuse women in Hitman, when in reality, as fans of the game have pointed out, they've never used that mechanic because it's contrary to the game's goals. Honestly, to me, it seems like in this case, both sides are right and are just talking past each other. Anita is right that the game does allow you that mechanic, and that someone programmed that capability in there with the knowledge that players can and some players will take advantage of said mechanic and enjoy it. She also acknowledged that the game provides consequence for doing so, but that the consequences aren't substantial in the span of the game as a whole. As critics of this video have pointed out, few players would use that mechanic in the first place because the game doesn't incentivize it. That is also true. Nobody lied here. Nearly a decade ago, the following post was put up on Reddit titled, "No, Anita Sarkeesian did not factually misrepresent Hitman Absolution." The post reads, "Total Biscuit posted this twit longer a while back, and I kept meaning to do a post refuting it, but I never got around it until now. Sarkeesian spoke at length about how a game placing scantily clad women that you can murder in a sandbox is problematic. Total Biscuit states the following, "This sort of thing is why I have problems with Anita Sarkeesian's videos, when she factually misrepresents games like Hitman by claiming the game is inviting you to violate the bodies of dead women." He uses this quote by Anita claiming it's an inaccurate account of Hitman Absolution. This is also something GamerGaters love to bring up in order to discredit Sarkeesian. Players are meant to derive a perverse pleasure from desecrating the bodies of unsuspecting virtual characters. It's a rush streaming from a carefully concocted mix of sexual arousal connected to the act of controlling and punishing the representations of female sexuality. That's 100% accurate in the context of what she's saying. In a video game, players are meant to do several different, sometimes contradictory things. They're meant to do those things because the developer gave them the tools to do so. If the player can do something the devs didn't mean for them to be able to do, that's known as a bug, and these days developers have the tools to patch it out of their game. Players in Hitman Absolution are meant to kill half-naked women and play with their dead bodies. They're also meant to bypass those women and kill their target, playing the game as stealthily as possible. They're meant to do both of those things because the developer placed the player character, a murderer, in a setting with women wearing lingerie. The player can choose what to do, and the developer is well aware of the player's ability to make those choices. The real problem is the tendency for video games commonly setting portions of their games in brothels or strip clubs. It's an overused trope, one that Sarkeesian points out and correctly examines. She doesn't factually misrepresent Hitman Absolution. The developers chose to place a murderous player character in a setting with half-naked women. That choice has consequences, ones that the developers are well aware of. So this post was interesting, and it included a lot of various different types of comments, such as, I was just gonna say this, people need to ask why, out of all the places they could have chosen, they chose to put it in a strip club. It's pretty much titillation, something saucy, risque, erotic, something taboo. I guess that could include the murder aspect as well, but for some reason, that's the one part I have a hard time believing. And, seriously, this is basic literary criticism shit. They approach games as if the narrative, self-contained world of the game just sprang into existence and has to be evaluated by its own internal logic, completely ignoring what happens in games isn't some state of nature. Every single element was intentionally placed there by a person for a reason. And it's the same as Watch Dogs. Sure, you're trying to break up a sex trafficking ring. Oh, thank you, my knight in shining armor. That's beside the point. The point is there's half-naked women literally as background decoration. Take the movie Taken, for example. There was no outright nudity, just PG-13 levels of lingerie. In the scenes where the same thing is happening, a sex trafficking auction. Did Taken need to have the women naked to make you feel disgusted and empathetic? No. Does Watch Dogs? No. But it was, and that's the point of it all. It serves no purpose but to objectify women. People don't get that. However, not all commenters were in agreement with the original poster. This post also includes other very important and well thought out comments like this one. I'm anti-GamerGate, but I actually think this was a bad point by Sarkeesian, or could have been cleared up more. The problem is she basically said, if you can do it, you were meant to do it, which is just wrong. In The Sims, a ton of people get pleasure from playing out sick fantasies where they torture their wife after having sex with her, but the game didn't intend for you to do that at all. It's a possibility of the engine. They're meant to do those things because the developer gave them the tools to do so. I mean, people build penises in Minecraft, but that doesn't mean the developers meant them to be able to do that. In Hitman, it's not like the devs had to program each woman to be able to be murdered. They have an engine that allows for you to perform actions on people, and the strippers were in that data type. The possibility of an action doesn't mean you were meant to do it. However, the level design certainly encourages it, and that's what she should have focused on in my opinion. She's still right about Hitman being bad, just explained it bad and missed some of the crucial reasons. You can make a game where you can kill anyone. You can make a game where killing anyone gives you experience. You can make a game where you can get married. That doesn't mean the developers want you to kill your wife. It's just a consequence of the engine. They may have not even thought of that possibility. An engine letting a player live out a misogynistic fantasy doesn't necessarily mean that intent. It could just mean it's a very open engine, like The Sims. Does the level design encourage it though? Are the women negative female stereotypes? Do you get achievements for murdering slutty women in The Sims? Okay, then we have a problem. I enjoyed this Reddit thread so much because everyone seemed to argue in good faith no matter which side they were coming from, which is very impressive for mid-2010s Reddit. Like, genuinely, I'm impressed. So who in this scenario is right? Well, I've never played Hitman Absolution, so I'm not going to be the one to decide. Sorry, I don't know everything in this world, and I'm not going to pretend to be a moral judge on things that I don't know about, and I'm not going to play every single game that Anita criticizes solely for this already way too long video, because I play games that I enjoy, and I don't play the games that I don't feel like playing, because I play video games primarily for fun, hence why I didn't enjoy Depression Quest, which we'll get into in the next section. But that's all to say that it's entirely possible for nobody to be intentionally lying in this scenario. Maybe I'm too easy on everyone, but this whole thing sounds like a basic misunderstanding.
Come on, players, stop hating. Stop hating. Stop participating.
Moving on. I think the YouTuber Nate Talks to You, whom I briefly mentioned earlier, has some good faith criticism of Anita's overall work as well.
In the Miss Male character video, Anita claims that Toadette is, quote, the only woman among the mushroom people.
Over in the Mushroom Kingdom, we have Toadette, who is both a Ms. Male character and the only woman among the mushroom people. Her introduction to the Mario spin-off games emphasizes the fact that all the other toads in the entire species are male.
However, this statement is simply untrue. The Mario world has multiple other female mushroom characters. In Paper Mario, there's Minty, Tasty, Vanity, and Chanterelle. In the sequel, Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, there's Zesty, Jolene, and the Traveling Sisters 3. And even in Super Mario RPG, there are female mushrooms. Now normally, you could point this all out to her in the comments section of her video, however, the comments have been disabled.
In-game consequences for these violations are trivial at best, and rarely lead to any sort of fail state or game over. Sometimes areas may go on high alert for a few minutes, during which players have to lay low or hide before the game and its characters forget that you just murdered a sexualized woman in cold blood.
What she doesn't show you though is that the Mile High Club has sexualized male dancers too, and killing them results in the very same reaction as with any other character in the game.
Stop right there! Look out!
Stop there! Because of this important factor, Anita saying that
you just murdered a sexualized woman in cold blood
is simply being deceptive, as it implies this happens exclusively to women. Or, it could also imply that violence towards men doesn't matter. In her series, Anita Sarkeesian has claimed that the way video games portray females will negatively affect how they're treated in real life.
In other words, viewing media that frames women as objects or sexual playthings profoundly impacts how real-life women are perceived and treated in the world around us.
It gets worse and worse. It reinforces this idea of women as sexual objects, right? It reinforces this idea of women as playthings for their amusement.
However, a longitudinal study from the Cyberpsychology, Behavior, and Social Networking Journal showed that playing video games does not actually make people more sexist, regardless of what genre of game they're playing. The assertion that video games make people sexist may sound familiar. In the past, people like the attorney Jack Thompson claimed that violent video games make people become violent, despite all of the overwhelming evidence showing the contrary.
You are learning in a virtual reality to be violent, to enjoy being violent, how to kill, and so you're given an appetite as well as scenarios in which to be violent.
How then do you account for the statistics that as the popularity of video games have gone up, violent crime has gone down? Game industry lobbyists are quick to point out a total of 9 federal courts have rejected so-called studies that video games cause aggression. They express confidence in the current rating system, as did the parent company of Rockstar Games. People who blame arts and entertainment for society's ills are always on the wrong side of history, they wrote. We're extremely proud of the diverse range of titles we create.
So it seems that there are a variety of pros and cons to feminist frequency and Anita Sarkeesian's overall style of criticism, much like there is to any critic's work. Mediocre criticism of any medium normally just fades into the abyss rather than becoming a major piece of a large-scale internet culture war. So what went different with Anita's campaign? In the book Crash Override, Zoe Quinn, whom we'll discuss shortly, wrote a bit about Anita's campaign and the public's response to it. As Zoe writes, in 2012, feminist critic Anita Sarkeesian launched a Kickstarter campaign to expand her media criticism coverage to gaming. Her modest goal was quickly met, and the story might have ended there. However, a YouTube celebrity popular with Anti-Feminists made an attack video about her, putting her directly in the crosshairs of a community who saw her as a symbol of everything it was against. Like the angry nerds who latched onto the X's manifesto. Oh, we're getting to that, don't worry. The anti-feminists were incited by the attack video, and Anita became a target of vicious communal abuse that continues to this day. So I read this and I was like, a YouTube video started all this harassment? Who was the YouTuber who created this? I want names. I set out to looking. At first I thought it might have been the creator Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad, because he's admitted that criticizing Anita was the reason he wanted to start his channel in the first place.
I thought my very first video was to Anita as well. And
your very first video was to her. So this started off because of her.
Yeah.
You were inspired.
Well, kind of, but there was a lot of things that kind of, that were going on.
But also it couldn't have been him, because he's also stated that he didn't make his first video on Anita until 2013, whereas Anita's Kickstarter harassment took place in 2012.
Her Kickstarter, if you look at it now, if you go to it, you can pull it up now, and you can see tropes versus women, and she's got a spiel, and then, the terrible messages, the harassment. That was in May 2012. I didn't make a video on YouTube until July 2013. This has been happening to her whole career.
This is also so difficult to fact check because the majority of Sargon's channel has been deleted, I think, by Carl himself. So then I thought maybe it could be Internet Aristocrat, who was later known as Mr. Medicare, whose channel is also gone, but thankfully I found an archive channel to check. And then I thought maybe it was Thunderfoot, so I watched their videos, then I went through the backlog of 2012 era videos by the amazing atheist. Nothing! I do want to say I was a little disappointed in the text of Crash Override because Zoe didn't directly tell us, the readers, who the YouTuber was that started this harassment campaign. I guess it's possible that Zoe could have been worried about a defamation lawsuit from said YouTuber or something like that, but this is just another point of vagueness that once again makes this entire topic extremely difficult to research. So I couldn't find who posted the original video that launched 1,000 ships, but let's talk about what the harassment was that Anita received once her Kickstarter was active. And I'm going to warn you as we go into the details of this, it's bad. I won't show anything explicitly violent on screen, but I will be reading descriptions, and a lot of this did legitimately make me nauseous, so you have been warned. First, on June 7th, 2012, Anita posted to the Feminist Frequency blog with a post titled Harassment, Misogyny, and Silencing on YouTube. Her post says, "Here is a very small sample of the harassment I deal with for daring to criticize sexism in video games. Keep in mind this is all in my response to my Kickstarter project for a video series called Tropes vs. Women in Video Games, which I have not even made yet. These are types of silencing tactics often used against women on the internet who dare to speak up. But don't worry, it won't stop me. Major trigger warning. Note these 100 plus comments were left over the course of a 2-hour period on YouTube. These represent only a tiny fraction of the hundreds and hundreds, now thousands of similar comments left on my video. The screen capture is unedited, and then the graphic that's supposed to show the YouTube comments shows nothing. The link that says similar comments left on my video leads you to a 404 not found page when you click on it. I assume the lack of picture evidence is because she originally embedded the comment section itself rather than taking a screenshot, and now that she's turned off the comments on all her videos, we'll never know what the comment said. The next post was from June 7th, 2012, and was titled Harassment via Wikipedia Vandalism. It says, "About a year ago, I noticed someone had made a Wikipedia page about me. It's a simple stub in the women's rights activist category and contains 2 short paragraphs mostly pulled from my online bio. Very little had changed on the page since it was created. That is, until last week. The image below shows the result of the vandalism that took place over the course of June 5th, 6th, 2012. This was not done by just 1 or 2 trolls, but was a coordinated cyber mob style effort involving a whole gang working together. The screenshot below was downloaded directly from one of the internet forums organizing the harassment. They were proudly posting this image as a trophy to boast about what they were doing and encourage others to join in." So there is no image in the post, probably because whatever site was hosting it took it down. Y'all need to learn the art of taking screenshots. To be fair, this was 2012 and I did not have a smartphone yet, and I was still doing things like walking to Barnes & Noble with a laptop in my backpack just to check my email when my apartment's internet went out. So I get that it was a different time, but still we have no documentation here of what was actually said, but the caption under what used to be the image says, "Click to see larger version. Note, I've blurred out the pornographic drawing." So I think we can assume it was pretty vile. There was one photo example that remained on the website. This photo. This picture shows how someone edited Anita's Wikipedia page to add a term about her that in the US is usually considered a gendered slur, but you could get away with saying in Australia. I think you know what word I mean. Look at the screen. I'm not saying this shit out loud. I'm not gonna get demonetized today, not when I spent 3 whole work weeks on this video alone. As Anita says under the picture, from the IP addresses logged in the revision history, it looked like a dozen or more different people were working together to vandalize the page. So I think we can gather that the harassment was pretty widespread and was happening. Keep in mind at this point, there was very little to criticize Anita for. This post was from June 2012. This was before she even finished her video series, before there were any points to dispute in her actual arguments, before there were valid concerns about plagiarism to discuss. At this time, all we had was a Kickstarter campaign to critique video games from a feminist lens. So with that in mind, I think it's safe to conclude that yes, the harassment Anita was receiving at this point was misogynistic in nature, and that's pretty disgusting.
No, I'm being misogynistic.
On July 1st, 2012, Anita posted another update to the blog. Once again, none of the images are hosted on the site anymore, but that's probably for the best because this video would get more than demonetized if I showed them, so we're just going to have to use our imaginations from her descriptions here. Here's what she said. "In addition to the aggressive actions against me that I've already shared, the harassers launched DDoS attacks on my site, attempting to hack into my email and other social media accounts and reported my Twitter and YouTube accounts as terrorism, hate speech, or spam. They also attempted to dox and distribute my personal contact info, including address and phone number on various websites and forums, including hate sites. In this post, I will detail some of the images image-based online harassment and visual misogyny I've been subjected to over the past few weeks. Image-based harassment is another common weapon used against women and members of marginalized groups online, often in conjunction with other forms of harassment. It's certainly not unique to my situation. Recently, BioWare writer Jennifer Hepler, Shakesville's blogger Melissa McEwen, and British columnist Laurie Penny have all been targeted by similar image-based harassment campaigns. The image-based harassment I'm discussing here is not part of any legitimate discourse, but instead falls squarely into the category of misogynistic abuse. It's a critical distinction and is evidenced by the fact that all of the images are attacking my gender or presumed sexuality and rely heavily on pre-existing sexist stereotypes. Image-based harassment includes everything from vulgar photo manipulation to creating pornographic or degrading drawings of SA with the target's likeness. These harassment images are then sent en masse to the target through email, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, or any other online service with messaging capabilities. Part of the trolling strategy with these images is also to try and get them to appear in search results for the target's name as a way to attack their online reputation. When text threats are not enough, harassers will resort to pornographic drawings as weapons to make sure their threats of SA are clear. These are just two of the many SA drawings featuring my likeness which have been spammed to my email, posted to my Facebook page, and sent through other social media like Twitter and YouTube. The first image depicts a woman drawn to resemble me who is tied up with a Wii controller shoved in her mouth while being SA'd by Mario from behind. The second image is another drawing clearly sketched to resemble me, featuring a chained nude figure on her knees with 5 male genitals doing stuff to her face with degrading words written on her torso. I don't want to get demonetized, guys. Based on the accompanying text, this one specifically is meant as an attack on the many men who stood up and defended me in my Kickstarter project. So wow, that's fucking horrifying. Like, that's nauseating. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree with someone's arguments. It is never okay to make violent threats against them, let alone depict said actions visually. I can see why Anita started to feel extremely unsafe as a woman in this industry, especially when the next thing in this harassment campaign happened. If this wasn't bad enough, shortly after the 4th of July 2012, on the website Newgrounds, the user Bendolin created his own minigame called Beat Up Anita Sarkeesian, which I won't show on screen because it's sickening. The game has since been taken down, but if you're so morbidly curious and want to fact check me, you can find gameplay footage of it on the website Know Your Meme. And yes, I looked at it because I wanted to verify it was real, and it is, and I wish I never saw it, because as a person whose past trauma includes things related to domestic violence, I just couldn't handle looking at this. Basically, the game shows a picture of Anita's face, and the gameplay involves punching her face. And then her face becomes bruised and injured the more you punch it. It's worth noting that at this point, we're still not into GamerGate, because the term GamerGate won't be coined until August 2014, and we'll talk about that shortly. But the reason I mention this is that in 2014, once we were in the midst of GamerGate, Bendolin, who created this game, was part of the pro-GamerGate movement, but he did speak out against harassment, saying that he didn't want GamerGate to tolerate that. On the GamerGate discussion subreddit, a now-deleted user posted asking, "Hey, isn't it kind of weird that a guy who literally made a game meant to simulate violence against a woman is claiming to be against harassment?" The Reddit user asked, "Do you think this game constitutes harassment? Do you think it constitutes legitimate criticism? What behaviors do you constitute harassment?" The comments mostly defended Bendolin, claiming that the game was not harassment, but rather valid criticism, which, I'm sorry, what about that is criticism? What about simulated assault for the sole purpose of simulating assault contains any critique of Anita's work or arguments? Here's how Reddit users justified it. My question is it the same when people do it to a major political figure like George Bush, Sarah Palin, etc.? I think it's stupid, lowbrow, and silly, but people have certainly been doing it for a while. Not sure how to feel if one was made about me, though. So my answer to that is that you also shouldn't do this for political figures either. Y'all know I hate Donald Trump, but I'd also find a person making a game that simulates beating him up to be a disgusting person. Because saying, hey, violence against real people is a fun game is just gross in my opinion. And even though I don't think making this type of game with a picture of a politician would be justified, I also do think the circumstances would be different. Politicians hold extreme power over us as everyday citizens. They make decisions that decide if our country goes to war, whether we're forced to pay taxes that helps fund another country's genocide, whether we get to live or die under what healthcare system. Whereas at this point in July of 2012, Anita held no power over anybody, and all she did was launch a Kickstarter. She hadn't even plagiarized anything yet. As far as I know, none of the things I've criticized about her, or that I find to be valid criticisms of her, had even happened yet at this point. This was made purely out of hatred. So yeah, this is kind of different. Apparently, according to this Reddit thread, people justified this by saying there was also a game on Newgrounds called Beat Up Justin Bieber, and well, if we want gender equality, shouldn't women also get beat up on Newgrounds?
Facts and facts, and facts, and facts.
Why were people simulating beating up Justin Bieber? I was pretty online in 2012, but I was mostly looking at memes and occasionally trolling Yahoo Answers with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air lyrics. Why were people making games to beat up people?
Everybody love everybody!
That's mean. What's wrong with you guys? For all the discussions of Anita being an obvious con artist and such, the Inside Gamergate book I read never seems to mention any of this, which again, James, who wrote that book, probably didn't take part in this piece of the harassment specifically. But if you're setting out to write a full history of the events that happened, you should probably include this shit because wow, it's nasty. Now, what are my own personal views on Anita Sarkeesian and her work? First, the harassment she received was legitimately terrifying, and I understand why other women in similar positions to her then felt threatened. Second, while I don't really like her work as a whole, I do think the spirit of it was in the right place. I think it makes perfect sense to identify patterns in a form of entertainment, call out when those patterns are overused, and give constructive criticism to help said medium improve. I agree that things like the damsel in distress trope are way overused, and I also agree that if a video game has its male characters wearing practical armor, then its female characters should too. Here are some points Anita's made that I overall agree with.
Back in 1999, game developer Rare was hard at work on a new original title for the Nintendo 64 called Dinosaur Planet. The game was to star a 16-year-old hero named Crystal as one of two playable protagonists. She was tasked with traveling through time, fighting prehistoric monsters with her magical staff, and saving the world. As development on the project neared completion, legendary game designer Shigeru Miyamoto joked about how he thought it should be the third installment in his Star Fox franchise instead. Over the next 2 years, he and Nintendo did just that. They rewrote and redesigned the game and released it as Star Fox Adventures for the GameCube in 2002. In this revamped version, the would-be protagonist Crystal has been transformed into a damsel in distress and spends the vast majority of the game trapped inside a crystal prison, waiting to be rescued by the new hero, Fox McCloud.
I thought that was a really interesting example to bring up, especially because it directly showed us what a game with a female protagonist would have looked like and then the way that was intentionally taken away from us.
It's a sad fact that a large percentage of the world's population still clings to the deeply sexist belief that women as a group need to be sheltered, protected, and taken care of by men. The belief that women are somehow a naturally weaker gender is a deeply ingrained socially constructed myth, which of course is completely false, but the notion is reinforced and perpetuated when women are continuously portrayed as frail, fragile, and vulnerable creatures. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that all games that use the damsel in distress as a plot device are automatically sexist or have no value, but it's undeniable that popular culture is a powerful influence in our lives, and the damsel in distress trope as a recurring trend does help to normalize extremely toxic, patronizing, and paternalistic attitudes about women.
I also like this point because it focuses on the trope as a whole, on identifying a pattern rather than pointing to one game and saying all games are bad because one game didn't have a woman taking the lead. Instead, we focus on tropes and patterns, and that can say a lot about the medium as a whole.
This trading of female characters' lives for something meant to resemble male character development is of course part of a long media tradition, but the gruesome death of women for shock value is especially prevalent in modern gaming. The women in refrigerator trope is used as the cornerstone of some of the most famous contemporary video games. It provides the core motivational hook behind both the Max Payne and the God of War series, for example.
My wife, my child.
In each case, the protagonist's wife and daughter are brutally murdered, and their deaths are then used by the developers as a pretext for their inevitable bloody revenge quest. It's interesting to note that the reverse scenario, games hinging on a woman vowing revenge for her murdered boyfriend or husband, are practically non-existent. The gender role reversal is so unusual that it borders on the absurd. Which is one of the reasons why the scene from Disney's Wreck-It Ralph is so humorous. Are there games starring heroic women who must go on a quest to save a dude in distress? Well, yes, they do exist. However, since female protagonists starring in their own games are already few and far between, adventures in which women work to save men in peril are extremely rare.
Again, this is a good example of pointing out a pattern and then using concrete examples to bolster that point. If you can find tons of games where a male character has to save a female counterpart, like a wife or love interest, but you rarely see this happening in reverse or can count the easily accessible examples on one hand, then yeah, that is indicative of a sexist trope on a larger scale.
Lily is also a particularly pronounced example of another related trope called the Smurfette principle. The term was coined back in 1991 by feminist author Katha Pollitt, and is of course named after the only female Smurf in Smurfville. The Smurfette principle is the tendency for a piece of media to include only one woman in an ensemble of male characters. The trope is a pervasive problem in video games, manifesting as the token chick in any given grouping of heroes, villains, or non-playable characters. An exceptionally stark example of the trope can be found in the original Mega Man series. Over the course of 10 games, there are 78 bosses or robot masters, and exactly one of them is female, Splash Woman, who appears in the 9th game. In the Wii U game The Wonderful 101, 6 of the 7 color-coded playable heroes are men. The one exception is, of course, the pink hero named Wonder Pink. Paulette sums up the crux of the Smurfette problem nicely in her New York Times article. The message is clear. Boys are the norm, girls the variation. Boys are central, girls peripheral. Boys are individuals, girls types. Boys define the group, its story, and its code of values. Girls exist only in relation to boys.
I also thought this was a valid point, because it doesn't extend to just video games, but to media in general. Women make up roughly half of the population, yet often media, including movies, TV, and yes, video games, treat women as the other while treating men as the default. This can be traced back decades, with Alison Bechdel's Bechdel test first coming back to play in the 1980s. The idea of treating men as the default is something I still see happening today, not just in media, but in discourse in general. I won't bother to go into more examples because this is getting too long. My personal issue with Anita Sarkeesian was always this. So much of her criticism of women being too sexualized relied on the assumption that women having hourglass body types was inherently a male sexual fantasy. And it also relies on the erasure of queer women who enjoy these games and characters in a somewhat similar but also slightly different way than straight men might. Now, this situation needs some nuance, so before you come at me in the comments, let me break down what I mean here for a second. I didn't enjoy Feminist Frequency at the time of its inception or now when rewatching it for this video because of comments like this.
Games and other media often work to frame this sexualization as a positive thing for women. They blur the distinction between female sexualization and female power, and as a result, sexualized female characters are sometimes celebrated for being perceived as owning their sexuality in a way that's empowering. But it isn't actually empowering, because the sexuality these characters exude is manufactured for and presented as existing for the presumed straight male player. Bayonetta is a quintessential example of such a character. When the camera caresses her body as it does in the opening scene of Bayonetta 2, establishing the player's relationship with the character, she's frozen in time, the passive object of the male gaze. The camera is putting her and Jean on display for the player, breaking them down into what the game is communicating is most important about them, their sexualized parts. And when Bayonetta starts moving, it's the player who has the power to control her sexuality as a weapon throughout the game, both literally and figuratively. In these ways, the game deliberately links Bayonetta's sexuality to power, selling a version of sexual objectification that we're all supposed to feel good about and find empowering. Every aspect of Bayonetta's existence, from the way the camera is magnetically drawn to her sexualized body parts to the pole dance reward for completing the game, is expertly designed to be sexually affirming and satisfying for a presumed straight male audience.
A lot of this criticism relies on the willful ignorance of the LGBTQ community. Games like Bayonetta, in my experience, have been pretty popular with lesbians. Games like Fallout New Vegas, which Anita also critiques, are extremely popular in trans circles. When Anita treats all game audiences as if they're the presumed straight male character, as she often says, I think that's short-sighted, and it ignores a lot of the communities that are really engaging with these games. In some cases, the player is a woman, a part of the LGBTQ community, or both, and the game serves an entirely different purpose.
It's not hard to imagine what more practical clothing options might look like for some of these characters. But if you're having a hard time envisioning that, I'll let you in on a little secret. For those of you who aren't familiar, there's this thing called a sports bra. Sports bras are designed to keep breasts held in place to better facilitate athletic activities. In other words, they're used to prevent jiggle physics in real life.
Some women have huge boobs and they jiggle. I find it more of an unrealistic body standard to show the boobs not jiggling. As someone who was cursed with a lifetime of big boobs until I got my surgery, I legitimately did feel empowered by seeing large-chested women displaying their big tits for the world while doing badass shit, because I'd spent my entire life having the Catholic-informed culture around me telling me to cover it up and to hide myself. Video games were a place where I could feel empowered by the body that I had.
In Ultra Street Fighter 4, characters such as Dalsum, Hakan, E. Honda, Rufus, and Vega represent a significant range of male body types. Looking at the roster of female characters, however, while some may be a bit taller than others or have slightly larger thighs, not one of them represents a notable departure from the slender body type that has been established as the standard of conventional female attractiveness.
As someone who lifts weights 5 times a week in pursuit of becoming a super jacked muscle mommy, I'm kind of annoyed that she calls all of these women in Street Fighter slender. If I worked hard enough to have a body that looked like a few of these women here, I'd have serious fighting words for anyone who dared to call me slender rather than jacked. Women being buff as hell is a form of body diversity, and it should be celebrated.
It's especially troubling in light of the serious, real-life epidemic of violence against women facing the female population on this planet. Every 9 seconds, a woman is assaulted or beaten in the United States. And on average, more than 3 women are murdered by their boyfriends, husbands, or ex-partners every single day. Research consistently shows that people of all genders tend to buy into the myth that women are the ones to blame for the violence men perpetrate against them. In the same vein, abusive men consistently state that their female targets deserved it, wanted it, or were asking for it. Given the reality of that larger cultural context, it should go without saying that it's dangerously irresponsible to be creating games in which players are encouraged and even required to perform violence against women in order to save them.
Okay, this makes absolutely no sense. As has been proven countless times, and as Anita has acknowledged herself, violence in video games has been shown to have basically no correlation to violence in the real world. So why would she bring up a bunch of statistics about violence against women? There's no proof that games are contributing to that in any way, and it starts to sound like a conservative, borderline reactionary argument when you bring up statistics about real-world violence and then expect the audience to just draw the connection to the virtual world.
The 2012 HD remake of the game for Xbox Live again features the stock character damsel, complete with newly upgraded boob jiggle. However, this time an option was added to the menu that allows players to select a replacement for the default woman in peril, by switching to either a Chippendale-style hunk or a dog instead. Setting aside the fact that if a female character is easily interchangeable with a dog, then it's probably a pretty good indication that something is wrong. Merely providing an optional gender swap is not a quick and easy fix, especially where stock character-style damsels are concerned. The two may appear the same, but they don't mean the same thing in our culture. This is still a problem, while this is not. Again, because one reinforces pre-existing stereotypes about women, while the other does not reinforce any pre-existing stereotypes about men.
Okay, this point seems really underdeveloped. If you weren't already fully on board with Anita's points, you could easily just say, how is it sexist to be able to swap a woman for a dog when you can also swap the man for a dog? And honestly, I don't think rescuing women in video games is always a bad thing. As a queer woman myself, I find rescuing women to be fulfilling. I also find rescuing men to be fulfilling, and I don't get to do either of those things often in my everyday life, but video games are a form of escapism. As a woman, I also derive fulfillment from rescuing a beautiful lady. Maybe that's my toxic masculinity coming through, but so much of these critiques rely on the player of the games having to be a straight man that sometimes I'm like, but why can't I enjoy that too? Is it problematic for me, a woman, to want to rescue and defend women and to play out the fantasy of having them love me afterwards? I don't know, maybe it is, maybe I'm the worst. But my point here is the re-release of the game allowed you the option to rescue a man instead. Maybe this is just my overly literal interpretation of the world coming into play here, but I'm failing to see how that doesn't accomplish the goal. Also, let the boobs jiggle. Boobs jiggling is what they do.
This advertising strategy of using women and representations of women as decorative elements to try and sell games to boys and men soon became the norm for the burgeoning industry. In ad after ad throughout the 80s and 90s, we see women placed on display alongside arcade games, conflating the two and presenting them both as toys to be played with.
This is another case where the point relies on the viewer being a straight man in the first place. If I saw these ads in a vacuum without the context of the video telling me how to view them, I'd probably think these were advertising to me, a woman, to come to the arcade because all of these women playing these games look so cool while they're doing it. It's saying, hey, you too will look this cool at the arcade. Again, maybe that's my overly literal way of viewing the world, but that's a reason that this analysis didn't land with me personally. And I feel that there have to be other women out there who saw this the same way. And maybe we're missing broader pieces of cultural context. That's entirely fair. But if so, the analysis fails to bridge those gaps, making the video itself only a valuable resource to people who already have that understanding of the world.
Research has consistently found that exposure to these types of images negatively impacts perceptions and beliefs about real-world women, and reinforces harmful myths about sexual violence. We know that women tend to internalize these types of images and self-objectify. When women begin to think of themselves as objects and treat themselves accordingly, it results in all kinds of social issues. Everything from eating disorders to clinical depression, from body shame to habitual body monitoring. We also see distinct decreases in self-worth, life satisfaction, and cognitive functioning.
What studies show this? Most studies overwhelmingly show that, as video games aren't connected to real-world violence, that the majority of players are more than capable of separating fiction from reality. So if there are studies out there showing that sexism in games translates to sexism in the real world, I haven't heard of them, and I think the burden of proof is on Anita to show them to us. Also, as a person who spent my entire late teens and early 20s balls deep in the eating disorder world, I really hate this framing that eating disorders are primarily caused by women's self-objectification. For a lot of us, eating disorders aren't even connected to wanting to fit fit a beauty standard or even a visual goal at all, but are instead a byproduct of other mental health conditions and or neurodivergencies like OCD, ADHD, and autism, which can cause serious fixations on things like numbers in food calories and numbers in macros, foods we find inedible due to textures and sensory experiences, finding processes like swallowing and digestion in and of themselves to be disgusting and therefore subconsciously tricking ourselves into desiring to avoid these processes. I shouldn't have to go into this. The argument that sexualized women in the media is a major reason for eating disorders, you know, the mental illness with the highest fatality rates, that argument is tired, outdated, and frankly misogynistic. So I wasn't always a fan of the conclusions that Anita drew in her videos. I also didn't like the way she'd talk about female characters on Twitter when she'd say things like this. All of this I saw before I had my breast reduction surgery, which happened 2 years ago now. At the time, I and many other women like me were extremely annoyed with the idea that women having really large breasts made them unrealistic or more objectified. I didn't have an issue with boob armor because I would have needed boob armor in this character's place. At the time, I also couldn't get on board with feminists who'd say things like, I thought we weren't wearing bras during the pandemic, ladies, where's our solidarity? Because for me, wearing a bra was necessary. The weight of my disproportionately large titties when unsupported would cause additional back pain on top of my scoliosis, and that was with the fact that the bra wires left indentations and rashes along my ribcage from having to support it so much. I would have needed separate armor for my boobs if I was in this position, as would many women. So I would really find it annoying when people would claim to be applying a feminist lens to a critique, but that lens would inherently exclude a lot of women who naturally had body types that would make these things practical. I can agree, we often see way too many of the same body types in various media, from film and TV to video games and more, often involving women being overall thin but with wider hips and larger chests, and it's the lack of body diversity that makes it an issue, not the inclusion of these types of women themselves. So much of pop feminist discourse around the late 2000s and early 2010s relied on this idea that big anime titties are unrealistic, that's an unrealistic, unattainable body standard, and sure, for some women that is unrealistic, but for other women, that is their reality. And that was my reality when I was wearing a 36G cup bra at age 15 and only got bigger and bigger until I finally got my surgery at age 29, on breasts that were somewhere between an H and K cup, but I don't know for sure because I couldn't for the life of me find a bra that truly fit at that size. For years, I've always felt pretty afraid to explain the issues I have with Anita Sarkeesian's commentary because I've always been worried that I'll be cast as someone agreeing with the GamerGaters or someone letting the sexist win or another annoying pick-me girl. I can agree that she didn't deserve the harassment she got, but I also think it's fair that I get to voice the ways that her criticism caused me as a woman to feel objectified myself, and the ways that her videos didn't actually educate feminist gamers with any in-depth points that they could make to help convince others. I'm not sure how much educational value many of her videos really had when most of what they do is flash you with quick examples of the what, like showing you a character design without really delving into the how or the why, without explaining how these elements of character design and camera movement function within the character's arc and the game's overarching literary themes, and when some examples seem to be taken out of context and are borderline intellectually dishonest. But at the same time, there's another argument to be made here. As we discussed, Anita didn't necessarily set out to be the voice for all gamer girls. She didn't set out to have the final say in whether or not a game is feminist or to be the moral authority on whether a game's representation is good or bad. She was a regular media critic with a following who only blew up due to the harassment in the first place. Remember, her original goal was only $6,000. That's lower than my first Kickstarter ever, which I ran for $7,000 to launch my company Forever Home Friends back in 2017. And that was when I had basically zero following. Someone asking for only $6,000 and then having a mostly normal crowdfunding campaign on her way to get there, that's not a major celebrity. That's someone who's starting out. That's why it's called Kickstarter. Some of my really old videos on this channel have surface level analysis that I'm not proud of anymore. Some of my earliest book reviews excuse a lot more shitty writing and hyper-capitalist boss babe hustle culture viewpoints than what I'd let slide today.
Can't understand it.
My videos used to be much shorter and less in-depth. When I was a nobody with 100 subscribers, I was just learning the format and seeing what worked. Anita never really got the chance to just see what worked. She was instantly launched into celebrity status by a targeted harassment campaign, and that led to people either hating her without much justification or loving her despite reservations about the quality of her content because they rightfully believed she didn't deserve said harassment. It didn't leave a ton of room for detailed and nuanced discussions of her work because she never got the chance to experiment and slowly develop her work with gradual feedback along the way. So that's all to say, I both sympathize and disagree with Anita Sarkeesian. Being a mediocre critic is not a crime. It's actually not that big of a deal either way. She was never as bad as her worst critics claimed, and she was never as good as her biggest fans claimed, at least in my opinion. She never deserved to become a victim, and she never deserved to become a martyr. In my opinion, Anita's media analysis is so extremely moderate. It often lacks enough context and explanation to truly convince the audience, but at the same time, it occasionally is onto something true. She's not a groundbreaking feminist thought leader, nor is she a con artist. She's just a mediocre critic with Sociology 101 level takes on media. So why did anyone care? Why was this enough to cause every video to have a gross dislike to like ratio, to have her comments turned off, to have a video game created simulating violence against her, to have entire blogs devoted to her supposed crimes? I will give you guys the plagiarism one though. That's a legit issue, and in my opinion, that's the only thing that we should have been focusing on. Why was her controversy and impact so big that she was able to simultaneously win the Ambassador Award at the 2014 Game Developers' Choice Awards and be the inspiration for right-wing YouTuber Sargon of Akkad to start his entire channel just for the sake of criticizing her, leading him to gain nearly 1 million subscribers and creating over 30 videos about her? Why was the dichotomy around her either that she was an absolute hero or an absolute villain, rather than what she was, a regular person with pretty run-of-the-mill takes on media? Because of GamerGate. Now, weirdly enough, Anita herself wasn't the catalyst to start GamerGate. All of that Kickstarter backlash, that was back around 2012, 2 years before the core events that we now know today as the GamerGate era. But Anita's instant launch to fame and instant idolization as a feminist hero or villainization as the fun police set the backdrop for the tensions that were building among different factions of gamers at the time. But the tension alone wasn't enough to make the conflict. An action resulting from said tension is what causes conflict. If rage is allowed to simmer beneath the surface indefinitely, it's possible it'll never explode. But with the right catalyst, it just might. Meet Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn is an independent game developer, most famous for the 2013 interactive fiction game Depression Quest, which takes the player through a simulated life of living with depression. The game itself is, yes, depressing, but in a lot of ways that's the point. The game is free to play online, and its first screen begins with a quote from David Foster Wallace, another creative person whom I have extremely mixed feelings about, so that's very fitting. Since we're giving an intro to Zoe Quinn, and the game Depression Quest is the main driving force in Quinn's story, let's give a quick review of the game, which I played before making this video. So, I didn't like the game that much. I got the point of it, and I think it served as a symbolic piece of art, but I also just didn't enjoy it. And in a way, I guess you're not really supposed to enjoy it, you're supposed to feel something similar to depression, so I guess it accomplished its goal, but that's just not really my thing when it comes to games. Depression Quest is a choose-your-own-adventure style, text-based adventure game. You play as a character who's suffering from depression and struggling to break free of the cycle of negative thought spiraling. The game prompts you with everyday tasks you have to do, and you can choose your character's actions. However, the option that's obviously the right choice, the healthiest option, options that include being honest with the people in your life or motivating yourself to find a job, those options are always crossed out and you can't pick them. As you choose what your character does next, your depression will either get worse, get better, or stay the same. If your choices lead your character down a path that can lead to going to therapy and or taking medication, later healthy choices in the game will become clickable instead of crossed out, allowing the character to have the ability to go on a journey of improving mental health. The game's ending involves your character either getting dumped, losing their job, and trying to make it through Christmas with their family while mentally worse off than ever before, or with your character feeling depressed but at least a little optimistic at Christmas because they've been going to therapy and working things out with their girlfriend. Maybe there are other endings too. Like I said, I played through it exactly twice. The game is pretty simple and it doesn't take that long to play. It does a decent job of serving as a commentary on mental health and the ways we can get stuck in these destructive thought cycles. It's not a bad game by any means, but I personally just didn't enjoy it. I prefer my games to be fun rather than an artistic commentary on mental illness, and that's not meant to be snarky. I genuinely can see other people appreciating the game. It just wasn't for me. So how did the game do? Well, first of all, the game is free to play with the option for paying what you want, and I believe that Zoe has stated in the past that that choice was to make the game as accessible to as many people as possible without creating a cost barrier, so that's pretty nice. In the year of our Lord 2024, it is difficult to find what people thought of Depression Quest before before GamerGate, or at least what they thought of before the infamous Zoe Post that launched GamerGate, which I'm going to get into shortly. Because this game later became such a point of controversy, such a pawn in the culture war, almost all articles, reviews, and online discussions about this game come from 2015 or later. But I wanted to know how people felt about it in 2013, before the Great Gaming War. Because the game didn't really get much widespread news coverage until GamerGate, there aren't many mainstream publications with reviews to go by, nor do many gaming sites have user reviews listed. However, I was able to find a few 2013 Reddit posts with some users in gaming-related subreddits discussing Depression Quest itself. For example, in this 2013 discussion on r/games, one user asked, "Anyone play the game? Got anything to say about it?" And here were some of the responses. I understand depression a bit more now. The problem with it is the choices. Do you go to the therapist or do you not go to the therapist? Well, obviously you go to the therapist, don't you? I doubt that the decision would be as easy in real life. Allow me to clarify by saying it's obvious in the game. As the player, you're not in the state of depression, hopefully, so you're looking at it from an outsider's perspective, making the decisions for the protagonist, so it's obviously the choice to make. I'm guessing this is certainly not the case for someone actually with depression. Another user responded, "It's a very simple game, text-based with some images. It could be seen as boring as there are obvious right and wrong answers, so, quote, winning is easy. But it's not about winning, it's not even about the end, it's purely about the choices. I believe that the game will fall short for people with no direct relation to depression, but it will hit home and hit hard for the ones who do. Having been depressed, the choices now seem silly. Why would you want to stay home and loathe yourself when you've been invited out? But depression is strange like that. All I can say is give it a go, it is free after all, but try to at least think about the choices presented." Another user said, "I really can't see myself playing this. The main reason I play games in the first place is to experience things I can't or don't in reality. I don't think I would enjoy a game that simulates depression." And another said, "I just played it. A few thoughts. It's about 90% story, 10% choices. It's well written. It takes patience to read every screen. There's no strategy and there's no discernible win condition. I wonder if that was a metagame decision. Let's make sure this game about depression offers no clear path to victory. I've been depressed before, and it captures that enervated, bleak fog really well. My advice, approach it more like you're going to read a long story, less like you're going to play a game." So it seems like responses were pretty lukewarm to positive of lukewarm about the game. Some found the game's depressing tone off-putting, while others enjoyed the realism. Some found the game boring due to lack of strategy and more time spent reading than engaging with any physical mechanics, but others thought that made the game immersive. Some found it to be a helpful resource to show others what depression might feel like, and others found the experience not to really mirror their own. The channel GameSpot posted a playthrough of Depression Quest on February 21st, 2013. That's 11 years ago now, and a solid year and a half before the prime events of GamerGate, and that video's comment section echoed similar sentiments. Comments said things like, "Wow, this was really good. Nice to see a serious topic being approached with such respect. I thought this was brilliant. I went and played this afterward and it struck quite a chord with me as well. Danny should be proud for sticking his neck out and doing a video which may not be popular but is close to his heart. That's what gaming is about, immersing yourself in a world which can touch you yet still bring enjoyment." Why would anyone who is already depressed want to play this? As a bipolar sufferer, I have bouts of depression. I try and immerse myself in pure stupid fun escapism with good actual games during that time. Wouldn't want to be reminded about depression and shit like that. This is just a glorified ebook, doesn't even qualify as a visual novel. Depression is frequently misunderstood in society. Anything that's getting people talking about it is a good thing. Again, a mixed response just like before. And finally, one of my favorite YouTubers of all time, Dan Olson from the channel Folding Ideas, discussed the game on his own YouTube channel.
Depression Quest is a game / interactive fiction / choose your own adventure / new media experience / seriously, the lines between mediums has gotten so blurred that it's totally awesome, but understandably confusing.
Every video game is a box. It's contained, it's bounded, it's defined by its limitations. You can only go to the places in the game that have been built, use the tools that have been programmed in, or select the options that have been given to you. These limitations and rules form the game itself, the focus.
We have become so trained and conditioned to speak in this language and accept this power dynamic that we now have a pile of games like BioShock, Spec Ops: The Line, and The Stanley Parable that call attention to it, by either subverting it within the narrative or providing players with the opportunity to subvert it themselves. In a text adventure, the implicit substance of player agency is laid bare. In more complex games, the web of available, meaningful decisions is obfuscated by other systems and methods of agency expression. Even the simple ability to wander around aimlessly in an empty room does a lot to expand the player's sense of how free they are, even if they're ultimately just making their way from point A to B. It's a mechanism of the suspension of disbelief. In a text adventure, that's not present. The player is literally presented with a list of all the available choices to pick from. And this is where Depression Quest does something absolutely brilliant. Many, many, many times throughout the game, options are presented as non-options, appearing on the list but unavailable for selection. This is a beautiful merger of the game's mechanics, the language of gameplay, and the underlying themes of the game. In essence, Depression Quest uses the nature of its own mechanics, indeed the fundamental language of video game narratives, to communicate not just the forms that depression takes, but the very essence of it, the sense of robbery that the afflicted has had something of their personal agency stolen from them.
I thought that was a good analysis. Dan broke down clearly why people found the game to reflect the depressive experience and how the limitations of the game itself became symbolic of the limitations we face in our own minds when dealing with mental illness. And now I really want to go replay the Stanley Parable because it's been a solid 10 years since I've touched that one. Guys, once this video is finally posted, I'm gonna crawl under a blanket and play video games without thinking about any greater social implications of anything for a long time. Depression Quest generally got a mixed to positive of mixed response. Some people liked it, some didn't. In most cases, when we have a mediocre game, most people just forget about it after a while. We're seeing a pattern here. But here I am, still talking about a game I thought was just fine over 10 years after its release. Zoe Quinn is a small-time game developer. Depression Quest is a pretty basic indie game that serves as more of a commentary on mental health than an actually fun way to spend your time. Nevertheless, it's a game that some people enjoyed and some people found valuable. This all seems extremely normal. So how did this all lead to GamerGate? I mean, most of you probably know the answer is the Zoe Post written by Zoe's ex-boyfriend, and we're getting to that, but even that leaves a question. How did Zoe become relevant enough to warrant an ex-boyfriend blasting their relationship issues online and getting any kind of attention for it? Zoe wasn't a celebrity, really, right? Why did anyone care what the developer behind a very little-known game was up to? How did Zoe become such a controversial figure in the first place? It all began... Wow, this is really weird to be saying in 2024. It all began on Wizardchan. To try to do this with a straight face. Alright, let's start with the basics. What is Wizardchan? Long story short, it's an incel forum from before the days where hardcore incel communities were much of a thing yet. According to the official incel wiki page, aptly titled incels.wiki, Wizardchan was a website created by someone named Mr. Pacific. The most famous admin of Wizardchan was Frederick Brennan, aka Hot Wheels or Copy Paste, who later went on to create 8chan. Wizardchan started as a copy of 4chan and 2chan's bulletin board software, except designed only for adult virgins. So if you weren't balls deep in hardcore nerdy communities in the very early 2010s, this is going to sound very weird to you, but this is something that I do remember happening. About 15-ish years ago, there was a meme that went around about how men who reached the age of 30 without having any sexual contact of any kind would then become a wizard and gain wizard powers. I always thought this was just a joke. You have magical powers from abstaining from sex for 30 years. I only vaguely remember this because I'd have friends who would joke about how they were going to become a wizard. No one actually ever was. We were all 19 when people would make these jokes. None of my friends ever actually went on to join real incel communities. Nonetheless, it was a term some guys used as a joke. Wizardchan was an interesting place to say the least, but hey, some of the guys there were really committed. For example, as incels.wiki reports, Wizardchan had a rule that no one can post on it if one is not a virgin, which implies a non-virgin cannot hold any power within it. Therefore, after Copy Paste lost his virginity, he gave in 2013 the adminship of the site to his co-admin Glaive. Copy Paste then asked Glaive to ban him, which Glaive reluctantly did. There's a subculture for everything, I guess. How did these people possibly verify who had and had not had any sexual contact in their life? Especially considering most posters on this board seem to be anonymous, much like on 4chan where people just make anonymous posts rather than having an account and a username. So couldn't a married guy or even a woman just sneak in unnoticed? Or was it all just an honor system kind of thing? Disclaimer, I've never been on Wizardchan and the site went down in 2014, so I never will. But this is probably the only time I'm ever going to be on the Incel Wiki, so I'm going to read you guys one more quote about our friend Copy Paste. The second admin of Wizardchan was the eventual creator of 8chan, a paraplegic named Copy Paste or Hot Wheels, a paraplegic dwarf in a wheelchair. He eventually got laid by an emotional and abusive weeaboo with a fetish for disability. I wish Alan Turing could be here today to see how far we've all come. I love that the only noun ever used to identify Copy Paste's sexual partner is weeaboo. Anyway, the drama between Zoe Quinn and Wizardchan began in late 2013 when Depression Quest was first published to the platform Steam Greenlight, a subset of the online gaming marketplace Steam that allows user submissions of independent games. I'm guessing the closest equivalent in book publishing would be KDP or something. So Depression Quest goes on Steam Greenlight, and Wizardchan does not like this because, I'm not kidding, They don't like that a woman was the developer behind a game about depression because women can never truly experience depression in the same way men do, because women can just find someone to have sex with them, and that should fix the depression.
The cadet's logic is sound.
Why can't the wizard powers fix the depression? Is there no spell for that? Anyway, as Escapist Magazine reported in December of 2013, the browser game Depression Quest will be released on Steam as long as its Greenlight campaign is a success. In response to developer Zoe Quinn's Greenlight submission, she claims some users of image board Wizardchan harassed her for her gender. While anonymous posters of boards like Wizardchan allegedly harassed Quinn online, she also said she received sexually harassing phone calls. Quinn removed Depression Quest from Greenlight the first time she experienced abuse, but she will not be doing so this time. Quinn included 2 screen captures of comments on Wizardchan. Anonymous posters used slurs and wrote, "Women cannot relate to anyone with depression, have no right to be depressed," and other degrading comments. Quinn claims that after posters from Wizardchan called her, she had to change phone numbers. I was able to find one screenshot of the Wizardchan debacle. Remember, the original site doesn't exist anymore, but there was some proof documented on the subreddit r/indiegaming. The screenshot is of such low quality that I can barely make out the text, but that's clearly Zoe Quinn's face, and the text reads, at least I think it says, "She is the one responsible. Of course a woman could never relate to anyone here. She would never be with a truly depressed person. Can someone mail her a rant or a link to this thread? God, I hate that C word that's acceptable to say in Australia, but not here." And even more than 10 years ago, users of r/indiegaming were able to see this for what it was. Plain old harassment. As one user said, "Sadly, a lot of trolls still believe that the internet is about the lulz, which is outdated as hell. Yes, stand up for something like this, but don't look too unprofessional, as hard as that might be. Call the cops, authorities, call Valve or social media that's not enforcing their rules, and get their Steam accounts banned or other accounts banned." Someone replied, "This isn't really trolling though, is it? To me, trolling was the days of Habbo Hotel shenanigans and people rickrolling each other. Calling this type of thing trolling detracts from what it is, which is just abuse." Another user said, "As a developer, I've never been harassed for being male. I've never seen another dev harassed for being a guy. Women who make games have to deal with this ridiculous shit constantly. These personal attacks are in addition to the standard trolling we all have to deal with." Someone asked, "This kind of behavior is just outrageous. What is wrong with the gaming community? How can we stop this?" To which another user replied, "This isn't the gaming community. This is, from the looks of the screenshots, some assholes on V or some other Chan board, Wizardchan. They don't represent the community as a whole any more than the Westboro Baptist Church represents the Christian community. Westboro Baptist Church is full of assholes. The Chans are full of assholes. They're a minority. We're not responsible for them. All there is for us to do is condemn the assholery and separate ourselves from it. I hate to say it, but her Twitter explosion is giving the trolls exactly what they want, a reaction. I'm sorry you've been targeted by the raging shitbeast that is the Chan network, Miss Quinn. Nobody deserves that." God, if only they knew what was coming next. So Zoe did not heed the advice of don't feed the trolls. Instead, Zoe went to Twitter, disagreeing with the entire don't feed the trolls notion in the first place, and decided to fight back. Here is the thread. This is from old-ass Twitter, so we're gonna have to read this thread bottom to top backwards. Ready? I may be a little pissy about this because I may have had to change my phone number because Channers are calling me up over Depression Quest. The reason they got up my ass was because women can't be depressed. What a C word. Some days I can laugh at this shit privately and ignore it. Other days I have to let some of the mad out. The fact that I can't do something simple like put a game on Greenlight without shit like this happening while people say, "Oh, it's not really sexist here," makes me sick with rage. I wasn't even going to say anything about the raid because I wanted to laugh and wait for it to be over. But just go fuck yourself if you think that games is a meritocracy. Those dudes got my phone number and jerked off into my phone. That's hardly harmless or just douchey. The fucked up thing, this was an accepted risk of putting Depression Quest on Greenlight. The same thing happened last time too. This is predictable. Unless we call this shit out and fight it when we can. This will continue to be the cost for me to stay in games. Also, if you're in games and ever dealing with harassment and bullshit, my door is always open to you. I'm not alone in dealing with this shit, and neither should anyone else be. Don't talk about this, you're feeding the trolls. No, fuck staying silent on this. People need to know exactly how bad this problem is. One of the reasons is that Depression Quest is back on Greenlight is that I'm done living on the terms of pants-shitting babies. Don't feed the trolls. How about don't harass people or tolerate harassment as though it's accepted and inevitable and you're weird for speaking out. It's just the internet. The internet is literally where I do business. I'm not going anywhere, assholes. I just hope my games about love and empathy and vulnerability piss you off. Mic drop. Now, I get it. I understand why Zoe reacted this way at the time. It is 100% true that if you do business online, if you're a creator who sells your wares or peddles your content online, then telling people to just log off and ignore the bullshit bullying, just go outside. Well, that doesn't really work. You still have your entire career online. You still have to make money, and unless you want to completely change industries, you can't just ignore it, and Zoe shouldn't have to change industries, nor should anyone who faces online bullying and harassment. Now, it seems pretty normal that people should take Zoe's side in this case, right? After all Zoe did was make a game and put it on Steam Greenlight. No one would ever side with a bunch of self-admitted incels who are seriously trying to make the argument that women can't be depressed because they can get sex easier than men. Right? No one would ever take such a thought seriously, right? Well, as it turns out, a lot of people didn't side with Zoe. In fact, a common talking point around this time was that Zoe clearly made all of this up to get attention for her stupid bullshit game. Yeah, maybe some dumb incel on Wizardchan said that, but there's no way that they actually started harassing Zoe personally, calling her house, targeting her with inappropriate voicemails. Obviously, that was all made up because being a victim is a form of currency in the 2013 internet economy, right? That's how the GamerGate wiki, ggwiki.deepfreeze.it, reports it. Here's what it says. On December 12, 2013, Zoe Quinn posted on Twitter that she was receiving harassment and sexually explicit phone calls from Wizardchan posters in response to her game Depression Quest. Despite no evidence being presented, the claims were quickly picked up and repeated by various gaming and technology publications, including The Escapist, Quarter to Three, The Daily Dot, Gimme Gimme Games, Game Ranks, Indie Static, Edge Online, and Vice. The majority of this coverage cast Quinn's purported harassment as being a misogynist reactionary response to her being a female game developer trying to have her game Depression Quest approved through Steam's Greenlight system. Meanwhile, users of Wizardchan expressed confusion and dismay at the allegations of harassment and raids against Quinn. I find it hard to believe the phone harasser was one of us, since most of us Anons have social anxiety around phones. Likely it helped in part by the publicity Quinn and Depression Quest gained from the reports of harassment and subsequent media coverage. Depression Quest was greenlit on Steam in January 2014 and officially released on Steam on August 11, 2014. In April 2014, an Imgur user posted "Zoe Quinn is a liar," a 5-part series of images showcasing numerous tweets from Zoe Quinn and screenshots taken from Wizardchan that shed light on the controversy and Quinn's subsequent boost in popularity. The image series theorized that Quinn took advantage of a third-party troll on Wizardchan to receive fame and recognition of Depression Quest at the expense of a community that was unable and unwilling to defend themselves against public backlash. This theory was further supported by Frederick Brennan, owner of 8chan and previous site administrator of Wizardchan, in an interview held on October 9, 2014, in which he stated that the IP addresses of the users posting harassment comments toward Quinn and Depression Quest on Wizardchan were outside trolls and Zoe Quinn herself. However, no record of the IP addresses has been made publicly available. I wanted so badly to fact check this, so I clicked on the link where it says Zoe Quinn is a liar, hoping to find some evidence, but can you guess what I found instead? I bet you'll never guess. If you guessed a Rickroll, I'm sorry, that would be too genuinely funny. If you guessed a 404 not found page, once again, you'd be right! This was where the ethics and journalism argument first began, as far as I can tell. Wizardchan users were asking, hey, why didn't these publications call one of us for an interview? Why didn't we get a request for comment before being painted as the villains in the story? Even though our excuse for how we couldn't have possibly harassed Zoe over the phone was that we're afraid to use the phone. You still should have called us or maybe emailed. But to an extent, as someone who's worked in journalism myself, I can see their argument here. If you're going to report on something, you probably should try to get comments from all parties involved. That's why most articles reporting negatively on something have a little disclaimer that says, we contacted John Doe for comment and he has not responded to our request, or something like that. You usually try to contact everyone rather than just running with your story. So is this unethical journalism? Yeah, kinda. But it's also not the unethical journalism that people focused on as the main point of contention for GamerGate. That journalism will center on a reporter named Nathan Grayson in a publication called Kotaku, but we're not there yet. This potential ethical violation was largely forgotten, as Wizardchan is also largely forgotten. Now, it's worth noting that according to the GamerGate wiki, the publication The Escapist did end up addressing this controversy. I tried to click on the link about their new ethics policy, I tried to go to the page listed in the reference section at the bottom of the wiki, but guess where it took me? Yep, another fucking 404. So if you don't see the GamerGate wiki as a credible source, I completely understand. But as of right now, it's the only place where I can seem to find a record of the text of their updated ethics policy, so that's what we're gonna go by for now. As the GamerGate wiki reports, in response to this, the general manager of The Escapist, Alexander Macris, developed a new ethics policy in consultation with the editor-in-chief Greg Tito. In addition, the following statement directly addressing the Wizardchan story was issued. But to explain is not to excuse. Our editor-in-chief, Greg Tito, having reviewed the fact facts at hand concluded we ourselves have been imperfect in maintaining journalistic standards. A particularly problematic article, the one which generated his review, was about the alleged harassment of an indie developer by a forum community which denied the allegations but was itself victimized as a result of them. The article failed to cite the harassment as alleged, failed to give the forum community an opportunity to present its point of view, and did not verify claims or secure other sources. Mr. Tito has personally updated the article and spoken to all of our editors about the importance of adhering to standards that will prevent such bad incidents from happening again. We, as a team, apologize for this error, both to our readers and to the forum community that suffered as a result. I personally apologize for this error as well. And then, true to their word, the Escapists did update the article, which now includes the following. Update. This post has been edited to correctly assert that the claims were made by the accuser and have not been confirmed by another party. And then the sentences were edited with things like, in response to developer Zoe Quinn's greenlight submission, some users of the image board Wizardchan harassed her for her gender. That was claimed to, she claims, some users of the image board Wizardchan harassed her for her gender. The updated article also includes things like, she said she also received, and Quinn claims that, before statements that were previously just reported as is. So that's definitely improvement from a journalistic integrity standpoint. But shouldn't they have also reached out to Wizardchan? To whom? It's a largely anonymous board. That's like saying the hacker known as 4chan. It's just not realistic. So there are now two sides to this story. One side is Zoe's talking about the harassment she received for being a woman in game development, and the other side of the proud incels claiming she made up all the harassment. But at the end of the day, how did this become GamerGate? How did this turn into a mess where the United Nations got involved, the Prime Minister of Canada spoke to the people about it, and Law & Order aired an episode that involved Ice-T shooting Logan Paul on the roof of a parking garage? A little-known developer tweets about harassment she received from a forum basically nobody uses. What was the next step in Zoe's controversy? I bet you think it's the Zoe Post, but it's not. A quick side note before we continue. While in the middle of working on this video, I learned that as of a couple years ago, Zoe Quinn has started going by they/them pronouns and now identifies as gender fluid. But then I saw a post on Zoe's Tumblr saying that they don't actually care that much about pronouns or gender identification either way. So anyway, I will be referring to Zoe as they and them throughout the rest of this video. However, when reading articles and discussions about Zoe from 10 years ago, I will still be reading those verbatim, meaning that those will refer to Zoe with she/her pronouns, as that was Zoe was going by at the time, and a lot of the initial harassment Zoe received did have a relation to identifying as a woman and being publicly perceived as a woman at the time. Plus, I also want this video to be a historical record of what was said at the time. But outside of reading verbatim quotes from other sources, like when I'm just talking as me, I will be referring to Zoe as they, them, and quickly I wanted to explain why. Regardless whether we agree or disagree with someone, I think it's just a good practice to refer to people the way they request. So, on to our next stage of the saga. The Fine Young Capitalists. I have literally had Fine Young Cannibals song stuck in my head while scripting this video solely because of these guys. Let's talk about the Fine Young Capitalists, not to be confused with the Fine Young Cannibals, who as far as I know are completely unrelated, just an 80s band with a similar sounding name, so I won't make too many jokes about that in excess.
Right.
Also, if you like my shirt, you can check out hipsterunicorn.myshopify.com to get this. This is one of my merch items with my original art. Boss babe. Anyway, the Fine Young Capitalists were, as far as I can tell, since their website has long been taken down and their Twitter hasn't updated in nearly 8 years, they were an organization led by a guy named Matthew Rappard, who stated that his goal was to help more women get into game development, which sounds like a noble goal. Their work largely surrounded an Indiegogo campaign to put on a game jam event. We're going to talk about game jams and how they work a little more later in this video. According to their Indiegogo page, the Fine Young Capitalists described their mission as to create media using underrepresented labor for unexplored demographics to fund nonprofit organizations. We took 5 women who had never designed a video game before and gave them professional concept artists to create their ideal game. We created a prototype, and now we want the internet to vote on the best game so we can make it and give all proceeds to charity. Looking at this event in retrospect, it is a little confusing how exactly this process was going to work. I think people have gotten better over time at being clear in their crowdfunding campaigns and the wording of them, but it sounds like their goal was to get more women working in video game design, so they found 5 women who were interested but unexperienced in video game development, had them submit their game ideas, and then the organization created concept art, and if the Indiegogo campaign was successful, they'd run a game jam event to have these women work on producing the game, and then they'd sell the games and use the money from the sales to go to charity. The economic model is a bit sus here, but we're gonna get to that.
Who are the Fine Young Capitalists? The Fine Young Capitalists are a group of professionals that are dedicated to making stuff to make the world a more interesting place. with people that wouldn't normally be given the opportunity to build things to make money for charity, creating the means for the production. And for our first online production, we are helping women to design video games.
As tends to happen when we have gamer girl related crowdfunding campaigns like we've already set the precedent for, controversy tends to follow. From my memory of 2014 itself, I don't remember the fine young capitalist being brought up as a point of contention within the GamerGate saga, but when reading pro-GamerGate accounts of everything, a lot of people seem to find this piece of the drama very important. The book Inside GamerGate devotes a whole section to it. As James Desborough writes, the fine young capitalists were a somewhat radical feminist group determined to support women in gaming and to get more women into gaming as a whole. To that end, they organized various events including a game jam intended to highlight and assist female developers in gaining skills and experience. They ended up entangled with Quinn after someone mistakenly took them for being transphobic. Quite how you set a line and police someone's genuine female or trans female status, I do not know. Quinn's circle and Quinn herself took to trying to sabotage their project by that misunderstanding. According to TFYC themselves, they had immense trouble getting publicity and backing due to sabotage by Quinn and her friends. Outlets, sites, and individuals had been warned away. Horrible things had been said about them. Their site was taken down by an attack. They tried to counter things as best they could, but it seemed they were being tainted by the spurious transphobic attack. The disapproval of someone like Quinn, whose profile was still increasing, gave them little room to maneuver or be heard. So that description of it missed so much context. For someone accusing Zoe Quinn of sabotage, James sure didn't give a lot of concrete examples of said sabotage. Like when he says that Zoe mistakenly took them for being transphobic, why did Zoe think they were transphobic? Were they? What was the specific wording of their policies? Was there a misunderstanding?
Wake up, dude's a saboteur!
This is just a general writing critique, but James, if you're setting out to write the book to give the entire history of GamerGate, you have to be more specific, especially because this shit gets deleted, okay? I'm not saying I don't value your input, just that you did a shit job of keeping a historical record. So I looked into this more. What I was able to find begins in February of 2014. We are now into the official GamerGate calendar year. It is 2014 now. On the Wayback Machine, I found a post by the user Metroid Composite who archived the Twitter beef Zoe Quinn had with the fine young capitalist back in 2014. So the conversation begins with someone named Felix, whose username is Lego Butts. I like that, it's a good username. And from what I could find, apparently Lego Butts was a part of Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian's company. So Lego Butts starts off by tweeting out the link to the fine young capitalist website and asking, anyone have opinions on this? Now I will say, and I'm writing this part of the script before I've read the backstory on the fine young capitalist, so as of the moment that I wrote this part of the script, I did not yet have strong opinions on them. I do appreciate one thing about the fine young capitalist, and that is that their full Twitter and full Tumblr pages are still, as of right now, completely public, so thank you for assisting me in my research. Felix follows up by saying, last tweet has some good ideas, meaning the tweet that the fine young capitalist made about their game jam, and continues, but the execution makes me feel really bitter, like money is the only reason women don't make a lot of games. So basically the fine young capitalist had said, it's good to have more women in the game development, but a lot of women don't have the funding to make games, so let's try to bridge that gap. That was the idea in theory. Zoe Quinn responded to Felix's tweet by saying, though women are demographically way more likely to be poorer, IDK, want to make a game for this? So at first Zoe seemed to be interested in participating in the event. However, 3 minutes later, after I'm assuming Zoe took the time to read the website, Zoe tweeted, I'm not sure about this. If you're sad women aren't making more games, why ask for 6 months of unpaid labor from them? So here's where we get into the economic model behind the fine young capitalists. They wanted to get more women into game development, yes, but the idea isn't that they would be hiring more women to make a game with them. Rather, they'd be having women work on the winning game for experience and then donate the profits to charity. What charity? Their Indiegogo page doesn't specify. I definitely wouldn't blame anyone for being suspicious of the fine young capitalists at this point. While their goal sounds noble, without a specific charity listed or a partnership announced, asking people to work for you for free for experience could just as easily be a scam. On Twitter, Zoe continued, most of the women I know who design games are struggling to make ends meet already. Who does it really help then to ask them to work for free? So I get it. If this organization wanted to help more women get into game design, why not use your Indiegogo to start a production company with the goal to hire more women? Why have women programming your games for free and then sell them for a vague charity that hasn't been announced? So Zoe got to the tweet then about the transgender policy. As the fine young capitalists were looking to have more women specifically participate, well, we had to ask that awful question, what is a woman? Namely, do they allow trans women and recognize them as real women? And as far as I can tell, yes, the organization does accept accept trans women and view trans women as part of the overall demographic of women, but the wording of their policy was vague and this caused a bit of confusion.
So I am confusion.
Zoe tweeted, "Oh cool, they only accept trans women as long as they have transitioned before the start of the contest. That's not gross or vague at all." As the replies to this tweet point out, what exactly did the policy mean? Did it mean that all trans women were welcome and that the organization would take their self-identification at their word? Or did it mean that the organization would want to verify in some way that this wasn't going to be a man just pretending to be a trans woman just to enter? The fact that the policy never specified what it meant by as long as they have transitioned before the start of the contest had people wondering if the fine young capitalists wanted to actually police somebody's gender. What did they count as having transitioned before the start of the contest? Was social transition enough? Would they require proof of medical transition? That sounded invasive. The whole thing seemed dehumanizing. So the fine young capitalists addressed the transgender policy on their Tumblr page. An anonymous user on Tumblr asked them, "In regards to your transgender policy, it seems incredibly weak and easy to abuse. As a man, born and self-identified, I could claim to be a woman, win the contest, laugh behind your back, and you'd be none the wiser. I know your intent is to include all women, but you can't enforce that without a definition." Wow, this discourse really hasn't come very far in 10 fucking years, has it? This is the same shit people are still arguing today. So the fine young capitalist responded by saying that, well, that was the very reason for their policy, that you had to have transitioned before the competition so that they wouldn't risk men sneaking into the competition. They said, "The limitation was the time, as you would have had to publicly identified as a woman before the start of the contest. Since we announced this contest at the same time we took applicants, it would be impossible to fake unless you had prior knowledge of the contest." Okay, I get the spirit here, but I also think this is kind of stupid. Like, just say your contest is open to all women, trans or not. It's extremely unlikely that a man would present as a woman and fake being trans just for a specific little-known contest that involves working for free, especially when the whole point is that men already have more opportunities in game development in the first place. Wouldn't said man just want to get hired for pay by an actual company?
You make such a good point.
Sure, I guess you leave a loophole, but it's impossible to cover every single base in every situation, so it's extremely unlikely that that specific situation would even arise in the first place, so that should be more of a, well, we'll cross that bridge if we come to it kind of situation. I've been involved in many groups meant to elevate women in business, and none have ever, as far as I know, ever felt the need to state, first, let's define what is a woman, and here are the requirements you must meet in order to be a real woman. No, most organizations just take your word for it, and I've never seen a man fake being trans to try to get a leg up. It seems like a theoretical problem rather than an actual one. However, I also think it's important to note that I do think the fine young capitalists intended to be trans inclusive, even if the way they went about it didn't really land. And that's because in their introductory video, they said this.
Anyone who identifies as a woman has the option of proposing their idea to the fine young capitalists.
Right there, they say everyone who identifies as a woman. Meaning that, yes, trans women would be included. Otherwise, I don't think they would have phrased it that way. And to be clear, because this was 10 years ago and our colloquialisms have changed a lot in that time, I'm thinking that they mean capitalists like venture capitalists, like they're trying to do a Shark Tank kind of thing. I assume they mean that more than capitalist, as in, I support capitalism as an imposed countrywide economic model enforced by the government. Again, I'm not positive though. The Wayback Machine page then claimed that the fine young capitalists then changed the wording on their transgender policy after this debacle, but when I clicked the links, I'll bet you can guess what I found, so I can't find the exact wording or an archive of their original website. After reading the trans policy, Zoe tweeted, "Okay, I know how I feel about this now. Incredibly skeeved out. This is fucked up." So then Zoe confronts the fine young capitalist directly. Zoe says, "Hi, I would really like to talk to you about your project." They respond with their email address offering to schedule an interview, and then they say, "Otherwise, ask away." Zoe continues, "Why do you think asking women to work for free helps women in the industry?" They respond, "The women get a proposal they own for no cost and part of the profits from the game." Zoe replies, "Also there is a cost. Our labor is worth something and only some people get the supposed benefit." Zoe then asks another question. "Also, why are you policing trans women's transition points?" They respond, "To stop men from lying about their sexual identity to gain access while being inclusive to people who don't have documentation." So this point also confuses me. Wouldn't that be less inclusive and accessible to people who don't have documentation? If they're saying you have to start your transition before the contest, doesn't that imply that they'd want proof of that? Otherwise, why even say it? So you would need documentation. Maybe this is some miscommunication. I see where Zoe's coming from here, though. Zoe responds by asking, "How are you going to determine who is lying or not, though?" That's a valid question, and as far as I can tell, the Fine Young Capitalist didn't respond to that question, so we will never know. The next day, Zoe tweeted, "Lol, we blew up the site and it's returning over quota errors, how fucking appropriate." So it seems that Zoe's criticism of the Fine Young Capitalist resulted in excessive traffic to the site and it caused their website to crash. Regardless of the controversy, the Fine Young Capitalist still went ahead with their plans. I'm gonna be real. Right now, I'm not seeing a lot of evidence of sabotage. I'm seeing evidence of Zoe being critical of a startup on Twitter, and with free speech, that's a normal and okay thing to do. Back when I used Twitter, I used to go on rants about companies and policies that I found annoying and upsetting. I'm failing to see how this is malicious sabotage instead of just actual questions and legitimate criticism, but let's continue. So we're now into August of 2014. While previously we covered GamerGate in months and years, we are now at the point where we are going to start covering it in terms of days, as August 2014 is when everything began to explode.
Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
The Fine Young Capitalists launched an Indiegogo campaign on August 12th, 2014, hoping to raise $65,000 to host the game jam where the 5 selected women would work on the winning game. According to the Indiegogo, the winning game was called Afterlife Empire, conceptualized by a woman named Danielle. As the Indiegogo description reads, Afterlife Empire is a top-down isometric strategy game where the player takes on the role of a ghost in their own haunted house. It's inspired by games such as Theme Hospital and Dungeon Keeper, but focuses on character interaction as well as base building. The player takes the role of a freshly risen ghost and where you need to build your own haunted house. You start with a one-room shack and slowly build your home up until it turns into a haunted wonder of the world. As the player scares the humans that enter their haunted house, they earn notoriety. A ghost can't do anything if no one believes in you, and a ghost that no one believes in will slowly leave the mortal plane for the afterworld. Okay, not gonna lie, this game sounds really cool. I would play that. So, as all of this was going on, Matthew Rapper, leader of the Fine Young Capitalists, shared his side of the story in a SoundCloud update.
Anybody of a minority demographic could just come up with an idea, and we would get them to work with professionals so that they could present their idea. And then, if the internet wanted to, we could make the idea. And what we would do is we'd do it in a capitalist way, which meant that the profits of the game would go to you and you'd give it to charity. And the reason we wanted to do that is we wanted people to actually give money because they thought the game would succeed. So the next time a woman proposed an idea, it would be like, oh, that game succeeded. We should do more of that. I felt like a lot of people would give money to women to do things and just never follow up. So we don't think the people who originally started this Twitter war really understood the project. And we're not sure why, because we were really clear that it was any woman, regardless of age or experience, could come up with an idea. And all of their criticisms was that the woman should be getting paid for her idea. And we were paying them for the idea. They got 8%, and that's about as much as a producer takes on most productions. The line in the industry is I can move the world for 8%. And they were only really writing one proposal. We would work with them, we would do everything that we could to make it happen. The problem is we can't only hire women, especially if the women are at a lower level skill level than a man. That is by definition sexist. People thought we were exploiting women. I'll put a link to our trans policy. That has always been our policy. It was really misunderstood. And the reason it was misunderstood has to do with the level of education of trans issues in society. A lot of trans people had already had problems with that beforehand. We had got a lot of criticism on saying that people had to have transitioned before that particular date. So a lot of the criticism when we said why did you do that, we were worried that men, because we weren't physically dealing with them, it was doing online, we were worried that men would just say that they identify as a woman. If about 8% of our applicants were men that were pretending to be women, none of them did it as a trans issue, they applied under their wife's name, or they applied under their girlfriend's name. So it was actually a real issue, and we'd done research, and we knew it was a real issue. We can stop this production. The women always owned their idea. They always got free concept art. We can just stop taking the money and we can take down the website. And if you want us to do that, if the internet wants us to do that, please tell me that. I've sent out thousands of comments, I've sent out emails, we sent out press releases. The only one that's got any traction was us criticizing somebody who completely misunderstood the project and explained how that made it difficult for us to deal with journalists. And I really don't want to spend my time doing this. I'm not getting paid. This is not my job. And I don't want it to be my job. As I said, I just really want it to just take one woman to make her game and to make that person happy.
Okay, so as of right now, this all sounds like a miscommunication. As of the point we're at right now, I don't think anyone here is wrong or malicious. I think everyone is making valid points and coming into conflict with each other, which happens a lot, especially online. But I am still confused about the whole trans angle of this. They were saying that they had issues with men using their wife's name to apply. What does that have to do with trans people? How would that specific policy even help verify that men weren't using their wife's name? This seems like a completely separate issue, and I don't see how a trans policy actually does anything to address this. So I was personally confused, so I went to the one place that for this video, and this video alone, tends to clear up my confusion. Mid-2010s Reddit. A post from r/against Gamergate from 2014 asked, what does the anti-Gamergate side have against the fine young capitalists? And the comments included a range of answers. For example, Quinn didn't like their policy on trans women and stated as much. This was spun out as sabotage, which I find frankly ludicrous. I have some personal objections to TFYC in that it is a patronizingly condescending way to get women into gaming under the guise of a pseudo-charity. The winner comes up with a game idea while the big strong men do the hard work of actually making the game. Those same big strong men will give the winner in charity a cut of the profits, which sounds great as long as you don't actually understand how accounting works. They've gotten $70K. That money is going to pay for the process, making it a cost. With a minimum of $70K, the game will have to make at least that much for the winner or any charities to see a penny. Then Hollywood accounting comes in. It would be completely legal for TFYC to give themselves a bonus when the first sales happen, boosting costs, lowering profits, and leaving the winner out to dry. TFYC have set things up so they never technically have to give any money to anyone if they don't feel like it. That is a valid criticism. Like I said, the economic model behind this was suspicious to begin with. It seems like they really could have come up with a much better way to structure the contest. I don't doubt that at the time, Matthew Rappard's intentions were in the right place, but it does seem like there could be some scammy red flags in there. I don't blame anyone for being skeptical of this whole process. With all of that framing in mind, this is starting to sound scam adjacent. Another comment read, I find it weird they call themselves radical feminists without any clear political agenda. It seems like a business. Is a woman even in charge? I don't know. I suppose I have nothing against them, but something about their approach feels like cynical tokenism. And I think that's fair. As Matthew Rappard himself has stated time and time again, his goal was to produce a game that the free market would decide is great and use the power of voting with your dollar to bring attention to women's accomplishments. It doesn't seem like the most efficient or linear process, and it also doesn't seem to be in line with the economic concepts behind radical feminism as an ideology. So again, I can see how people felt suspicious. On August 18th, 2014, Reddit user Silly Slater, apparently the username of fine young capitalist leader Matthew Rappard, posted the following comment to Reddit about his beef with Zoe. She fucking doxed me, ruined a production for women, refused to contact us, and is currently taking money for a game jam with no start date, no location, and no judges. We're gonna get into that piece of it about Zoe's game jam. We're gonna get into that later in the video, so sit tight on that. Okay, here is my story. We ran a group that literally said, any woman come up with an idea for a video game, we'll give you concept art so you can pitch your game, and we'll put all the pitches online. The internet will vote on the best one, and we'll make that game and give the profits to charity. If you get a lot of interest online and want to make the game on your own, you can leave the contest at any time. Literally everyone that was in the top 5 didn't have programming experience, so they couldn't make the game on their own. She was like, why do you expect women to work for free to make games? We said, well, they get 8% of the money as royalties, and they just have to give us an idea. Other people will make the game and the profits go to charity. Doesn't matter, it's oppressive. She started a fucking Twitter storm, crashed our website, got my personal information docs, got us banned from Twitter. We emailed a reporter what's up, and they're like, if Zoe says it's oppressive, it must be true. Maybe you should give her money for Rebel Jam, which has no start date, location, or any other information, but totally isn't a scam. This happened at 3 major online publications. We literally said we'd pay her to consult on future projects, and we'd close down the contest if she would explain to us what exactly is offensive. No response at all, unless a reporter contacted her, and then she's the victim. All this information is fucking online. The pitches are online. We did everything we said, but no online journals will publish the story. I couldn't find any proof of the doxing, but again, remember, a lot of things have been deleted in the past 10 years. I was able to find some URLs on the Wayback Machine that said they'd lead to proof of Matthew's personal information being doxed via Facebook, but all those links were broken or led to sites that crashed, so I can't verify that either way. So who is in the right here? Was Zoe's competing Rebel Game Jam a scam? We'll address that. Was the Fine Young Capitalist Game Jam a scam meant to exploit women's labor? I don't know. and I never will. All I can do is share each side of the story with you, but without every piece of evidence still available to find online, I don't feel comfortable making a final decision about Matthew Rappert and his intentions, so I will let you decide. I'm not going to dwell on this point any longer because we're still a solid week away from official Gamergate. Did the fine young capitalist drama actually matter in the grand scheme of things? Well, not really. Like I said, as far as I can tell, they don't do anything anymore, and most of us don't even remember them.
Heroes get remembered, but legends never die.
However, later on, they will become relevant again, because once we are balls deep into Gamergate, most anti-Gamergaters siding with Zoe were against the fine young capitalist, meaning that by process of elimination, the pro-Gamergate crowd on 4chan decided to be in favor of the fine young capitalist, not because they had any interest in the group's mission to elevate women in gaming or whatever, but more so because they just wanted to push the opposite of whatever Zoe believed. So later on, they are going to become entangled with 4chan and become somewhat of an anti-SJW organization, so sit tight for all the twists and turns in this wild story.
You're killing me, Smalls.
But the reason they matter is that after all the Wizardchan drama, everything that happened with the fine young capitalist had finally secured Zoe Quinn in the consciousness of gamer communities as a controversial figure. And now that Zoe was controversial, a talking point in intra-community drama, Zoe was no longer just a little-known developer. Zoe was a polarizing online figure, someone people wanted to follow for drama. How often have we seen those YouTuber exposed style videos and clicked on them without even knowing who the YouTuber was just because we wanted to be up to date on all the online gossip? It no longer mattered if you liked Depression Quest or even if you'd heard of it. People were interested in the controversies of Zoe Quinn, and they were hungry for the drama. And who better to feed the drama-hungry masses than Zoe's ex-boyfriend? The Zoe Post. Finally! The Zoe Post was the bullet from Gavrilo Princip's gun breaking through the flesh of Archduke Franz Ferdinand's soon-to-be corpse. Tensions had been building for years surrounding all of these topics, and this post was the straw that broke the camel's back, the official inciting incident in the Great Gaming War. And much like how, in the moment of the Archduke's assassination, nobody immediately screamed, "It's World War I time!" Nobody yet knew that Gamergate would come of this. The term Gamergate wouldn't be coined for another couple weeks, and we'll get there. But for now, let's talk about the Zoe Post, the publication of a blog that served as the catalyst for the explosion of all gaming identity-related tensions festering under the surface for the past 5 years. The tensions had been building to their breaking point. During the past 5 years, Anita, Sarkeesian, and Zoe Quinn had been accused of constantly playing the victim to gain sympathy from the media in order to further their own agendas in feminism and gaming and or to make profits for themselves. But before the Zoe Post, all we had were arguments among different factions of gamers, games journalists, and game developers. In order to declare official war, everyone needed one solid act of aggression. Who would fire the first shot? Zoe's ex-boyfriend, Aaron Joney, would, in his August 15th, 2014 post on a little website called Something Awful, a post that came just 3 days after the launch of the fine young capitalist Indiegogo, a post that came just 4 days after Zoe Quinn's game Depression Quest had finally been approved by Steam Greenlight and officially went up for distribution on Steam, gaining it official video game status rather than just being a free browser game. It was a matter of days before the war began. On August 15th, 2014, Zoe Quinn's ex-boyfriend Aaron Joney posted a nearly 10,000-word manifesto to Something Awful, detailing every issue within their relationship. The post was shortly after removed, and Aaron created a blog called The Zoe Post, where the post still lives today. I said 10,000 words like that's long, which it is extremely long. That's about 20% of a full novel draft. But I want you guys to guess in the comments below how many Zoe Posts long the script of this video was. We will now examine the Zoe Post. This will be abridged for the sake of not making this video a whole extra hour longer, but the post still is up on WordPress if you need to fact check me or make sure I didn't cherry pick lines. I'm just going to cover some of the most important parts here. Here's what Aaron said. Sometime around November of 2013, I signed up for an OkCupid account and got a 98% match with a cutie with colorful hair. Cool. Who was super into social justice stuff. Good. And was super into video games. Neat. And liked to make them. Ah, I used to make them. That was fun times. And by some coincidence, turns out to have made a somewhat esoteric game I happened to have played a while back. So I messaged her to meet up for drinks on my birthday. The date lasted about 3 days, and we went on a couple more and just kept hitting it off on every point, and within 2 weeks we threw caution to the wind and went exclusive, Facebook exclusive, the works. And it seemed everything was going immeasurably well until I started succumbing to pointless and seemingly inexplicable bouts of anxiety sometime between the very end of April to the very beginning of May. We kinda broke up, but kinda not. She'd often messaged me to say she loved me and wanted to be with me again someday. She had eyes only for me, she said, and she wanted me to say the same for her. A few few months later, around the end of June, we get back together, though this time she was worried about a mole among her Facebook friends list, so she didn't make it Facebook official until 2 weeks into the relationship for a carefully vetted group of, by her estimate, roughly 200 friends or so. Before you know it, we're hitting on each other over Tumblr again, sending cutesy couples photos whenever we missed each other, until I found out she'd been cheating on me with her boss, Joshua Boggs. And a few days later, we have the following conversation where I ask her for help informing his wife. So throughout the post, there are screenshots presented of Aaron and Zoe's conversations. Feels a little invasive. I'm not going to put them up on screen. They are there to, show his side, the receipts that he has. Well, the above conversation happens a few days after a considerably more painful one where I discover almost none of the things I loved about her were true. I've included annotated logs of that conversation in the footer of the next act, so you can verify that I am not making any of this up. So that first post was titled Act 0. We are now moving on to Act 1. Like I said, this is a lot. July 14th. I had too much to drink at a karaoke bar the previous night to cope with an observation I made. An observation that, in tandem with countless other quiet observations made or remembered over the last couple of months, led to a single inescapable conclusion. Zoe had been cheating on me. Eventually, Zoe messages me to ask where I am and why I ditched her, and I tell her she lied. She plays dumb, and I asked her what happened between her and Nathan Grayson. Realizing what I'm most likely to have found out, she admits that she lied about not having had sex with anyone while she and I were sort of broken up between May and June, and that she had in fact been fucking Nathan for some portion of that time. Friggin' Nathan, stupid red pants wearing Kotaku writing Grayson. So I ask Zoe what happened between her and Nathan before we were broken up, and she gives me some PR laden. I was probably getting emotionally closer to him than appropriate right at the end of things with us. Okay, some context here regarding at the end of things with us. Right at the end of things with us, she canceled the game we were co-developing and stood me up a bunch of times during the travel-free month's worth of time we were looking forward to spending together, as a result of which I had my first ever panic attack April 29th because I was worried the one person I'd ever managed to fall in love with might be breaking up with me for some reason I couldn't figure out. When I related these worries to Zoe, she assured me the relationship wasn't in danger and that she loved me and was even happy that I cared enough to worry. This was part of a fun little emergent two-player power head game she decided to play with me. In effect, what Zoe preferred to just telling me the truth was to convince me I was going insane, pretend she had no idea why, and say she didn't have time to hang between work and the 3 friends from Texas she was letting crash at her house for a week May 4th to 10th, and ostracize me for the duration of her newly truncated stay in Boston, all the while Facebook messaging me nightly to tell me how much she loved me and was concerned about me unless I tried to figure out anything that would make things make sense again, in which case seen game rules above. What the jigsaw puzzle says is that she made 2 of the friends up, and only Nathan was staying at her house that week, and she made every effort to avoid seeing me so she didn't have to be in the awkward position of hanging out with both her boyfriend and the guy she was cheating on him with. Then Act 1 of the blog goes into detail about how Aaron pressed Zoe for more details and of this alleged infidelity, and throughout the course of the conversation, Zoe eventually admitted to having cheated with 5 different guys.
37. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks. In a row?
To which Aaron says, and now I can't stop mentally referring to her as burgers and fries. Get it? 5 Guys Burgers and Fries, like the restaurant. Weirdly enough, this is going to become extremely important throughout the rest of the video. Aaron continues, there's some confusion on this point. To be clear, she cheated on me with 3 people while we were in an exclusive relationship and 2 people while we were sort of on a break, during which she claimed we were functionally still exclusive. So Aaron is alleging that Zoe cheated with between 3 and 5 people depending on your definition of cheating. He says, anyway, amidst a lot of lying and a lot of being backed into corners and a lot of shows of remorse, she goes on to admit she also cheated on me with Nathan way before we broke up, April 1st to 6th, and that right at the end of things with us, May 4th to 10th, they did considerably more than get cuddly, and she did in fact ostracize me and convince me I was going crazy simply so that she could fuck Nathan, and that she did in fact make up the other 2 friends staying over at her house that week so it would look less suspicious. I asked her how she could be willing to have sex with me without protection despite sharing my concern about STDs, how she could be so selfish enough to do that to guy after guy simply because she didn't want me to find out. I try to figure out how all this could have come from the unflinchingly righteous and honest person I thought I fell in love with. She tells me she got tested. I asked how she got tested in the time span between having sex with me at GDC and Josh the previous night. She admits she didn't get tested and says I never deserved any of this. I ask her how she can say she believes all of these things, how she can say that convincing your partner they're going crazy just to enable your own fucked up behavior is intolerably painful, and then go on to do just that. Act 1 then includes tons of screenshots posted as evidence of their chats and Zoe's admissions to these transgressions, and then we move on to Act 2. Act 2 basically involves Aaron's recollection of Zoe crying and apologizing, promising never to do it again. Aaron asks to see Zoe's phone to verify there weren't any additional affair partners, and Zoe does not surrender the phone, claiming that letting Aaron read all the messages could violate the privacy of the people on the other end of the messages. Aaron steps out of the hotel room, making Zoe promise not to delete any messages while he's gone because he still wants to see Zoe's phone. And then we're on to Act 3. Aaron writes, I asked Zoe if she deleted anything while I was gone, and she promises she hasn't and states again that it's all behind her. I ask her if she's ready, but she's not yet, so we spend the next few hours trying to figure out how we're going to make this work out. At one point, she sobs desperately, and she doesn't know how long she can be in a relationship where her partner doesn't trust her, and I tell her she's demanding trust again. She sobs harder and tells me how terrible it feels that I don't trust her anymore, and that she really isn't that person she was before, that she really is the person I fell in love with now. The dissonance gets to me, and I tell her it's time. She stalls for a while, then begrudgingly grabs her laptop, then stops. She starts to cry and tells me she doesn't think she can be in this relationship if all the trust has gotten so bad that we need to do this. I tell her if she really feels that way, then it's her decision, and I get up to get my stuff. She backtracks and quickly logs into Facebook. Before turning to the messages, I ask her to show me which of her friends she's given permission to view her relationship status, which she's only changed a few days ago. I'm disappointed to find she set it to viewable for only 50 people or so. Conspicuously missing from this list are any of the people she had cheated on me with. She gives a tame reason for the discrepancy, which is likely untrue, but even so, a minor enough lie that it isn't worth losing her over. She hands me the laptop to look through her inbox. I look at the messages between her and Robin, but the chat is empty. You deleted your message history with Robin. Oh yeah, no, I only ever talked to him through text too. I sit quietly for a moment, then get up and grab my bag. I'm sorry, I can't keep doing this. What the hell? I told you I only ever talked to him over text. Here, look, she holds out her phone. Zoe, you promised you would take this seriously, and you promised you wouldn't delete anything, but you're still not taking it seriously because you did delete things and you're still lying. What do you want from me? You've convinced yourself I'm lying, and there's no way to prove I'm not. I think for a bit. Fine, put your phone on speaker and call Robin and ask him to read out the last Facebook messages he sent you. Okay, let me just text him to see if he's up. No, if you text him first, that will... What the hell am I doing? I already know you're lying. I can't do this. I need to go. I head for the door. Oh, wait, no, I just remembered. I deleted his messages 2 weeks ago because he sent me something private. Oh God, why won't she stop? No, you didn't. I can't believe you're still doing this. What the hell? I'm not lying. How am I supposed to fix this if you won't even believe me when I'm telling the truth? We can worry about that when you start doing it. Then, according to Aaron's story, he leaves the hotel and Zoe messages him again about 10 minutes later. In Act 4, we don't see any further interactions between Aaron and Zoe. Act 4 is Aaron's grieving process as he flies home and vents about this with his friends. Act 5. Aaron writes, the next day I check Facebook and find that Zoe has unfriended me. Odd. I say something snarky about it on Tumblr. She sees me and Facebook messages me with, I unfriended you because I figured you never want to speak to me again for what it's worth. Probably nothing. I won't bother you again. Sorry. This doesn't really make sense. It's not like I have to message all of my Facebook friends. So, as has by now become habit when dealing with Zoe's occasional incomprehensible answers, I don't question it and just file it away as a puzzle piece. I ask her if she was serious about getting back to being that person, and she says she was. And I tell her that the right thing to do then is to inform Josh's wife. Zoe says she doesn't have any info on her and freaks out about the possibility that she might go public. I'm disappointed that this is her primary concern, but she does at least recognize it as the right thing to do. Act 6. Aaron writes, 4 days later, I'm not doing a very good job concentrating at work and go to check Facebook for the first time in a couple hours. Apparently, at some point in the 2-hour time span, Zoe either blocked me or deleted her profile. I post on Tumblr. Oh, cool. Yep. She definitely blocked me on Facebook. I haven't messaged her in 4 days, which probably makes that kind of a shitty thing to do to someone she's already totally fucked over, but whatever. I guess it's pretty minor relative to everything else. Later that night, she messages me on GChat. The GChat messages seem to be just an argument over whether Zoe deleted Facebook or just blocked Aaron. The next morning, Aaron tries to GChat with Zoe some more, but Zoe has stopped responding. Aaron tries multiple messaging platforms, and Zoe eventually only responds to ask if they can converse in person rather than over text. This gives Aaron the following realization. Oh, god damn it. God fucking damn it. Do you want to maybe try in person? Do you believe I want to fix this or not? I don't want to do this online. God fucking damn it. She's avoided me ever since this conversation because she is paranoid I might go public and doesn't want me to have more logs. Let's look at the puzzle pieces again. Zoe unfriended me on Facebook. She's established distance, so I can't prove I know her or contact her Facebook friends. Zoe now gets defensive and angry when pressed for information. She does not want to leave more incriminating things in my logs. Zoe deactivates her profile after 4 days of radio silence. She wants to decrease the plausibility of the logs I have. Aaron insists that they talk over text, and Zoe never responds again. And that is the end of the final act of the Zoe Post saga.
We survived, as will humanity survive.
The most recent update on this blog is a post called TLDR, which states, Primer, I do not stand by the current abuse and harassment of Zoe Quinn or friends. Stop doing that. It is not in anyone's best interest. Edit, there was a typo for a while that made it seem like Zoe and I were on a break between March and June. This has apparently led some people to infer that her infidelity with Nathan Grayson began in early March. I want to clarify that I have no reason to believe or evidence to imply she was sleeping with him prior to late March or early April, though I believe they'd been friends for a while before that. This typo has since been corrected to make it clear we were on a break between May and June. To be clear, if there was any conflict of interest between Zoe and Nathan regarding coverage of Depression Quest prior to April, I have no evidence to imply that it was sexual in nature. So the question becomes, did Zoe Quinn cheat on Aaron Joni? I don't know. How could I possibly know that? I'm not either one of them. If Zoe did cheat, that's not nice. That's a bad thing to do. And if Aaron falsely accused Zoe of cheating, that's also a bad thing to do. But what the fuck does any of that have to do with video games or the gaming industry? Why would I care about the breakup and terrible relationship drama and unhealthy toxic relationship of two people I've never met and am never going to meet?
We were on a break!
It's not like they were selling their relationship as a product to me or falsely promoting themselves as relationship counselors. They were making video games. There's also the fact that both Aaron and Zoe have independently accused each other of abuse. In the Zoe post, a lot of the actions Aaron cites Zoe doing could very well be considered emotionally abusive. Things like trying to convince Aaron that he was going crazy or not wanting him to see certain conversations. And then in Zoe's book, Crash Override, they often make references to Aaron having been physical abusive, mentioning things like Aaron leaving bruises on their arm. Zoe also alleges emotional abuse on Aaron's part as well. In Crash Override, Zoe writes, "They're meant to be shared. My ex bragged publicly about how he designed the manifesto to exploit the key things that make online content go viral, weaving in jokes and memes the way corporate brands do when they're trying to court a young tech-savvy demographic. Humor and gossip are huge mainstays of viral online content, and the ex knew how to capitalize on those things. As my ex's manifesto went viral, it became obvious that my attacker's dream was to get me to stop feeding the trolls and shut up. They didn't want to tease me, they wanted me gone. That first night brought countless forms of harassment. The same channels I had used to talk with friends, grow my business, and share weird videos were now full of threats, slurs, and all manner of nastiness. It escalated to include sexual or violent images with my face photoshopped into them. My inbox started to fill up with pictures of women being SA'd. As strangers stalked through everything I had said or done online since I was 12 looking for more ammo, lies and conspiracy theories about me snowballed into weirder and more extreme accusations. These would then be blasted out widely and also directly to my colleagues in games. Anyone to whom I had public ties began to receive nude photos of me and pressure to publicly denounce me or become their next target. I read many of the threats in my ex's voice, remembering the last violent night we had spent together and the bruises that had been left on my arm. But this was somehow more insidious. He wasn't just continuing his abuse, he was crowdsourcing it." Now, in most cases, mutual abuse is not normally what's actually going on in a relationship. Usually, one partner is the aggressor and the other partner is fighting back. I do not know, nor will I ever know, what actually went on behind the scenes in Zoe and Aaron's relationship. But I will say that regardless of who was the abuser, that's not what people focused on. Sure, we could have used this discussion as a way to either talk about the ways that men are less likely to be believed when reporting abuse and spreading awareness for the fact that men can be abuse victims as well. On the other side, this could have also been a campaign about the difficulties that women or LGBTQ people who are just not men, about the difficulties that they face when leaving abusive relationships, especially if their abuser is part of the same industry. But none of that is what happened. No abuse awareness campaigns came from this. Instead, this entire thing was used as fuel for the eventual GamerGate. How did accusations of infidelity and abuse relate at all to Anita Sarkeesian's Feminist Frequency Kickstarter, or Zoe's past conflicts with Wizardchan, or the Fine Young Capitalist or Steam Greenlight? What did this have to do with any of that? Theoretically, if the focus were actually on highlighting abuse in this case, all of these things should have just been unrelated. Well, that's because, from my research, the majority of Aaron's followers weren't interested in heeding his warnings about not harassing Zoe. Maybe some of them were interested in trying to spread awareness about male abuse victims, but if so, those people definitely weren't the loudest voices and were quickly drowned out. Instead, most people who reacted to this post were doing so with the fixation on one particular part: that Zoe had allegedly cheated on Aaron with 5 different men, and that one of those men, Nathan Grayson, was a video game journalist for the publication Kotaku, thereby concluding that Zoe had traded Nathan's sexual favors in exchange for positive press for the game Depression Quest. And this angered a ton of people, causing Zoe to instantly be hit with a barrage of misogynistic harassment, very similar to what Anita had faced after launching her Kickstarter. But in this case, the harassers felt like they were more justified. After all, this time they weren't just harassing a woman for running a benign Kickstarter, maybe they weren't even all the same people involved in both things. But this time, they claimed they had a real, legitimate, valid piece of criticism. What if Zoe had been sleeping around to gain press for their game? After all, so many gaming publications had already taken Zoe's side without question in the Wizardchan and Fine Young Capitalist debacles. Could it be that the reason Zoe had the entire gaming industry on their side was from having sex with the journalists involved. Was any of this true? It's time to examine the evidence. Five Guys Burgers and Fries soon became the mating call for those organizing against Zoe Quinn in reference to Aaron Joni's post claiming that Zoe had cheated on him with Five Guys, and that those said Five Guys, namely Kotaku journalist Nathan Grayson, had given Zoe's game Depression Quest positive coverage in exchange for said sexual favors, leading to the argument about unethical video game journalism. Here's what Zoe had to say about this in the book Crash Override. The way this is manifested is simple. For several years after my ex published the manifesto, if someone tried to find my games through a search engine, the first thing Google would suggest is Zoe Quinn, Five Guys. For everything I create under my own name, the algorithms that automatically control what we see online associate that name with the most popular conspiracy theory videos, stolen nudes, and other smears I have stuck onto me. The last few times I shared videos of my cats on my private lockdown Facebook account, my friends complained in the comments about how the Facebook algorithm had been suggesting that they check out a blog post some weirdo wrote accusing me of trying to infect people with HIV. You may notice in any of these examples that the content of the sites these algorithms suggested have no similarities to the legitimate content aside from my name. So this is pretty scary stuff. Now, how did all this happen? Let's go back to 2014. The majority of the Five Guys Burgers and Fries collective communicated through IRC, or Internet Relay Chat, an instant messaging system that could be organized into subchats or channels, kind of similar to what we have on Discord today. I think that's probably the best comparison I can give for people who haven't used IRC. IRC has been around since like the 80s, and it was one of the main ways to facilitate group discussions online, especially before social media sites like Facebook or Instagram took over with their own DMing capabilities. Nearly a decade ago, Reddit user Othello the Wise posted the IRC logs of the Burgers and Fries chat to the subreddit r/GamerGazi, a gaming-related community that is overwhelmingly against the GamerGate side. Keep in mind, at the time these chats happened, the term GamerGate would not be coined for another week and a half still, so we're still before that. But these logs show the people who are laying the groundwork for what will become GamerGate. So let's take a look at the chat logs from August 18th, 2014, exactly 1 week after Depression Quest went live on Steam and 3 days after the infamous Zoe post. On August 18th, 2014, user Anonymous said, "Alright, poll, let's dox." For context, I'm assuming poll here refers to the board poll on 4chan, where poll is short for politically incorrect. That's the board where people try to post the most offensive shock value content they can find, often jokes about racism, sexism, ableism, especially anti-Semitism, that kind of thing. Some users post these things as jokes because they want to see how far they can take it, how much they can shock someone, and others who post these things mean them seriously, and from an outside perspective, you can't really tell the difference. So my recommendation is to avoid poll at all costs. Some people there are just angry teenagers wanting to push the boundaries of what's socially acceptable.
The goddamn Jets.
And some are legitimate, actual, real-life Nazis, but 4chan is largely anonymous, so you can't tell who's who, and I personally don't want to take that risk, but that's just me. It's also a very pro-bullying board, and the whole idea is that being politically correct means being soft, and that we should constantly try to offend each other, and if people get hurt by it, it's their own fault. It's a board filled with, at my most charitable interpretation, people who do not practice empathy. And as we can see in these logs, Anonymous is calling upon this group of people to start doxing, meaning to start revealing personal information about someone, usually their address, phone number, or other information that could put them at a legitimate physical risk. For context, according to the Reddit post, along with the command of let's dox, was 3 phone numbers listed for Joshua Boggs, one of the 5 guys Zoe was accused of cheating with, meaning that the Burgers and Fries IRC wanted to spread Josh's personal information far and wide with the idea that people could then use that information to stalk or harass him. Then the chat moves to a new goal, to dox Joshua Boggs' wife, the supposedly harmed party in all this, the woman who was allegedly cheated on with Zoe. From their perspective, Josh's wife should be a victim, right? She should be the person they want to protect, right? Well, no, because when you're dealing with people from poll, there isn't much of a consistent ideology or a side in terms of like philosophy. There's much more cause as much chaos as possible, hurt as many people as you feel like, nothing is off limits. Think of Hans Gruber and how he pretended to have an agenda when taking over Nakatomi Plaza, so he made up some fake demands to distract the cops while he just continued killing people. So, the chat continues. Yeah, the wife is the main objective as of now. Dox the wife, find her email and mailbox, then send her letters en masse. Not even en masse, we have to send her all the info we got about Zoe and the hubby and how she was already a cheating whore. All we need is the name of the wife and it's game on. It's not to make the wife suffer, it's to make Boggs suffer. Zoe obviously doesn't want her knowing. She'll get alimony and a divorce payment, as shown in the logs. Zoe doesn't want her knowing to cover her own ass. She has the power to steal half his money and ruin his life. Zoe and Boggs will suffer if we get the wife. Then, user Cyberzerker explains the goal of this entire plot. endgame is destroying Kotaku, Boggs, and Quinn. So the chat fails to find Josh's wife's personal information, which is for the best. But that doesn't stop them. They then go to the now defunct site Vine and search for Vines of people who attended Joshua Boggs' wedding, then go to Facebook and find Josh's wife's personal Facebook page, gathering a bunch of profiles they think might be her. Outside of the conversation about finding Josh's wife, other users are currently working on a way to get some kind of revenge on Zoe. Revenge for what? I mean, I think Aaron Joni is in these logs interacting with these people, though I don't know what his username is, so maybe he's just trying to play out some kind of revenge fantasy, but what revenge these other randos need to get, I can't figure out. But guess what Aaron Joni has that the other guys do not? Nude pictures of Zoe, since, you know, they used to date. And the users of the chat are ready to deploy this. On August 18th, the chat continues, "Lol, I'm tweeting Zoe's nudes to some of her defenders. God's work, Sweej bro." The usernames are all pretty ridiculous in this. A group of users in the Burgers and Fries IRC then decide to plan a page for Zoe on Encyclopedia Dramatica, which, as Zoe has pointed out in Crash Override, does cause that page and pages like it to show up when you Google Zoe's name. If we talk about Zoe on the forums, there's a good chance she'll get on the wiki. Yes. Anyone have the more offensive images like nudes and the edited porn gif with her face? Save those for the article. Organize an OP, be sure to link the porn she did. Remember how I talked about how Encyclopedia Dramatica is a nasty site you probably don't want to go to? If you want proof of that, here's what Zoe Quinn's page still says to this day. As the page says, Zoe is a rainbow-haired feminazi, shitty video game developer, and popular item on the menu at the fast food chain restaurant Five Guys Burgers and Fries, and internet whore who sleeps with indie developers and video game news journalists behind her ex-boyfriend's back in exchange for panel seats, contest wins, positive media coverage, and whatever general good favor her pussy can snatch her. She also sucks the dick of anyone willing to suppress negative publicity about her, which is why no other website is willing to mention this controversy aside from this beacon of truth. And if you click on the blue text where it says beacon of truth, it just leads you back to the Encyclopedia Dramatica homepage, so yeah, not biased at all. Is this maybe starting to come off like just a little misogynistic? Like, just a bit? Like, if we wanted to talk about journalism or domestic abuse or anything like that, we all could be doing that. Why is this chat instead focusing on distributing non-consensual revenge porn?
Sorry, Hans, wrong guess.
Well, it seems like the fine folks in this IRC soon actually realized that, since they then decided, then and there, to choose to shift their focus to ethics in gaming journalism because they thought the optics would be better. Still August 18th, we're only like 5 hours away from when the chat started, when user Big Boss comes in with a brilliant idea. Best course is to move this to a broader discussion, something among the lines of corruption in gaming journalism. Social network drama isn't worth nearly as much as journalistic integrity drama. What he said, fair enough, that's what really matters. In case it's not clear that this group chat's goal was to end Zoe's career at all costs, here are some other highlights from the chat, which I found logged on the website archive.today. If you read through these chats, it becomes pretty clear how manufactured so much of this drama was. The people in the group chat actively planned and wanted all of the chaos to happen. She probably fucked JonTron. Well, what the hell would she know about depression? She fucked JonTron, didn't she? That N-word has standards. We'll talk about Zoe's connection to JonTron in the next section. It's not sexual. Anyway, continuing. Is there really a point to posting her nudes everywhere? That would be funny. I hate her, but then she would scream the R word. These nudes will generate attention though. We need more eyes. Posting the nudes wouldn't be productive. Yeah, but we need to put her as the villain, not the victim. Don't forget, you post those nudes, she can go to that PAX panel and make us look like the bad guys. We could always save the nudes for the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. What is our goal? Blowing up the story, wrecking Kotaku and Zoe. You remember how in 1984 the party manipulated the past however they liked? This reminds me of that. I think they assume that by keeping it silent, now it won't grow. I don't think they are expecting a drawn-out fight. We'll need proxies, a methodology to strike, actually computer-competent people, you know, like old times. Old days are over. There are no more heroes. We were never at war with the SJWs. It was always the Jews? Wait, what? How did we get there? By the way, I don't recommend reading through all of these logs. For some reason, their go-to jokes and comebacks are always just plain anti-Semitism. It's pretty hard to figure out which users are dumb teens aiming for shock value and which are people's real opinions, since, as we will see, some people from this crowd 2 years into the future will go on to join real neo-Nazi movements, then some won't.
They grow up so fast.
But it's scary to look at regardless. SJW drama has really killed the rest of internet drama TBH. We need to wipe them out. I'm debating whether or not we should just attack Zoe, turn her into a victim, let her cry and take it further. She's already a victim. She's a professional victim. It was real in her mind. She's victimizing herself. Push her further until eventually she and heroes. So for those of you under 30 Ann Hero is 2000s internet slang for ending your own life. She's a professional victim. She doesn't do it for free. She can't even into depression. What makes you think she has the balls to end her life? I kind of want to make her life irreparably horrible at this point. Like I said, but what if she ends her life? Good, then we get to troll #RememberZoe and milk the lolcow corpse. The more you try to attack her directly, the more she gets to play the victim card and make a bunch of friends who will support her, because since she has a vagina, any attack is misogyny. Or sorry, not misogyny, misgony. V should be in charge of the gaming journalism aspect of it, Pol should be in charge of the feminism aspect, and B should be in charge of harassing her into ending her life. On the same day these chats began, late at night on August 18th, 2014, the YouTuber Internet Aristocrat, who later changed his name to Mr. Medicare, released the first major YouTube video in this particular piece of the saga. His video was titled Quinnspiracy Theory Number 1, The Five Guys Saga. Because this channel's now gone, I had to use an archive channel to watch the video, but we can look at some highlights of what it said.
The video I was originally going to upload tonight is gone. I've scrapped it, it's deleted. I've decided to do something different because of this. What you're looking at is a copyright claim against a YouTube user by the name of Mundane Matt on a video called Hell Hath No Fury Like a Lover Scorned. That copyright claim was filed by Zoe Quinn, the person who is the subject of the video itself. Now, in the copyright claim, she had stated that he'd used a still image of her game, Depression Quest, which she's a creator of, and that she had ownership over that, and that's why the video needed to be pulled down, because it was infringing on her intellectual property. But the truth is, it had nothing to do with that. The image Matt used in his video, and it was just one image.
Mundane Matt was a YouTuber back in the 2010s, often also covering things from the anti-social justice warrior angle. According to Internet Aristocrat, Mundane Matt had originally made a video about the Zoe Post only for Zoe to copyright claim his video and to get it taken down. It's worth noting that Mundane Matt is also allegedly one of the users participating in the IRC that we're reading, which of course I can't prove beyond reasonable doubt, but he is alleged to have been participating in this chat and is working behind the scenes in the rest of this. So Matt's video gets taken down, and Internet Aristocrat is here to come to Matt's defense, saying that Zoe is misusing the copyright system. Which, hear me out real quick, yeah, in this case, Zoe is misusing the copyright claim system. And I don't support people misusing the copyright claim system because that hurts all of us in the end. What Zoe should have done is report the video for harassment or something, but since we are going to talk about some of the ways GamerGate could have influenced YouTube and its policies, it's entirely possible that YouTube just wasn't as good at taking things down for bullying and harassment at the time. I didn't start making YouTube videos until many years after this, so I can't be totally sure. But regardless, we can acknowledge multiple things to be true at once. Yes, Zoe was misusing the copyright claim system. At the same time, Matt's video was likely personal and invasive and borderline bullying. I can't verify that for certain, of course, since the video has been taken down. But let's just listen to what happens next. Do we think Internet Aristocrat is going to spend the majority of this video discussing the importance of properly using the copyright claim system, breaking down fair use laws, and explaining how they work in practice? Or do we think this video is just gonna shit talk Zoe, thereby supporting the fact that these people were actually just bullies? Let's find out.
What it had to do with was suppressing information from getting out. And that's something that's been going on now for the last 3 days since this began. Sites like Reddit and NeoGAF and even 4chan on certain boards have suppressed this from being talked about because of the implications it has in the gaming industry. Now, what started all of this off was a WordPress blog called the Zoe Post.
Alright, so we're not actually going to talk about the wider implications of fair use. That's not actually what this video is about. It's only about villainizing Zoe. Okay, yeah, I was right. Let's move on.
Gaming journalism has reached a low point over the last 5 years. It started with pieces that had nothing to do with gaming or game reviews, nothing to do with software or hardware, nothing to do with events or expos. It started to travel off into the areas of social justice and feminism and opinion pieces and op-eds that had nothing to do with gaming.
Okay, I'm confused here too. So Internet Aristocrat is mad at sites like Kotaku for posting too many articles about feminism because they have nothing to do with gaming. But the headlines he shows literally do have something to do with gaming. Like this one, sexual harassment is a joke to these fighting game fans. And then if you look at the text of the article, it's about how a gaming livestream mocked sexual harassment. So that does have to do with gaming. It had to do with a gaming streaming broadcast, which is about gaming. It's commenting on an issue seen in the gaming community, on gaming broadcasts about video games. If this article were about how there's too much sexual harassment in the violin repairing community, then yeah, I'd see this point. But that's not what happened. Look at this headline too. The games at E3 2014 sure had a lot of dudes like always. Then the text of the article breaks down how many of the games shown at E3 featured largely male casts, with few games having women as the leads. So once again, That does not have nothing to do with gaming. This writer is literally talking about E3, the massive video game industry expo, and analyzing the demographic breakdown of those games' characters. She's not talking about how there were too many movies with male protagonists nominated for the Oscars. If she were, I'd agree with Internet Aristocrat, but she's not. Also, part of the argument here is that if gaming news sites like Kotaku are posting these feminist pieces, then it's taking the focus away from real game journalism, which I think is meant to mean press releases about upcoming games, reviews of new games, announcements about developments in upcoming games, etc. But Kotaku is an online publication. We aren't in the days of having limited space in magazines where you have to manage these high printing costs. This is a website that can handle a lot more articles. So yes, you can have articles that discuss things like feminism in relation to video games and also discuss new game releases, game reviews, etc. They're not mutually exclusive. Actually, let's look at the sidebar on this article, the one Internet Aristocrat chose to use as an example of not talking about video games. This is the one about having a lot of male-driven games at E3. The sidebar shows a lot of articles that the writer, Patricia Hernandez, recommends you read next. Do we think Hernandez's list includes A, articles about video games, or B, links to feminist blogs talking about things like the wage gap? It's not B, she's literally talking about video games. For example, her next recommended articles include headlines like, the Silent Hill teaser isn't nearly as scary when it glitches out, and the most relatively pirated games by site, and hell breaks loose when you mod Skyrim, and fans want a World of Warcraft tribute to Robin Williams and Blizzard's listing. It's almost like the site is still talking about video games. And the examples Internet Aristocrat picked for the sole purpose of showing the site talking about issues that have nothing to do with gaming were all still about gaming. So far, I'm not convinced. Let's keep going.
It started to have authors who are writing pieces condemning the gaming audience as being sexist and misogynistic, as being racist and bigoted, as being overly violent rapist. This has been seen on Kotaku, on Rock Paper Shotgun, on Destructoid, on The Escapist, on any website you can name. This has been transpiring for the last 5 years. It seems more and more these outlier pieces have become the standard, and that the narrative put forward in them has become cohesive and refined, like a talking point targeted at us as the audience. And there's a reason for that. And Zoe Quinn and what's happened over the last 3 days helps to point that out. That is why this is important, and it needs to be talked about.
So here's where things start to connect back to Anita Sarkeesian. Anita Sarkeesian, now 2 full years before the events that we're at now, got the ball rolling with the discussion of how video games represent women. And people were angry about that. As I said earlier in this video, I too thought her criticism was sorely lacking. But I think it's pretty sexist to say that in a vacuum that even discussing the ways women are represented at all is worthless. Anita's ideas in a vacuum weren't what was bad, it was her execution. But we're seeing people who were never even on board with the concept. People who think that even discussing sexism in gaming is a worthless endeavor. But Anita got that ball rolling, and publications started printing more discussions regarding these topics, and people like Internet Aristocrat weren't happy about this. Although, for the record, no, I don't think gamers in general are sexist. Are some gamers sexist? Yeah, some people in every community are going to be bad people. But if you're trying to prove that there is never a sexism problem in the gaming world, getting mad at every woman who tries to critique games is probably not the best way to prove your point. I'm just saying.
This has nothing to do with her as a person in a relationship. I don't care that Zoe Quinn fucked 5 guys.
Oh, you don't? Then why are we here?
Because it helps to highlight a massive flaw in the Fifth Estate. Now, if you're like me, you've grown up watching mainstream media, television media, die a death. And it didn't just die this death because of the invention of the internet. It died because of its lack of ethical standards.
No, okay, it's 2014 when this came out, and regular TV was dying because of the internet. The point he's trying to make here is that most people don't trust mainstream TV stations because we know that they're backed by corporations and money's always exchanging hands to incentivize journalists to cover one topic over another. We all know that kind of thing. And he's claiming that we're seeing this thing happen on the internet too. And yes, that is true. Both TV news and online news have corruption issues, and we should call those out. But I don't think this is anything new, and I don't think it has any connection to people wanting to discuss feminism in games, nor does it relate at all to Zoe Quinn. Part of Internet Aristocrat's point here seems to be that Zoe and Aaron's former relationship was none of our business until it turned out that Zoe had allegedly been banging some gaming journalists, because then it shows us that Zoe theoretically could have gotten unethical game reviews or coverage. That's the point we'll keep in mind as we move forward. We're going to need to see some proof of this, because if there isn't actually a case of that happening in real life, then this is literally just latching onto someone's relationship drama because you enjoy the drama. Unless there's proof that Zoe did trade sexual favors for positive press, we'll just have to wait and see.
So when the Fifth Estate emerged, when we had internet journalism, we felt like we had something we could believe in. We were going to report to each other. We were going to be the honest people. We weren't going to let other outside factors influence truth. But it has not happened that way.
Okay, this is literally just a basic capitalism problem. Let me break this down. Online journalists, much like newspaper, magazine, or TV journalists, need to make money for the work that they're doing. Otherwise, they can't commit full-time to doing said work because otherwise they can't pay their rent or their mortgage or their medical bills, etc. When a network or a publication or a website puts a ton of work into becoming a large platform, the people who spent all their time building that platform, who also need to pay their own bills, are financially incentivized to hire journalists who will bring them the greatest return on investment, meaning the most views or clicks, because then that will make the advertisers happy. This is the exact same model as TV and magazine journalism, just online. So when the platform decides what to publish online, it's going to choose to pay the journalist who will bring in the biggest audience. Hence, journalists are incentivized to write articles that will get the most views. Internet Aristocrat, as a YouTuber, was incentivized to make videos that would get the views. Now he's covering the Quinnspiracy rather than just reviewing his own favorite games. This really shouldn't be news to anybody. I agree that there's a serious ethical problem in all forms of journalism, but that's because of the business model itself, and I personally don't know how to fix it, because a different model, like the government subsidizing journalists, would be even worse, because then journalists would be financially incentivized to never criticize anyone in power. I honestly think a system like universal basic income might help, but in the meantime, this is what we have. It's not a good system, but the flaws in the system are once again completely irrelevant to Zoe Quinn.
Now, Wizardchan, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this website, is a image board dedicated to the movie Hocus Pocus. They are Disney fucking fanatics over at Wizardchan.
Okay, I'll give it to him. That joke was good. That was basically the exact same format as the joke I made earlier when I said GamerGate was the controversy that happened when Zoe wiretapped the GamerGate hotel. That kind of joke always gets me. You win that one, bud.
So this is a list of 5 guys. And again, I'm not putting their names out there because I think it's wrong she cheated in a relationship. I'm putting those names out there to show you, or to start to show you, how corrupt gaming journalism and game development have become. These are the 5 guys. Now, to start with, on the very far right-hand side is Joshua Boggs. Now, he was her boss. She had sex with him while she was in a relationship with Aaron. The interesting thing is, Joshua Boggs is married. So not only was she having sex with her employer, she was having sex with a man who's married. This didn't cause her a crisis of conscience, even though she's made statements in the past on social media saying how wrong it is to have affairs, how terrible it is to cheat on somebody when you're married. But again, as a liar, she says one thing and does another.
Okay, wait. This is about journalist ethics, right? Not about cheating. If this is really about caring that our news is truthful and remains uncorrupted and truly nothing to do with just enjoying other people's relationship drama because you're a glorified tabloid, then why do we care that Joshua Boggs is married? Why are we even talking about him at all instead of Nathan Grayson, who's actually the Kotaku journalist? Why are we wasting our time caring about who had an affair and who's married and who isn't? Why does that matter when we're talking about ethics in journalism?
And again, I'm not putting their names out there because I think it's wrong she cheated in a relationship. I don't care that Zoe Quinn fucked 5 guys.
Okay, if you say so.
It's not just that game developers and game journalists have friendships, or that they communicate, or that they cooperate and do things together. They are having illicit sexual relationships which benefit one another. Nathan Grayson is benefited by being able to write an article that will get him clicks and thereby ad revenue. Zoe Quinn is able to get publicity and make money. It is a disgusting relationship, and it is the opposite of what journalism is meant to be.
Okay, whoa, stop. What you are describing here is not a sexual relationship, it is literally a professional one. You're saying that Nathan Grayson benefits from writing about Zoe's game because he gets her ad revenue from his article. And then you're saying that Zoe benefits from Nathan's article because Depression Quest gets more press about it. This is true whether or not they ever had sex. If you made the argument that person A told person B, I'll suck your dick if you give my game a good review, and then person B gets the benefit of a suck dick, but that wasn't one of the benefits you listed. You listed the benefit of earning revenue from an article and getting press for a game, which is exactly what happens in every professional game journalist to game developer relationship when nobody is having sex. So this doesn't prove anything at all.
I want you to try to imagine this sort of thing happening in old media. Imagine Watergate. What if Nixon had driven down to the Post and taken Woodward and Bernstein aside and said, hey, if you don't post that whole scandal thing, I'll give you both a blowjob. How about a Hummer in the fucking printing room?
The term GamerGate still hasn't been coined yet, but when it is, it's going to happen in about a week and a half, and it's going to be with a link to this video. So we can safely say that it was this video, and its comparison to Watergate, that made all the magic happen. Remember the second book in the series of Julie, the 1970s American Girl doll, when her older sister called her Little Miss Watergate after she gets caught recording her sister's phone call on a cassette tape? Wait, hold on, shit, I've left Julie alone unsupervised for too long, hold on. Guys, I got there. I saved her just in time. Julie was this close to becoming a woman as background decoration. 2 days after this video by Internet Aristocrat was published, 2 days after the IRC logs we just read, the Daily Dot then published a new article called The Sexist Crusade to Destroy Game Developer Zoe Quinn. As the article says, the gaming industry has unleashed a steam of vitriol and harassment against feminist gamer Zoe Quinn thanks to a tell-all post made by a jilted ex-boyfriend. Allegations made by Quinn's ex have brought about an internet maelstrom, sustained campaign of harassment again against Quinn and her family, and widespread accusations by gamers that Quinn's alleged personal relationships are a sign of corruption in the gaming industry. Thing is, there are no publicly known facts to support this theory. There is, however, a lot of hot air. Despite its length, Joni's post amounts to little more than the kind of nasty post-breakup grapes spurned partners lament about with close friends. But thanks to a number of key factors, his allegations have turned into a hot-button issue for a certain sector of the gaming community, which has twisted Joni's dirty laundry into a narrative of industry corruption, a tale that is not based on provable fact. While Joni does not directly accuse Quinn of using sex to advance her career, he implies that her relationships with the man for whom she later worked and a gaming journalist may have been ethically murky. All week, gamers have accused Quinn of trading sexual favors for career advancement from industry professionals and positive reviews from gaming journalists. Despite the lack of evidence for either of these claims, again, Joni's post never makes either allegation and the gaming journalist he names never reviewed Quinn's game Depression Quest, the idea has taken firm hold within the gaming community. And the gamers are angry. 4chan's V-image board allegedly briefly hacked Quinn's Tumblr in an attempt to get her real-life contact details along with stealing alleged nude photos of Quinn from a private server. They've also flocked to Metacritic to bombard her game with negative reviews. In a Tumblr post, originally deleted during the hack and then reposted, Quinn detailed the litany of harassment she and her relatives had been subjected to as a result of the latest wave of harassment. After asking that members of the gaming press be respectful of what is a personal matter and is not news, she elaborated, "The idea that I am required to debunk a manifesto of my sexual past written by an openly malicious ex-boyfriend in order to continue participating in this industry is horrifying. And I won't do it. It's a personal matter that never should have been made public, and I don't want to delve into personal shit, mine or anyone else's, while saying that people's love and sex lives are no one's business. I'm not going to talk about it. I will never talk about it. It's not your goddamn business." This is another example of gendered violence, whereby my personal life becomes means to punish my professional credentials and try to shame me into giving up my work. I'm still committed to doing my small part to create a world where no woman is at risk of experiencing this. That said, I am thankful that even boards with a reputation for being the most hostile places online have been able to tell the intent behind these threads and banned them outright, seeing the hate speech for what it is, and not news for what it is. Okay, so what I still haven't seen, much like what the writer of the Daily Dot article still hasn't seen, is any proof that Zoe traded any sexual favors for anything. Even if it is true that Zoe had sexual relations with that man Nathan Grayson, where is the proof that after said sexual relations, Grayson went on to review Depression Quest with a biased worldview? Isn't it also possible that Zoe could have had sex with Nathan Grayson after which nothing happened? So where was this article? Where was Nathan Grayson's supposed biased review? Actually, someone who was fully on board with being critical of Zoe Quinn, but wanted, evidence, went to the Pro Gamer Games subreddit r/Kotaku in action to ask just that. A now deleted Reddit user asked, "Does anyone have the link to Nathan Grayson's review of Depression Quest? I saw some anti-GamerGate people claiming it doesn't exist, so I had to look, but I couldn't find it. Did it get taken down? Does anyone have it archived?" To which this user received the following responses. "It doesn't exist. Nathan Grayson didn't review her game. He gave her and her game positive coverage. Sorry you fell for a straw man, mate." And also comments like this. "This is a common misconception that was created by the clickbait press. It's a classic straw man. The press takes a two-stage argument to disprove the Nathan Grayson incident. They state the claim as, Nathan Grayson received sex in exchange for good reviews. This is untrue in 3 ways. Nathan Grayson never gave a review. The sexual relationship started after Nathan Grayson wrote anything about the developer in question. Even in the early days, the claims those aligned with the GamerGate consumer revolt made never mentioned a review. Really, go back and watch Internet's Aristocrat video, the one that had so much trouble on Reddit. He clearly says coverage, not review, and he details what coverage that was and what the problem was with it. Okay, so at least we can all agree on one thing, and that is that there was never a review of the game Depression Quest, written by Nathan Grayson. As these guys on Kotaku in Action are pointing out, no one ever even claimed there was. What they claimed, and what they still hold to be true, is that Nathan Grayson, while never writing a direct review of the game, still gave Depression Quest positive coverage without disclosing the sexual nature of his relationship with Zoe, and that even if there wasn't a direct review of the game, it was still unethical for him to give the game positive coverage and positive publicity while having sex with said game's developer, because that made his coverage biased, and theoretically a different game could have gotten that positive coverage instead. Okay, now that we're all on the same page about which articles exist and don't exist, let's break down what Nathan Grayson actually did right. There are 2 articles that people on this subreddit have linked to, which are the same 2 articles that Internet Aristocrat shows on screen in his video. One user on Kotaku in Action also referenced a 3rd article, this one. This is an article from the PC gaming site Rock Paper Shotgun about how Steam Greenlight was going to start charging indie developers a $100 fee to submit their games. Nathan Grayson wrote this article, and the connection to Zoe Quinn is that it includes a quote from Zoe saying that $100 is a lot of money for a small-time developer. But if we look at the date on this article, September 5th, 2012, that's a year before Depression Quest even came out, when Zoe was known for an even smaller game, It's Not Okay Cupid, that I'm not positive was even ever fully finished, and I can't find any record of still existing. And according to Aaron Joni's own timeline, that's almost 2 years before there would have even been any potential sexual relations between Zoe and Nathan Grayson. All this article shows is that 2 people who both work in the video game world know each other and would go to each other for quotes on a topic, so I'm just going to ignore this one, and I hope y'all can too. What we're going to focus on instead are the 2 articles that Grayson wrote in 2014 that mention Zoe Quinn. The first is another article from Rock Paper Shotgun from January 8th, 2014. The article is called Admission Quest, Valve Greenlights 50 More Games. The header image includes a screenshot from Depression Quest, and then the article begins. The article as a whole is just a list of 50 games that were admitted to Steam Greenlight. Depression Quest is one of those games. There is no bias here. It's just a list of 50 games, and it's factually true that Depression Quest is one of them. It is one of the games of all time, which is exactly how I'd personally review it. The argument a lot of these guys are making, though, is that because Depression Quest was featured as the header image of the article, and because Zoe was called out by name in the article's lead with only a few of the other games instead of all 50, that the article still gave extra promotion to Depression Quest, and that therefore Zoe was getting special treatment. But again, I ask, where is the proof that this was in exchange for sexual favors? The date on the article is January 8th, 2014. Aaron Joni in the Zoe Post claimed that Zoe cheated with Nathan in April of 2014, 3 months later. As of right now, there is no proof whatsoever that anything sexual had been going on when this article was published, nor does the article even give a value judgment about Depression Quest other than it being one of the games of all time. So I think this is also safe to ignore. The other article, the one about the infamous Polaris Game Jam, is the one we're going to break down even further, and this will require its own section of the video. Grayson covers Game Jam. Okay, Five Guys, burgers and fries, whatever. I don't even eat there because they fry everything in peanut oil and Tyler's allergic to peanuts, so instead of Five Guys, let's focus on one guy, the one guy that this is really all about, Nathan Grayson, gaming journalist for Kotaku. We briefly touched on the fact that he wrote an article 3 months before the alleged affair in which all he did was say that Zoe's game was one among 50 games to be new on Greenlight, a fact that was objectively true. So let's move on to Grayson's other article, the one other time that he's publicly written about Zoe Quinn and Depression Quest. On March 31st, 2014, Kotaku published an article written by Nathan Grayson called The Indie Game Reality TV Show That Went to Hell. Let's take a look at some of what it says. A reality TV show about some of the best indie game developers in the business competing Iron Chef style to make amazing games. Sounds like a great idea, right? You'd think so, but the story does not, unfortunately, have a happy ending. According to a report on Indie Static and corroborating testimonials from Depression Quest creator Zoe Quinn, Sound Self maestro Robin Arnott, and traveling indie of All the Hats Adriel Wallach, Game Jam was originally conceived as an attempt to give wider audiences an inside look at what a game jam, that is, a rapid-fire game creation process usually done over the course of a few days as a creative exercise, is actually like. Alright, so I'm not a game developer myself, so I have never participated in a game jam. Tyler used to do some game developer work back in the day, so he has participated in game jams before. From what he's told me, they're basically like the game developer's version of doing a 48-hour film festival, of which I've done 3. Very cool experience, very exhausting, but a fun challenge nonetheless. Side note, should we make a writer version of this? Like for books. I know we have NaNoWriMo for writing a novel draft in 1 month, but what if we did some kind of like weekend crash writing thing? like writing a novella challenge or like something you have to write 20,000 words in a weekend. We'll workshop the idea together. Let me know your thoughts on that in the comments, and also in the comments, place your bets as to how many NaNoWriMo drafts long my script for this video was. Back to Game Jam. Grayson writes, filming allegedly happened last week, with the process ending when everyone walked off set in outright refusal to have anything to do with the show after Pepsi consultant and protagonist CEO Maddie Lesham repeatedly attempted to stir up drama. Apparently, production company Polaris, a subsidiary of the now Disney-owned YouTube network Maker, dropped somewhere in the realm of $400,000 on the project. It was even sponsored by Pepsi Mountain Dew. From the beginning, there were potential problems with the green label Game Jam, wrote Wallach in her testimonial. The contract was full of corporate legalese. There were clauses about being allowed to misinterpret us in any way on any topic for dramatic effect. There were sections barring developers from appearing on any form of broadcast media for a period of time longer than anyone should be comfortable with. Many of the participants were the sole faces of their company. We, off the bat, would be risking our reputations, our livelihoods to participate in this jam. We negotiated the contract as a group. We reworded the most egregious sections, but not before having to push back for days. So then the competition itself began. Things got off on a strange foot when developers were organized into game show style teams with captains, in this case Zoe Quinn, Robin Arnott, Perfect Stride creators, Arcane Kids, and a group of USC students, each with a surprise YouTuber, among them personalities like JonTron, along for the ride, which is not really what a game development team looks like. There were 16 competitors in total, divided into 4 teams. They'd have 4 days to come up with a game idea and prototype it for all the world to see. Strict limits, but bizarre team structures aside, that's a game jam for you. But then things got stranger. Polaris ground any sort of, game development to a halt by filling day one with Mountain Dew sponsored challenges, the first of which involved YouTubers doing Let's Play style videos of their team captains' games. That put a lot of stress on the developers, who were already under the gun to create something in an incredibly short time frame. Every day counts when you're jamming, heck, every second counts really. This sounds more than anything like it's going to become a commentary on capitalism, about how the sponsors took over and made the game jam less about the games and more about selling Pepsi and Mountain Dew or whatever. Still haven't seen any promotion for Depression Quest. Depression Quest isn't even the game in question here, it's whatever new game Zoe and their team will supposedly make during this game jam. Moreover, it quickly became clear that Mountain Dew had center stage here. The prizes were Mountain Dew, a year's supply of the stuff, a trip to Dew-hosted extreme sporting events. The stakes were Mountain Dew, the message was Mountain Dew. If developers held cans incorrectly or didn't smile enthusiastically enough, scenes had to be shot again and again and again. If developers were on camera, Mountain Dew was the only beverage they could consume. There was talk of having participants even drink water from used Mountain Dew cans. So far, this is exactly what I said. This whole game jam sounds like a hot mess, like the sponsor took it too far and wanted too much control. Tempers flared as it became apparent that the show wasn't quite what people were expecting, and Pepsi's on-site consultant decided to get involved, but not as a calming influence or a mediator. YouTube personality JonTron and Depression Quest creator Zoe Quinn butted heads during the Let's Play challenge, and they decided to resolve their differences with a discussion offset. Cameras, however, quickly followed. So it seems like Zoe's involvement here is fighting with JonTron. Isn't it wild how this was 2 years before JonTron was outed as a huge racist asshole on Destiny's stream? But I guess Zoe and JonTron were already strong personalities at this event. I still don't see how this promotes Depression Quest.
Dwight had a big personality, and I have a big personality, and
the second their feet left the competition floor, however, something happened that I didn't expect. Cameras, wrote Indie Static reporter Jared Rosen. Cameras from every angle and direction, marching into the discussion as someone started feeding the fight with inflammatory comments, and all of it filmed for what would likely be some of that legal misrepresentation. Zoe was horrified. Zoe didn't want that. John didn't want that. Serato, Umatami, and many game producers spectating didn't want that, and it went against everything Game Jam stood for. But Pepsi consultant and protagonist CEO Maddie Lesham pushed the angle. And as the challenge went on, we discovered that he had cornered John in a room and tried to get him to speak poorly of Zoe. The only negative story they could muster out of all 15 contestants. John's a nice dude. The interview attempt failed, with the result making him furious. Man, out of all this, I really wish JonTron being a nice dude had been the thing that had been true. So far, that's the only falsehood I see in this article, but nobody yet knew how bad of a person John was back then, so I can't blame Nathan Grayson for that, okay? Things spiraled from there. Computers broke down. YouTubers discovered that equipment provided to them was extremely low quality, and morale hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, Lesham wouldn't stop pushing, and then he took things 200 steps beyond too far. 2 of the other teams have women on them. Do you think they're at a disadvantage? And then, do you think you're at an advantage because you have a pretty lady on your team? He apparently asked variations on those questions to multiple teams, all of whom more or less responded that the question was moot because A, having women involved gave them a huge advantage by adding more viewpoints to the equation, and B, these women weren't inherently less skilled or qualified by way of not being men. They were professional game developers, end of story. Wallach especially was at her wit's end. After pushing more, he got a rise out of me. He got me to, with an embarrassed and flushed red face, launch into a statement about his question is indicative of everything that is wrong with our industry in terms of sexism, that no, we weren't at an advantage because we had a woman on our team, we were at an advantage because I'm a damn fine programmer and game developer. Indie Static claims that Leshem responded to all of this by saying, stop filming, we're not getting a story here. So I know that this all still has nothing to do with Gamergate, but I'm getting irrationally angry at Maddie Leshem and Pepsi and Mountain Dew, because if they'd backed off just a bit, imagine what could have been. I wish this show existed. I would have loved to have watched the show. He later defended his actions by saying he marched with women in the 70s with flowers in his hair, but by this point the damage had already been done. He then apparently tried to get one more rise out of Quinn, and that's what everyone decided they'd finally had enough. The teams banded together and stormed off the set. Various entities involved in production begged them to stay, and, while the developers eventually reached some kind of compromise with Polaris for a hypothetical future program, this one was over. Ultimately, Arnott's testimonial claims everyone later met with Polaris to air their grievances in a less heated environment, but there was little to be salvaged except perhaps a future professional relationship. It sounds like things continually went from bad to worse every possible step of the way. But it wasn't all bad to begin with. Even as things fell into disarray, Polaris's project leads tried to keep it together, and they accepted responsibility for what ultimately happened. Sound Self's Arnott explained, Aaron Umatami was the director of Game Jam. It was his baby, supported by producer Jason Serrato. As the project grew in scale, they made compromises that they shouldn't have. But when those compromises were manifest on set as the unsafe and unfriendly environment the four of us have described, they were as horrified as anyone else. One of the difficult parts about being on set was not knowing who we could trust and to what extent. Over the course of the weeks leading up to the shoot, the single shooting day, and the days since, these two were the only beacons at Maker Polaris who I believed I could trust. They have assumed personal responsibility for what went wrong and repeatedly demonstrated their integrity. I would happily work with them again and sincerely hope that one day Aaron's baby will be realized as it was imagined. I can't help but agree with Robin Arnott here. I'm emotionally invested in this story now. I feel bad for the people who worked so hard to put on this game jam with how bad the companies involved ruined it. Man, this sucks. Let's finish the article. And while the experience was trying for all involved, it was also rife with important lessons. Quinn summed it up. There was this amazing thing that happened after the production was over. Without any organization or prompting, we acquired and shared some refreshments around, set up some multiplayer games, invited production staff to just come and be people and play with us, and had a spontaneous pop-up party, more or less. It was the first time I had started to feel like myself at all since landing in LA. I started to remember what life felt like offset again, and it reminded me of what I love about game jams and the indie community in general. It felt like such a complete contrast to the 24 hours that preceded it, and a thought clicked into my head. I want to run a game jam. I'd love to have the LPers do what they're so often so brilliant at and bridge the gap between games and the audience and do it super low-tech, low-budget, documentary style, capture the inspiration, the hard work, the 3 a.m. delirium, and the dumb jokes that come with it. Show people how we all band together and support each other through the deadline. That's what I want to show the world about game jams. That's the ambassador I'd rather be. And then let's just double-check the date on that article. Yep, March. All press that Nathan Grayson gave to Depression Quest happened before Aaron Joni's self-reported timeline of when Zoe could have possibly slept with him. So we don't have evidence that Zoe traded sex for reviews. Since any alleged sex that did happen would have happened after the two articles, neither of which were a review, were published. It's not a crime to report favorably on someone's game and then later have sex with them in an unrelated instance. If this alleged cheating took place, the one person accusing them of it, Aaron Joni, said himself that it happened after these articles came out. So I'm really confused. Are people trying to make the argument that Zoe theoretically could have said, if you give my game some press, I'll have sex with you sometime in the future? Because if so, what proof of that is there? Also, I'm failing to see what about the Game Jam article we just went over is in any way Nathan Grayson giving Depression Quest a positive review or positive press or promotion or positive coverage in any way. He's literally just reporting on the Game Jam. Zoe was a participant in it. Zoe was involved in some of the conflicts that took place, so Zoe is mentioned. Which makes sense, because that's relevant to the article. JonTron is also mentioned multiple times too. I guess you can make the argument that Nathan included multiple quotes from Zoe but didn't include a quote from JonTron, so maybe that means he was biased in his reporting, but we have no idea what his actual interviews before writing this article looked like. Plus, it seems like most of these quotes came from the subject's own testimonials, and it's possible that JonTron just never gave one. I've been writing for magazines since 20 2015, and I can tell you guys, some interviews are easier to conduct than others. Some interviewees talk a lot, some don't talk much, and you really have to push and dig. We have no idea if Nathan was taking a biased viewpoint by intentionally including more quotes from Zoe, or if perhaps Zoe just gave him more relevant quotes that rounded the article out. Could something shady have been going on? I guess it's possible, anything's possible, but I'm a believer in innocent until proven guilty, and I'm just really not seeing the proof. Honestly, you could just as easily say that Nathan's best coverage was of Adriel Wallach, since her quote was first, and he introduces her as traveling Indy of all the hats. Due to all the backlash that Nathan Grayson received over this article and the controversy surrounding it, Kotaku's then editor-in-chief, Stephen Totolo, released an article of his own addressing everything. He says, "In recent days, I've been asked several times about a possible breach of ethics involving one of our reporters. While I believe no such breach occurred, I feel it is important for Kotaku readers who have questions to get clear answers. The questions involve Nathan Grayson, who began writing for us part-time in March and joined us full-time in July. The allegations have been extreme. Nathan has been accused of, in some way, trading positive coverage of a developer for the opportunity to sleep with her, of failing to disclose that he was in a romantic relationship with the developer he had written about, and that he'd given said developer's game a favorable review. All of those are troubling claims that we take seriously. All would be violations of the standards we maintain. Having spoken to Nathan several times, having looked closely at the numerous messages sent our way by concerned readers, and having compared published timelines, our leadership team finds no compelling evidence that any of that is true. On March 31st, Nathan published the only Kotaku article he's written involving Zoe Quinn. It was about Game Jam, a failed reality show that Zoe and other developers were upset about being on. At the time, Nathan and Zoe were professional acquaintances. He quoted blog posts written by Zoe and others involved in the show. Shortly after that, in early April, Nathan and Zoe began a romantic relationship. He has not written about her since. Nathan never reviewed Zoe's game Depression Quest, let alone gave it a favorable review. So it seems that Nathan Grayson has now confirmed that he and Zoe eventually did start a relationship. However, that relationship didn't begin until after the article was published, and that Grayson hasn't covered Zoe's work again since. We have no way to truly know what went on behind the scenes. But keep in mind that even if Nathan and Zoe did begin dating or having an affair or whatever in April of 2014, and this article came out in late March, it's entirely possible that all of the writing on this article was done well before anything happened. Even online magazines, especially those who have a brand name or a reputation to uphold, spend a lot of time from the writer's first draft to the publication, sending the article through rounds of editing from staff editors, sometimes the editor-in-chief, and then sometimes having sources get the chance to check and verify their quotes, doing fact-checking. Different publications will do the process different, with varying degrees of scrutiny, with varying amounts of time between an article's first draft and its publication, but it is entirely possible and very believable that Nathan could have written this article like a month before any of this even happened, and he had no idea at the time that he and Zoe would later have any kind of sexual relationship. At the very least, there's no proof. Now, so far in this video, you may have noticed that I've been defending Zoe Quinn quite a lot, and that's because in these cases, Zoe was objectively and provably the victim. Zoe was the victim of a sexist harassment campaign, of having their personal life and private business aired by a bitter ex, a victim of doxing, of assault threats, and more. And that is never okay. A lot of the people who targeted Zoe are horrendous people, and we'll see how these people manage to somehow grow into even worse humans over the next few years as this video continues. But I want to say something else real quick. I don't want anyone to think that I'm defending Zoe because I'm a fan of their work. Because I'm not. Even more so than the critiques I had of Anita Sarkeesian earlier in this video, I have a lot of things to criticize about Zoe Quinn. And I think before we move on, I need to address those things and discuss how some of the valid criticisms of Zoe could have become mixed with the rest of this misogynistic mess. Is Zoe Quinn a scammer? Yeah, I genuinely think so. I genuinely think so, yes. I'm about to break down all the reasons why, but before I do, I want to make it clear that scamming people is bad. Y'all know I feel that way, like half of this channel is anti-multi-level marketing content and critiques of business guru culture, but I would never support even the worst scammers being sexually harassed, threatened, doxed, or having their explicit materials leaked non-consensually. It's fair to critique Zoe for their work, not for not being a man, not for their sexual history. But much like with the case of Anita Sarkeesian, valid critiques of Zoe Quinn ended up getting lost in the mess while louder, more aggressive, and mean-spirited people decided to attack Zoe with misogynistic slurs and violent threats. As a result, Zoe did gain the sympathy of a lot of people, as is well deserved. But in the years since, we have seen Zoe using said sympathy to take money and support from fans without ever producing the promised output. So let's talk about that. You may have noticed that Depression Quest is the only game Zoe has out that they're the lead developer for, and it's a very short game. But it's not the only game that Zoe's ever announced. In fact, Zoe has multiple other games theoretically in production that they've announced, taken tons of money from their fans to create, never created, and then let fade into the ether without any updates for years on end, and then lashed out at critics when asked about it. Just for the sake of full accuracy, though, I will point out that Zoe has been credited on working on multiple games in the meantime, usually gaining credits in minor voice acting roles or the special thanks, and in 2021, Zoe did receive a writing credit for the game Solar Ash. Plus, Zoe has a few smaller games out, games that Zoe's website says were made in a few hours or less, but are nonetheless kind of funny and cute. So Zoe has been working on some things, mainly a new career in writing for DC Comics. But the issue is, regardless of the few things Zoe has accomplished over the past few years, none of those things have been the projects that fans actually paid money for. Those projects have seemingly all been abandoned. I want to make something very clear. Just because someone is a victim, even a victim of something horrible and unforgivable, doesn't mean that they can't also be wrong in other cases. We really need to move away from the idea of a perfect victim as a society at large. There is no perfect victim. People deserve justice for the ways they were wronged, even if they were the ones wronging others in different circumstances. What I really hate is that when I go online to look for discussions of Zoe's unethical business practices, the only people I can find discussing it are pro-GamerGaters and anti-feminists on subreddits like Kotaku in Action. I don't want to discuss these issues with people who also think it's relevant to bring up Zoe's sexual history or continue to spread unproven conspiracy theories about Zoe sleeping around to manipulate game journalists. I want to discuss these things with people who can respect Zoe's humanity as a person, but also critique Zoe's work on its own lack of ethics. And so far, I haven't found a place where I can do that, so I'm going to do it right here. I understand that during the past 10 years, Zoe has been put through the ringer when it comes to harassment, violent threats, and dehumanizing behavior. If Zoe had maybe promised the fans one game that might come out sometime within the next 10 years and that game got delayed, and then Zoe was upfront about how all these issues going on with GamerGate delayed the new game, and then kept fans who'd contributed money updated throughout the process, well, then I wouldn't have any problem with that. We're all human. We don't exist solely for the sake of labor. But the thing is, Zoe promising a product, taking money, and then never delivering has become a pattern of behavior. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder if it's deliberate. Let's start right where our last section ended. On March 31st, 2014, you may have noticed Zoe's quote at the end of Nathan Grayson's Kotaku article. The quote said, "I want to run a game jam. I'd love to have the LPers do what they're so often so brilliant at and bridge the gap between games and the audience and do it super low-tech, low-budget documentary style. Capture the inspiration, the hard work, the 3 a.m. delirium, and the dumb jokes that come with it. Show people how we all band together and support each other through the deadline. That's what I want to show the world about game jams. That's the ambassador I'd rather be." So after the failure of the Polaris game jam, Zoe announced their own game jam and used this Kotaku article as a platform to promote the hypothetical event. But the event wasn't hypothetical. On the same day that this article was released, March 31st, 2014, Zoe Quinn registered a domain name, rebelgamejam.com, which now no longer exists, as a website for their own event to be called Rebel Game Jam. In fact, just 1 week after the infamous Zoe Post made the rounds, a gaming news site called Game Developer posted an article promoting Zoe's new game jam, an article titled "Rebel Jam Aims to Turn Game Jam Disaster into Something Positive." As the article reports, the games industry read on in collective despair last month as it came to light that a production company had attempted rather hideously to film a game jam in the format of a reality television show. But some good news has come out of this disintegration, as one of the participants who walked out on the show, Zoe Quinn, is putting together a 3-day game jam called Rebel Jam that will be recorded and edited in 2 episodes, much in the same way that the original game jam was to be provided. The goal is to show game jamming happen as it naturally happens, document the process of going from idea to prototype, and offer an accessible peek into the world of independent game development, as well as creating something fun and interesting to watch, reads the blurb on the official website. Interested parties can apply now, although if you don't have the funds to travel the as of yet undecided location of the jam, you may have to hope for the kindness of strangers through a PayPal sponsorship. A PayPal sponsorship. Okay. Zoe was crowdfunding the game jam. Nothing wrong with that. You guys know I love crowdfunding. Crowdfunding was the same platform the Fine Young Capital has used for their own game jam a while back. Okay, let's see how the PayPal crowdfunding went. Well, as far as I can find, the donations for Rebel Jam went to Zoe's personal PayPal account, not a business account, and not through a crowdfunding site like Kickstarter or Indiegogo, which in a vacuum is not automatically damning. What is damning is the fact that it's been 10 entire years and Rebel Jam never happens. I can't show you evidence of it not happening because There's nothing to show, nothing happened. When you Google things like, did Rebel Game Jam ever happen, you don't get much because it didn't. The last update I can find on it from Zoe was in February of 2015, now 9 years ago, in a tweet saying, there's a date set. I don't know what the date is or was. I don't know how much money Zoe received in PayPal donations, but I do know that Rebel Game Jam never happened and everything just kind of faded into the abyss.
The end.
It would be fair to let one thing slide. After all, event planning is a lot. I know, I used to do events for my own business all the time. I grew up watching my mom at work, and she was a professional event planner. It's a ton of labor, both physical and logistical. This was right when Zoe was going through some of the worst harassment of their life, plus working on founding Crash Override, the network aiming to help people fight back against cyberbullying. So, okay, maybe this event didn't come to fruition. It would have been better if Zoe had apologized to the fans who donated and admitted this in some way, but okay, we're all human, we all make mistakes. The problem is that this has happened multiple more times since then. The next false promise Zoe made for fans was an FMV game starring none other than Greg Sestero, also known as Mark from The Room. FMV stands for full motion video, and FMV games are kind of known for being like the weird 80s B movies of the video game world. People tend to either like them ironically or just enjoy them for the sake of nostalgia. On April 18th, 2014, a couple months before the main events of GamerGate happened, the website Twinfinite posted an article called Zoe Quinn's follow-up to Depression Quest is an FMV game. As the article says, FMV is long overdue for a comeback. What you probably do not expect about said comeback is who's going to usher it in. Zoe Quinn, the writer and developer of the hyper-controversial and really good Depression Quest, has announced that her next game will be a FMV title. Quinn, who has expressed her admiration for the classic Night Trap and other FMV games before, also announced today the necessary actors for a live-action project, and they are fantastic. Ashley Birch of Hey Ash, Whatcha Playin' fame, and Greg Sestero of The Room and author of The Amazing The Disaster Artist. I'm sold, so sold beyond belief. An FMV game with fantastic actors and a great writer who legitimately loves the genre. Let the greatest comeback ever begin. So Ashley Birch is also one of my favorites. Hey Ash, Whatcha Playin' was my favorite web series back in 2010, and Ashley Birch is responsible for all of the annoying, quirky girl behavior I subjected all my high school and college friends to. She's also fantastic in the Apple TV series Mythic Quest, and I don't even need to start about Greg Sestero. Most of you guys know how much of a hardcore The Room fan I've been for a long time.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa!
So this sounded great. Too bad the game doesn't exist, and I can't find any record of the game ever making any substantial progress. Despite that, somehow this game is still discussed in the Other Projects section of Zoe's Wikipedia page, even though the game does not exist. Once again, as an isolated incident, I could forgive this. This game was announced right before the prime events of GamerGate happened. I don't blame Zoe for shifting their focus to other things, especially because, as far as I can tell, fans hadn't contributed money to this game. But that's not where it stops. The worst of Zoe's projects has to be, unfortunately, the one I was originally most excited for. A game based on the works of legendary erotica author Chuck Tingle. Chuck Tingle is one of my inspirations as a writer. His command of the rapid release romance model has served as a major motivator for the work I do under my secret romance pen name. Plus, I've made multiple videos about how much I love his work. I've done dramatic readings of his books on this channel, and I regularly reference his book Pounded in the Butt by My Own Butt as an example of legitimately amazing writing. Chuck Tingle manages to simultaneously be a meme in his marketing, but once he draws you in with his humor, his books actually have some incredibly well-crafted sentences. As an indie author myself, I can't help but love what Chuck Tingle has done for the overall advancement of self-publishing as a field. So I bet you can imagine how excited I was to learn that there would be a video game adaptation of Chuck Tingle's books. Zoe Quinn announced the game back in 2016, and Chuck Tingle himself was even on board, confirming in Reddit AMAs and on Twitter that he had signed off on the project. In August of 2016, Vice even posted a video promoting the new project, a video with over 500,000 views, but with a 2,900 to 21,000 like to dislike ratio.
I can't help but be a game maker. I'm a game developer. I need it. Like, I need to be making games, and I forgot how much happier I am when I have that.
Zoe's plan in releasing this game was to launch it on Kickstarter. As a funny meme, Zoe set the Kickstarter funding goal to $69,420, but ended up exceeding that goal, raising $85,448 instead. As the Kickstarter explains, Project Tingler, true name concealed until release to prevent from dark magics, is a brilliant blend of classic adventure games, dating sims, and the world of Amazon Kindle sensation and Hugo Award nominee Dr. Dr. Chuck Tingle from game developer Zoe Quinn to be released on Computrons of the PC Mac variety in early 2017. We need the help of true buckaroos like you to help us prove love is real, because we are making the entire game available to the world without a mandatory price tag. In other words, it's pay what you can. Note those words about the release being early 2017. It is currently early 2024, and the game does not exist. It's currently 7 years late. And it's a shame too, because guys, this game sounded legitimately cool. As the Kickstarter description says, navigate the Tingleverse in search of your cute son name of John. Your cute son name of John is missing. To recover him, you'll have to dive deeper and deeper into the tangled, wrangled, hard-bodied web that is the Tingleverse. Explore a magical world rendered in glorious FMV. Visit exotic and erotic locations like the desert, a bus depot, the beach, the void, and jail. Dude, I would have 1000% played the shit out of a Chuck Tingle FMV dating simulator. That sounds fun as hell. And as it turned out, thousands of other people out there also thought this game sounded pretty cool too. Actually, 2,450 Kickstarter backers supported the project, raising over $80,000 to bring it to life. The project exceeded its goal by $15,000. Since the Kickstarter's launch, Zoe has posted 23 updates on the Kickstarter page. Most of these updates I can't read because they're for backers only, but some of them are public. For example, in this update from May 8th, 2017, it looked like everything was going great with the game's production. The update was titled Pounding Away, and it read, "Hey Backaroos, just wanted to say hi as we're pounding away at finishing the game. We'll have another BTS update soon, but we wanted to at least show you some cool shots from the most recent shoots in the meantime. Also a small announcement, we have finally settled on the title of the game. Pounded in the butt by the handsome living manifestation of the life and works of Dr. Chuck Tingle. You can keep calling it the Tingler if you like, because we know that's a lot of words. More updates soon, we're getting there." The rest of the post was filled with on-set photos from production of the game. Everything looked to be going well. On January 1st, 2018, the game still hadn't been released, and it was now approaching a year since the original expected release date. Zoe posted a new update on Kickstarter titled Happy News Year, I guess a play on it being New Year's Day and there being news on the game. The update read, "That's right, we're way overdue for an update post. Thanks for bearing with us, Backaroos. Here's what's been going on. As some of you may know, I had a book come out this fall and a 3-month countrywide tour immediately afterward. Naturally, I was hoping to get the game out before having to leave on that because I had some vague idea that it sounded like I might be a bit busy during that time, and as the programmer and lead design writer, etc., that could possibly slightly result in a bit of a tiny delay. Not a big one, I told myself, as even the work leading up to the launch started to get more and more intense. Hell, I've done Train Jam, I've worked on the road plenty times, I can still get stuff done and launch a book and be on the road for 3 months. How hard could it be? I don't even have to release a patch. This was somewhat naive, as anyone with common sense who hasn't been driving their brain into the dirt crunching on trying to finish a game before a book tour might immediately be able to tell. My bad on that one, legitimately. But the tour gave me a lot of perspective. A lot of you probably know that because there were some of you at every single tour stop always asking about the game in an excited way that got me to finally get off the road and get back to work. I love working on this thing. The team's great, the actors are great, Chuck is great, butts are great, comedy is great, FMVs are great. What's not to love, honestly? I love it a lot, and I can't wait to share that love with the world. I started to notice some common things though, meeting so many of you lovely folks and getting far enough out of the video game industry echo chamber. I was basically roaming around in a totally different industry for a few months there. Quite a lot of people wanted to play it, but weren't super into games as a whole because there wasn't a lot of stuff out there for them, or they hadn't had a console, or they just didn't know weirdo indie games like this even existed. That reminded me of how I deliberately tried to focus on browser-based game development before now. The accessibility of not having to download anything or own anything that you wouldn't already have to find out about the game was extremely appealing, because I've always wanted to reach people who haven't found that games can be for everyone yet. I don't like making it hard to play my stuff. The first version of this game I ever prototyped was browser-based, but that ran into performance issues not worth getting into with anyone who hasn't asked for someone to ramble about RAM indefinitely. Side note, fastest way to my heart is to ask me, Savvy, to ramble about RAM indefinitely, but only if you mean RAM as in the Daft Punk album. This came at a time where I've been trying to wrestle with a few extremely large questions I've been wanting to avoid answering, largely about the sustainability of doing content-driven weird stuff in the PC console market, especially as a, well, let's say, heavily politicized figure in the industry. How much of my time is going to be eaten up if I put something as queer and weird as this on something like Steam with moderation and comment sections and review bombing? When a lot of the audience I want to reach isn't already following gaming, how can I make it so they can find my work? Then I kind of had an aha moment after talking with enough people who I'd met in the publishing industry on tour who had never really considered themselves someone who would be interested in games. A lot of them actually already were, but were not counting the games they had on their phones as real games. It seems so obvious in hindsight. I regret not seeing it sooner. I could attempt to solve these issues by switching over to focusing on making games for mobile devices, where adoption is extremely wide, and the audience is very different. With the Tingler, I had already been designing with accessibility in mind with regard to the control scheme. Nothing about the game would have to be compromised. It actually lets me do some additional cool stuff I wish could have been done before. I've done design stuff for mobile before, but I haven't done the tech side of things until now, so I've been playing with the decision extremely close to my chest, so I don't promise anything I won't deliver on, but I feel after this long I owe y'all some answers. Everything seems like it's going to be a smooth transition into finishing off this game with being played on a mobile device in mind, but I don't want to say that without the caveat of I'm still verifying this with several amazing mobile devs way smarter than I am to make sure that I'm not about to be hoisted by my own hubris added into the mix. Absolutely no one I've talked to so far has any doubt about it being a better fit for the game, but hey, game development is fucking wild sometimes, and we're all kind of figuring out a surprising number of things as we go. I hope that's okay with you. I'm making the call that I think is ultimately important for this game, and likely the rest of the games that I'm directing down the line. I know this project has wildly exceeded our initial extremely humble scope of tiny game with butts and love and unicorn underoos, and into a much more content-rich SAG-AFTRA project with actual celebrities and half a dozen totally different minigames. I know all this back-end stuff is also boring as hell and doesn't really leave me with the cool gifs and animations to show y'all like the other updates, but I feel like I owe it to you all for making this possible to give at least a glimpse of what's up, even if it's a lot of extremely unsexy techie and logistic stuff. Don't worry, we'll still be releasing on PC Mac regardless, but I'd like to have simultaneous mobile launch as well with the design optimized for that format. I'll confirm with you all when we're sure. Okay, so the game was going to have a mobile version. Cool. I mean, if making it also a mobile game was what's slowing you down, and the PC Mac version was almost done, why not release the desktop version and make the mobile one later? For the fans who, already paid? Either way, at least we got an update. If only this weren't the last possible update available to the public. The next update came nearly 9 months later on August 30th, 2018. It was titled Updates and Apologies, and I can't read it because I didn't back the project. However, upon releasing this update, Zoe did address the questions about, so where's the game I pledged money for on Twitter? The Twitter thread reads, TLDR, still working on it, just slower because I ran out of money a long time ago and had to get day jobs. Also, I have been working on ways to bring some assistance with finishing it. Don't yell at Chuck about it. Shipping the game is on me. I mean, one of the reasons that it's taking longer than expected too is that I kind of released a Hugo-nominated book and had a 4-month book tour, but sure, bots that scream at me daily, I'm just a lazy scammer. Whoever told me as a kid that if I wanted the same respect as a man, I had to work twice as hard severely underestimated that amount. I had to do the math for this recently and might as well share this info because maybe that'll illustrate my point. In the last 5 months, more than 1 month's worth of that time was spent working on doing consecutive all-nighters. One of those nights was my birthday. So that thing where people think that if you just work hard, no one will care that you're a marginalized person or a minority is total bullshit. It's also a super unhealthy relationship to have with your work, and people shouldn't do it. I type from my room in Tokyo, too busy working on stuff to really enjoy being a place I've always wanted to visit for the first time. And since then, I can't find any updates on the game since. It's been nearly 6 years since this last update, since Zoe lashed out at fans implying sexism and discrimination because they didn't deliver a game that people pledged money for. Since then, Chuck Tingle has done 2 new Reddit AMAs, one 3 years ago and one 4 years ago, and in both AMAs, fans have asked him, when is this game coming out? In this AMA from 4 years ago, one user asks, hey Chuck, what happened to the video game you were making with Zoe Quinn? To which Chuck replies, wish I knew. I am very disappointed that there have been no updates, but since I was not making game, there is not much that I can do. I do not know how long it takes to make a dang video game, but it seems like it has been long enough, and I hope it comes out soon. But I think in the meantime, if buckaroos want to play Tingleverse role-playing game, then they can do that, and that will help them explore this world. The same user replies again, saying, thanks Chuck, I thought it would make for a truly original game, and I was wondering what happened to it. I think Zoe Quinn just makes comic books now. To which Chuck replied, yes, I think it would have been fun game. That is most sad part for me as man name of Chuck, but I think if there are 2 good things to come from experience of saying, sure, you can make game, is 1, that it might come out someday, and that would be the dang best, but also 2, that maybe now buckaroos can think, whoa, if people go to Chuck and ask if they can use the Tingleverse as a setting, he will probably say yes, so maybe someone else could make their own game. I do not know much about games, but I have always wanted fighter game of Tingleverse after watching Son John play. But also there has been Tingleverse play that I was not involved in, just gave permission and some other ways, and I like when buds feel free to make these things and be creative, so I think I will let buckaroos know that most of the time if you come to man name of Chuck with a plan, I will probably say sure, unless big time managers come to me and say no Chuck, because sometimes that happens too. Chuck Tingle is honestly, he's just such a cool person, like legitimately. He's the Mr. Rogers of slutty millennials. 3 years ago, Chuck did another Reddit AMA, and once again, fans wanted to know about the game. One user asked, whatever happened to that interactive video game you were making with Zoe Quinn? You guys raised $85,000 on Kickstarter. Is that available yet? To which Chuck replied, Thank you for question. I was not really involved in game, just asked if the Tingleverse could be used as setting, so I do not know if it will ever be released, unfortunately. Here is answer to similar question. I would say disappointed that it did not come out because what I saw of it looked really dang neat and also looked almost done, but also there is nothing I can do about it. I don't know how to make games. As man name of Chuck, I do not like ways of Kickstarter personally. I think it is better for creators to raise money themselves. If you are a creator that has Kickstarter, that is okay. I understand this is way for some, it is just not for me. So I think it is lesson in future of saying no if someone came to Chuck and wanted to do a project based on Tinglers. I would only say they could use Tingleverse if they already had all funding, I think. I'm sad that this project has taken Chuck Tingle from saying, yes, I want my fans to make games using my setting, to making him now have to be skeptical, to have to check that the funding is actually legit, that the fans won't scam anyone, all of that. What doesn't make sense is that clearly this wasn't originally intended to be a scam. There is video footage of Zoe working behind the scenes with actors getting scenes filmed for the game. At least at one point in time, the game was being made. I understand running out of money to finish a project is a real problem, but why not update the fans? Why not post more updates? Why leave your last update and then not reply to it for 6 years? I've run Kickstarters before. I started my small business Forever Home Friends with a Kickstarter campaign back in 2017. I know how hard it can be to get enough funding, and then second, to get the products out to your backers in a timely manner. Yet somehow, despite both of my Kickstarter campaigns happening after Zoe Quinn's Tingleverse Kickstarter, somehow all of my backers from both my 2017 Kickstarter and my 2019 Kickstarter have received all of their products from me between 4 and 7 years ago, whereas Zoe's backers still haven't gotten the game.
Where's the game?
I'm pretty annoyed about this. Zoe Quinn is someone I want to defend because they legitimately faced sickening levels of sexist harassment, and that's horrifying to me as a woman, as a member of the LGBTQ community, and just as an empathetic human being in general. But I can't support this behavior, especially after the Rebel Game Jam, where Zoe also took PayPal donations from fans to make it happen, and then once again, just let the project quietly fade away and hoped everyone would forget about it. They did the same thing again, after taking $85,000 from fans, from the very people on Zoe's side. Running out of money to produce something happens. Needing additional funding happens. Wild shit happens. But there's no excuse for not keeping your fans updated. There's no excuse for leaving this project hanging 6 years later without so much as an apology, or at least an apology that's publicly available to read. So I did need to go on that side tangent. We're about to get back into the core GamerGate timeline, and we're going to head back to 2014 in just a moment. But I do want to make it clear that my defense of Zoe Quinn in this case is because I don't think anyone deserves the harassment that Zoe got back in 2014. But sometimes I think we have an issue openly criticizing people who were once victims, just because we're afraid of looking like we're siding with their attackers. The world isn't that black and white.
What are the rules?
So do I trust Zoe Quinn as a business person? No. Would I back a Kickstarter project or give money to Zoe? No. Do I think Zoe legitimately deserves the success they've gotten in recent years? No, because Zoe has proven time and time again that they have no qualms about taking money from their fans and abandoning the project those very fans funded, like the Tingleverse FMV, and instead then turning around and taking a more profitable job like writing for DC Comics instead. And if it's true that Zoe was writing for DC Comics in the meantime to raise extra money to finish the game, there's no excuse for not telling your fans that publicly. It's been 6 years. But let's go back to more than 6 years ago. We need to go back into our core GamerGate timeline. We need to go back to 10 years ago, back to August of 2014. Hopefully now you understand that my anger at the guys who harassed Zoe isn't because I'm a fan of Zoe. No, Zoe is someone I explicitly don't trust, someone I think is on par with the scammers I've exposed on this channel. But still, even with that in mind, Zoe still did not deserve a fraction of what the GamerGaters did. That should say a lot. Back to August of 2014. Phil Fish enters the game. Meet Phil Fish. Phil Fish is an indie game developer and close friend of Zoe Quinn. Phil Fish is most known for running his own game studio called Polytron, which produced a platformer called Fez back in 2012.
What the hell is in Fez?
He's also known for being a somewhat controversial figure in the gaming world, usually because of things like this.
What do you think about the recently Japanese game?
Is it what is about Japanese games that inspired us?
Recent.
Recent.
I'm sorry.
They suck. I'm sorry, like, you guys need to get with the times and make better interfaces and like update your technology. We're totally kicking your ass. Back then you guys were the king of the world, but your time has passed.
Yeah, not Not racist at all, Phil! In 2013, the gamer girl blog Nerdy But Flirty covered Phil Fish and his multiple controversies. As the post reads, whether you hate him or love him, Phil Fish always knows how to make an entrance. Polytron has announced that Fez will be released on Steam with pre-orders starting April 22nd. Those who pre-ordered get a 10% off the original purchase price of $9.99. People flooded the comment section whining about how $1 off a $10 game wasn't enough. Seriously. In Phil Fish fashion, he took to Twitter to combat the comments. So Phil Fish tweeted, $9 for a game like Fez is a steal. I should be charging you $90, you fucking ingrates. Really nice way to talk to your fans, Phil. Phil also had another controversy in June of 2014 when he got angry about YouTubers who make Let's Play videos claiming that the game developers should get their ad revenue. As GameSpot reported, the subject of what YouTube users who make use of game footage owe those games developers, if anything, has been a hot-button issue for some time now. Count Fez creator Phil Fish among those who believe YouTubers are not entitled to make money broadcasting games without sharing their revenue, as the outspoken developer took to Twitter today to share his views on the matter. YouTubers should have to pay out a huge portion of their revenue to the developers from which they steal all their content, Fish said in a series of tweets. Ad revenue should be shared with the developers, he continued. This should be built into YouTube. Anything else is basically piracy. Fish has long been an outspoken member of the development community. In response to the harassment he receives from gamers, he said last summer that he has canceled development on a sequel to the acclaimed platformer Fez and was leaving the industry. On April Fool's Day, he claimed he had returned and that Fez 2 was back in development, but giving the date, it's entirely possible he was joking. Yeah, I think he was joking because the game never came out. Point is, in all this, Phil Fish has been a drama starter in the indie games world for a long time. I think y'all might be starting to see a pattern regarding the players of GamerGate. There are no actually truly good guys here. Still, what the mob did to Phil Fish is worse, but I still think it's fair to call this guy a little hot-tempered, a little reactive, a little impulsive. He causes drama and makes enemies easily. Fez is a cute game, though.
I want to go to Fez.
Anyway, Phil Fish, being one of Zoe Quinn's friends, quickly came to Zoe's defense after Aaron published the Zoe Post and Zoe began receiving harassment. And this is all well and good. It's very good to defend your friends against hate campaigns, I agree. But in the typical Phil Fish fashion, Phil decided to go full aggro, thus escalating the conflict. Phil has since deleted his Twitter, but I found the tweets posted in an archived article from the website Geek Party. So here's what Phil said. All you people attacking Zoe are cowards, attacking a woman the easiest way you can, despicable cowards, all of you. Okay, I mean, so far coming on strong, but still no lies detected. Phil continues, all you're doing is making her more visible, giving her message more reach, and revealing yourself as the subhuman little shits you are. Absolutely pathetic, ballless man boobs. Caring about video games is my curse, because you people are involved and ruining everything. Video games could be so much more, but instead, being held hostage as masturbatory aids to witless man children, actively driving out every voice dissonant to your own, holding yourself back, stunted emotionally and intellectually. Again, probably not the words I would have used to try to get someone to hear me out, especially if some of his fans might read that without the full context of what's going on and just end up thinking he's attacking all gamers, you know, his customers, instead of solely the harassment mob. So this isn't how I do it, but I do understand his frustration. But then when people didn't agree with Phil, he kept going. I just canceled a project you didn't even know about, and another one. I'm trending again. Oops, aw man, that must be really irritating for you. Ha ha ha, see what happens when you friendless wonders won't stop tweeting your bigoted garbage at me? You make me trend.
Wow. We're watching the end of someone's career.
Again, not untrue. As the Streisand effect has shown us, when we try to silence someone, often they end up with even more attention. And that's what happened with Phil. The GamerGaters didn't want Phil defending Zoe, so Phil continued going at them harder, and as a result, Phil ended up trending on Twitter. I personally think the whole I'm canceling a project you didn't even know about thing was kind of childish, and not because the people being mean to Phil and Zoe didn't deserve it, but more because it feels like an empty threat. What project? Phil never released Fez 2 as promised. What other projects did we not know about? Did you just make up projects to theoretically cancel as an excuse to retire? Like, I'm lost. Anyway, Phil rightfully defended Zoe, and as a result, Phil became the mob's next target. Believe it or not, it's still August 18th, 2014. And here's what the IRC log for the Burgers and Fries chat had to say about Phil. Did Zoe Quinn sleep with Phil Fish? Phil Fish doesn't have reproductive organs. For Fish, it's a gender equality issue. I don't even think he realizes it's about the lack of integrity from video game journalism. He probably sees someone being harassed for their gender, not their actions. Holy shit, Phil Fish is really going insane. You know what the best part about this is? No matter what happens, we still broke Phil Fish. Rejoicing in breaking people. Yeah, it seems like the cruelty's the point here. Then, later that same day, why hasn't Phil Fish become a hermit yet? Because he loves attention. He would be Phil Crab. God damn it! I hate it when mean people are funny. I'll give it to you, salad cream. That was a legitimately funny joke. That was funny. I still don't like you. Oh man, I want to punch Phil Fish in the throat. Phil Fish is a F word, but a useful F word. Phil Fish helped to spread this shit more than anyone on 4chan. What if you annoy him via Twitter so he rages and keeps spreading this unintentionally? Now on to the next day, August 19th, 2014. I'm going to PAX with a Five Guys shirt and a conservative religious cutie on my arm, and if Phil Fish is there, I'll throw him to his knees and tell him to choke on it to show how alpha I am. My favorite quote out of this whole mess was something like, Zoe Quinn sucks dicks to get ahead, Phil Fish just does it for the taste. And then on August 21st, 2014, Phil Fish purged his Twitter. Phil Fish needs to purge the inside of his skull. Is Phil Fish going to be okay? God, I hope not. On August 22nd, 2014, the Daily Dot published an article called 4chan Hacks and Doxes Zoe Quinn's Biggest Supporter. According to the IRC logs, everyone claims they weren't responsible for the hacking of Phil Fish, and in the chat logs, I couldn't find any evidence of anyone there organizing to do this. Whether or not this was organized on 4chan, I can never confirm because 4chan is such a rapidly updating forum that anything from 10 years ago has been long deleted, so there's no way to check that for sure, at least with my very pedestrian computer knowledge. But here's what the Daily Dot article said. Days into the uproar over feminist game creator Zoe Quinn, 4chan allegedly hacked the website of one of her staunchest supporters, prompting him to pull the website and his in-development game up for sale, and allegedly vow to quit the industry for good. The website's video board V also allegedly hacked into the Dropbox accounts of Phil Fish, Quinn, and some of her supporters in the independent gaming community and subsequently sent them harassing phone calls. Okay, this is such a small thing, but V is 4chan's video games board, not their general video board. It doesn't really make a difference in the context of this article, but when reporting as a whole is under attack, it's probably good to fact check before you publish. The tweet from Phil Fish from August 17th, 2014 reads, "Seriously, shut the fuck up about Fizz 2, never going to happen, you don't deserve it." The article continues, Fish's support of Quinn apparently ruffled 4chan's feathers. Last night, Fish's website was allegedly hacked by a 4chan group deeming themselves Five Guys Burgers and Fries, a reference to the 5 men Quinn allegedly slept with while dating her ex-boyfriend. The text on the image provided is very small, and as far as I can see, it reads, it's hard to do this with a straight face because this is so, it's threatening, but it's so ridiculous. Hello everyone, I am the head mod over at V and leader of 4chan.org and Anonymous. This public execution of Polytron and Phil Fish is in retaliation for his attempted cover-up of Five Guys Burgers and Fries. Let this all be a warning to all SJW game devs out there, we are coming for you. The hack of Zoe Quinn has already taken place as of a few days ago, and I have targeted more SJW indie devs today. My next target is Phil Fish. Karma's a bitch, ain't it, Phil? We are V. We do not forgive at all. Then there's a download link where it says what's inside this 1.5 gigabyte file, passwords of Polytron and Phil Fish. Okay. I need to break this down. To someone who's not extremely online, to any healthy and well-adjusted human, this sounds extremely terrifying. And that was the point. The point was to scare and intimidate. But there's also a lot of in-group language in there. When the text says, I am the head mod over at V and the leader of 4chan.org and Anonymous, that is a joke. That is not true. That is being put in there to sound so ridiculously stupid and over the top that then 4chan users can deny being involved in this because no one who actually knows how 4chan works would say, I am the leader of 4chan.org and Anonymous. Actually, I think people saying I am the leader of 4chan.org and Anonymous along with things like we do not forgive, these are common in-jokes and like copy pasta type things on 4chan. It's a little convoluted and this is very hard to convey to a general audience, but I hope you guys kind of get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, parts of this post are trolling because it's not possible for them to be true. But it's not good faith trolling, it's cruel trolling meant to threaten and intimidate. The person writing these words does not mean them literally. They can't, it's not possible because the words aren't true. But any reasonable person would find these words frightening, and that's the point. The cruelty is the point, the fear is the point, so this is terrifying but it's not literal. Does that make sense? Regardless, even though it's not literal, meaning this person was joking about being the head mod of V, the leader of 4chan and Anonymous, they weren't joking about the actual tangible harm that they would go on to cause Phil Fish, because Phil's personal information was subsequently stolen. The Daily Dot article continues, the hacked version of a website announced, hacked by 4chan.org V, all SJWs must die, a reference to the derogatory moniker social justice warrior, often shorthanded SJW in references to feminists and other progressive internet denizens. Daily Dot, you also misspelled moniker. I try not to waste my time on typos, but this article already has 2 mistakes in it. The hacked website revealed Fish's alleged personal information, including his current and previous address, his bank balance, and bank account information, along with numerous alleged email accounts and passwords. The website was eventually restored with an under construction sign. The motivation for the hack seems clearly connected to the Quinn controversy. We will not let you destroy our gaming industry with your feminist SJW tendencies, read the Polytron website during the hack. The hack also linked to a downloadable zip file which appeared to contain account information, contracts, and other information allegedly related related to Phil Fish and the Fez 2 game. The zip file may have come from a reported hack of Fish's Dropbox account, which coincided with Quinn's own claim that hackers broke into her Dropbox account last night. Meanwhile, on 4chan's V-board, however, many of the members remain skeptical that one of their own was behind the hacking. One thread investigated the possibility that Fish could have doxed himself as a way of committing virtual seppuku in defense of Quinn. Update: supporters of this theory point to Fish's site being hosted on Cloudflare, which uses two-part authentication, and the large amount of data, roughly 1.5 gigabytes, that was uploaded in a relatively small window of time. Cloudflare! Daily Dot, not Cloudflare. Cloudflare. And it's authentication, not authentication. Maybe the journalism industry is in crisis. None of y'all can afford a single goddamn editor. Thankfully, there is a screenshot of the 4chan post, which went up on Friday, August 22nd, 2014. The post reads, from poll, the current question is, did Fish really go off the even deeper end, self-dox, crash his own website, and link all that delicious confidential Polytron info? Well, the man is known for spectacularly melting down against his own interests, so I wouldn't put it past him. Zoe's self-doxing was obviously filled with fakery, unless she's part motorcycle, the noblest of ethnicities, but Phil's data seems legit. No way to tell how complete it is. So, let's look what facts we have. The timing. 4chan V first mentioned the hack at 4:55 UTC. By this, the huge files upload was completed and the page swapped over. Scenario 1, attack of the 4chan head moderator. In this scenario, the Polytron files were already on the web server. Yes, I know it's moronic, but given Phil is running a small-time business operation, I find it plausible that he would do something completely idiotic like use his web server as a backup stash. The alternative Hacksaw scenario, that Hacksaw compromised homework systems, pulled the files, broke into the web server, and compromised all the accounts and then put up the page, is far-fetched and won't be considered here. Our mystery Hacksaw, 4chan V head moderator and leader of anonymous Zer Self, deviously works his way into the server, comes across the Polytron files, cackles evilly, and prepares to release them all. He cooks up a nice little page to put up there, uploads the zip to huge files, and then finally replaces the Polytron homepage. And we know how the rest goes. Scenario 2, Phil Fish commits Sudoku. Fed up with you shitlords ruining everything and literally R-wording Zoe literally, Phil Fish decides to commit Studio Sudoku and pin it on Anon. He uploads the files to huge files himself, puts up the docs page, and anonymously tips off 4chan and then screeches on Twitter from Five Guys Field HQ. We know how the rest goes, but which one? Regardless of who was responsible for the hack, many people point to this as the nail in the coffin for Phil Fish, the final controversy that drove him out of the gaming industry, which is a shame because once again, Fez was a cute game. And yeah, Phil Fish definitely can be dramatic and aggressive sometimes, but he's also a small business owner, he's not a celebrity with a huge PR team, so to some extent, I'll give the guy some grace for being human. I probably never will know exactly what happened to Phil Fish and who was the cause, but regardless, things were steadily escalating. It had only been a week since the Zoe Post went live, and already, the Great Gaming War was on. Before we continue, I have a quick question for you guys. Do you like my dress? Isn't it cute? Anyway, this dress is part of my merch collection at hipsterunicorn.myshopify.com. It features all my original art. This is one of my favorite dresses of all time. It's called the Doodle Journal dress. Just giving myself a quick plug because I'm a boss babe. Let's move on. I've heard in some gamer girl circles, a woman known as Vivian James is considered a hate symbol. Well, guess what? In the American Girl doll fandom, we also have a hate symbol of our own. Her name is Felicity Merriman. She's the world's most problematic 18th century horse lesbian. And wouldn't you know it, Felicity has beautiful red hair and gorgeous green eyes, just like Vivian James. We do have the Cancel Me Daddy candle established for today's entire video, and we did that for a reason, friends. Sometimes you just can't resist, sometimes you just have to do it. Sometimes the situation just lines up too perfectly. Hi, I'm Felicity, and I'll be reporting this section. Okay, so where did Savvy leave off? August 22nd, 2014, right? Okay, so it's still August 22nd, and who decides to make themselves relevant again but the fine young capitalist, which is also my nickname for my British loyalist girlfriend Elizabeth. On August 22nd, 2014, the same day that Phil Fish is off dealing with his own stuff, the V-board of 4chan decides that they're going to band together to support the fine young capitalist. Because I myself am a meme, I'm now going to read a quote from the website Know Your Meme about this. On August 22nd, users on the V video games board on 4chan began promoting the Fine Young Capitalist's Indiegogo page. After $5,000 had been raised, a user suggested they create a custom character to represent the image board. The character Vivian James was subsequently decided on by the collective and was received by the Fine Young Capitalist that same day. On that same day, the Fine Young Capitalist tweeted that they would, quote, see what we can do to have the character appear in the chosen game. The pro GamerGate book Inside GamerGate details a bit about Vivian. It says, Vivian James, a play on video games, is a mascot character originating from polls and discussion in the 4chan boards V and Poll. She is meant to embody the everyman gamer, a grumpy, tired-looking obsessive who is fierce in defense of games, but who is also a deliberate defiance of the fat white male basement dweller stereotype that hasn't really been true for some years. So how was this design and this character, whom I'm currently so beautifully cosplaying, how was she first created? The 4chan board Poll created Operation Chemo. Their mission? Expose SJWs as hypocrites while 4chan supports women in gaming. They created an effort to give to an organization which would be giving its profits to charity, but did so out of spite and trying to hurt someone. It's a truly Machiavellian dilemma. As anonymous users on the poll board discussed, their motivation was purely to watch the world burn, to cause, in their own words, quote, a lot of ass hurt. As one user said, new plan, we sponsor TFYC. We adopt and support it, become its rallying cry for breaking down the merit wall for women in gaming. We get coverage on sites that are sitting up and taking attention, reporting on the SJW bullshit. Can you imagine? 4chan attacks the cancer and simultaneously sponsors the chemo at the same time. We'd be PR untouchable. And you know what I say to that? I say, you can't spell Felicity without TFYC. All those letters in the Fine Young Capitalist acronym are in my name, plus I'm by far the most problematic American girl doll, so I have to support them. So now a moral dilemma begins. Is all money going to charity a good thing if the people who donate it do so solely for the sake of hurting another person? Twitter is torn. The Fine Young Capitalist tweeted, for the second day in a row, 4chan is the #1 contributor of money for the Women in Gaming Project. I want to say thank you. #GameDev. Now, as an American girl doll and 18th century horse lesbian, I don't know much about 4chan or about the internet in general, but in my humble opinion, it is kind of silly that all these people donated under the collective name of a website instead of wanting individual credit. Seems a little hive-mindy to me personally, but I'll bet my British loyalist girlfriend Elizabeth will feel differently. We disagree on everything. Opposites attract. So then, a Twitter user who probably works for Feminist Frequency and Anita Sarkeesian, which I'm determining because she had the Feminist Frequency logo in her Twitter picture at the time, tweeted at the Fine Young Capitalist in disagreement. It disgusts me that you guys are letting 4chan misogynists contribute to your cause. Shame on you. And followed it up with, no self-respecting charity should accept money from hive-minding abusers like 4chan, the cathedral of misogyny. Regardless, the V board pushed on. Once they'd raised $5,000 for the Fine Young Capitalists, they had the right to create their own character design for the game. Users started drawing up ideas. Once the design, basically me, was complete, one user said, V's daughter is beautiful. Congratulations from Poll. Uncle Adolf will always be available as a babysitter if you need. The joke there is that the poll board allows all offensive forms of discussion, meaning that actual Nazis are allowed on the board, and some do frequent it, making it an unpleasant and often frightening place for most well-adjusted people. Most people find that bad, but 4chan is making fun of it instead by claiming they are Uncle Adolf, as in literally Hitler. My friend Molly had to explain that joke to me because I canonically died a century before World War II happened. So someone from V sent this design off to the Fine Young Capitalists, and the rest is history. A lot of careful thought went into this costume design. First, the clover in my hair represents the 4chan clover. Second, my shirt is green and purple striped. The green and purple is a reference to the meme Piccolo Dick. As Know Your Meme explains, Piccolo Dick refers to an animated gif of the Dragon Ball character Piccolo having forced sexual intercourse. Users named it the Daily Dose, and normally accompanied with images containing the colors green and purple to make the combination of the two colors evolve as a trigger in a person's subconscious that results in him being reminded of the gif each time he sees those colors. The replies to these images often feature the catchphrase, "Thanks, Doc." Soon, the Fine Young Capitalist followers began to question all the support they were taking from 4chan and the ways they were letting a specific set of guys with an agenda control the project. An anonymous poster asked on the TFYC Tumblr, 4chan doesn't just disagree with Zoe's brand of feminism, they fucking hate her guts, her sex life, her games, her very being. She's an outspoken woman, so they hate her. Your support of them is worrying. No wonder 90% of your backers are men. Think really hard about why that is. To which TFYC replied, we have thought about it, and our issue is this. If we refused money from a person based on religion, race, political affiliation, gender identity, or sexuality, it would be wrong. All of those are more integral to a person's belief than going to a silly website, and we don't have enough allies as it is, so we will take any that wish to fight with us. The final game, called Afterlife Empire, was released on August 21st, 2015, weirdly enough exactly 1 year to the day after 4chan first started their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their planning their involvement in the campaign. 4chan first started their plan Empire is out on Steam for $4.99, and the game has overall mixed reviews. Some players found the game enjoyable, a fun puzzle game with bits of humor. Others noted that the game felt rushed, releasing with multiple bugs, with some users reporting the game crashing multiple times. Some reviewers noted the game's potential, saying that if the game hadn't been rushed out so quickly, they could have spent more time fixing the glitches. However, I'm glad to report that they did release the game. So that's how this costume and this very Felicity-coded girl became GamerGate's mascot. But believe it or not, this is all still backstory. It's all backstory in the sense that at this point in time, no one was using the term GamerGate yet. Vivian James did not have an official movement to be the mascot of, other than the Fine Young Capitalist event. So I'm gonna hand it back over to Savvy, and she'll finally get into the moment where all of this came together to finally become GamerGate. We've done it, friends! We have finally reached official GamerGate. This is the section where GamerGate officially gets its name. We are now in the actual GamerGate controversy, and that's because the term GamerGate was finally coined on Twitter by, are you ready for this? Adam Baldwin, the guy from Firefly and Serenity. At the end of August 2014, he went on Twitter and dubbed this entire thing GamerGate. Are you ready for this roller coaster? So first, on August 26th, 2014, that's 4 days after the creation of Vivian James and a little under 2 weeks after the publication of the Zoe Post, gaming news sites Polygon and Kotaku both decided to take the ethics and journalism argument at face value and try to give that crowd what they wanted. Both publications revised their reporting policies. First, let's go back to Stephen Totolo, the editor-in-chief of Kotaku, who previously confirmed that Zoe Quinn and Nathan Grayson were not having inappropriate relations at the time Grayson's article was published. Totolo's new post about all of this read, a brief note about the continued discussion about Kotaku's approach to reporting. We've long been wary of the potential undue influence of corporate gaming on games reporting, and we've taken many actions to guard against it. The last week has been, if nothing else, a good warning to all of us about the pitfalls of cliquishness in the indie dev scene and among the reporters who cover it. We've absorbed those lessons and ensure you that, moving ahead, we'll err on the side of consistent transparency on that front too. We appreciate healthy skepticism from critics and have looked into and discussed internally concerns. We agree on the need to ensure that, on the occasion where there is a personal connection between a writer and a developer, it's mentioned. We've also agreed that funding any developers through services such as Patreon introduce needless potential conflicts of interest and are therefore nixing any such contributions by our writers. Some may disagree that Patreons are a conflict. That's a debate for journalism critics. Update: after some discussion, as noted here, we will make a minor exception and permit a writer paying into a Patreon or any other crowdfunding service in the extremely unlikely scenario when it is the only way to access a game we're interested in for coverage. Since most developers usually provide press at least some access to their games for free, this is largely a hypothetical situation, but one that ensures we don't miss covering a game because of an overly restrictive policy. Ultimately, I believe you readers want the same thing my team without exception wants. A site that feels bullshit-free and independent, that tells you about what's cool and interesting about gaming in a fair way that you can trust. I look forward to focusing even more sharply on that mission. Guys, you did it! Kotaku agreed to ensure better ethical standards in gaming journalism! And the term #GamerGate hadn't even been coined yet! Amazing! We can now avoid GamerGate altogether! Right now, it's literally that moment in Ace Attorney where the judge is about to declare not guilty. He's got his gavel up, but then somebody, probably Larry Butts, runs into the courtroom and yells, "Hold it!" And then there's 5 more twists to the trial before you're done. In this case, ethics in journalism has been addressed. You guys accomplished your goal. You got the websites in question to listen to make sure their policies are up to your standards. The fight is over. No need for GamerGate. It's August 26, 2014, and guys, we're done! Except, one day later, on August 27th, 2014, Firefly actor Adam Baldwin shouted "Objection!" and went and got himself involved. So you remember from, I'm not sure how many minutes or hours ago in this video, we talked about the YouTuber Internet Aristocrat, and he said this.
I want you to try to imagine this sort of thing happening in old media. Imagine Watergate. What if Nixon had driven down to the Post and taken Woodward and Bernstein aside and said, "Hey, if you don't post that whole scandal thing, I'll give you both a blowjob"?
We all caught on pretty quickly, right? What's like Watergate, but about gamers instead of water? I hardly know her. We all figured it out except Internet Aristocrat in that moment, so we needed Adam Baldwin to bridge the gap. This is also probably the moment where the entire controversy becomes a bit more mainstream in some way. Up to this point, we've had tiny indie game developers and hipster journalists in their 20s fighting on the internet. But the term GamerGate would be coined by a mainstream TV actor, a man in his 50s, thus spreading the controversy to an entirely new audience. Adam Baldwin seems to have since left Twitter, so I'm showing a screenshot of the tweet that I found on Pinterest. Basically, he linked to Internet Aristocrat's video about the Quinnspiracy, plus a new part 2 video that Internet Aristocrat later released, and along with those links, he simply wrote, #GamerGate. The internet's biggest drama of all time finally had a name. Of course, though, with an actor in a TV show, even if he's kind of a D-list actor, but with an actor outside of this small community nonetheless, sharing these videos and passing this conspiracy theory around, of course the hatred against Zoe was only going to increase. Right after Adam Baldwin's tweet, Zoe tweeted, "Cool, Adam Baldwin is promoting videos that help circulate my docs and nude photos and contribute to me being unable to fucking go home." This is in reference to the fact that at the time, Zoe was still dealing with the effects of the docs. While Phil Fish had his website hacked, Zoe's private information had also been circulated among people. Just as the IRC planned, Zoe's explicit photos were distributed non-consensually. In the book Crash Override, Zoe doesn't call out any of the specific YouTubers involved by name, but instead refers to internet aristocrat as Powdered Wig Man, which is apt. Here's how Zoe wrote about the experience. Powdered Wig Man created an elaborate intro that spoofed true crime shows with a voiceover yelling about sex for favors. Between him and Little Blue Skull Guy on YouTube, the wave of trash sent my way surged as their audiences followed wherever they pointed the finger, pitchforks and torches in hand. I was the witch of the week, and these self-styled internet inquisitors saw the opportunity to do what they had done to so many others before me. I'm no stranger to the weird parts of YouTube, and I love finding bizarre pseudo-public access videos on the platform, but this was an entirely new genre to me. Video after video was produced by people I'd never met, denouncing my disgusting behavior, often tying my alleged misdeeds to larger points about how they thought all feminists were awful, usually invoking Anita Sarkeesian's name liberally in the process. Everything the, quote, detectives find is documented and distributed through various outlets. In my case, mega threads would pop up on 4chan that kept getting larger, linking to external files that had photos of me along with my personal information, screenshots of my social media accounts, images users had made to defame me, and some of their favorite abusive things that had been said to me. People would download these files, add to the cache, and re-upload it, organizing all of their talking points and ammo in a centralized location. All of this left me feeling violated and suffocated. It was hard to do anything but panic. Despite the openness of my work, I was private about a lot of my life. I had always felt more like an outsider in my industry. I was self-taught and had created my first game at age 24, which made me a late bloomer compared to the other creators. Now I suddenly felt overexposed to the worst possible audience. The fact that they were trying to mess with my family both infuriated and disturbed me. It's one thing to be the target. It's another thing to have to warn a friend or loved one that hordes of awful people are about to stalk them too. And the SA and death threats started to feel terrifyingly real now that every conceivable detail of my life was at the mob's disposal. Doxing and hacking may seem like problems unique to the internet, but they can quickly escalate with serious consequences offline. It was about 3:30 a.m. when I called my dad. He was 3 hours ahead of me, likely already down in the Harley shop working. He has a habit of working 14-hour days if nobody stops him, and his health holds up. He was recovering from a heart attack, but was determined to get back to work immediately. He sounded irritated when he answered the phone, then quickly relieved once he heard my voice. He confirmed that he'd been getting weird calls about me all morning, and that he was none too impressed by them. Some had taken a formal tone, calling him by his full legal name, and tried to sound like they were making a legitimate inquiry. Others had just yelled or hung up. So this is nothing short of violently abusive right here. Calling someone's dad, threatening them with "I know where you live" style taunts. Zoe was 1000% right to be panicked in this scenario. This is legitimately terrifying, and no human being deserves to be treated this way. As the book continues, with my dad's shaky health, I was incredibly concerned about the added stress, worried that one of our last conversations might be about my ex-boyfriend's hate crusade. The attacks on our friends kept increasing. Every time a new person in my life became a target for the mob, it was hands down more upsetting than any of the threats or creepy photoshops or asinine accusations. It was profoundly humiliating to need to have what I had started to refer to as the conversation with person after person in my life. Even the sheer ridiculousness of having to explain terms like the Five Guys meme was difficult. The guilt and shame associated with being the source of harassment for so many people I cared about was honestly worse than anything the mob could have done to me directly. I can't fathom how evil a person would have to be to not only harass one individual person, but then to turn around and harass that person's family. I personally will probably never know the exact names of the people responsible for placing those phone calls or leaking that personal information. Again, according to Zoe's book, much of this was organized on 4chan, which is a largely anonymous forum. And while people can do things like track IP addresses, at this point, all of that information isn't publicly available anymore. It's no longer searchable on 4chan as the server purges data over time. I also can't fathom what would cause people to want to do this. You're concerned about Zoe being a scammer, which at this point would have only been for specifically the Rebel Game Jam debacle. Fine, call that out. Demand answers. Don't share that person's private information and explicit material. Don't sexually harass that person. I thought this was basic common sense for human beings in general, but I guess not. As time went on, it became clearer that the goal of this this movement, newly dubbed GamerGate, didn't actually care much about ethics in journalism. Otherwise, maybe they'd have cared about the recent statements that Kotaku put out trying to address those very concerns. They wouldn't be harassing Zoe's friends and family. No, the goal of this movement was to watch someone burn. And that someone wasn't just Zoe, it was also Anita Sarkeesian. It's still August 27th, 2014, and here's how the Burgers and Fries IRC is talking about Anita Sarkeesian. Who was dumb enough of a shitlord to threaten Anita? More than likely, nobody did. Anita hasn't quoted anyone, nor does she have any screen caps. Then there's a link that leads to nowhere at this point. Someone should investigate to see if a report was filed by Anita. Knowing her and her history alone, I think it's safe to assume it's a lie for PR. New plan, flood Anita with supportive fucking tweets, tell her we're sorry she received any harassment, and how no one deserves that shit, even someone you personally disagree with. Do not let her paint herself as a victim without there being blatant counter evidence. Where does Anita live? I'd be interested to see if someone contacted the authorities, to see if someone actually did contact them regarding a threat. Fuck off. Don't discuss where people live. They will screen cap that shit and go, look, evidence, they're trying to find her and kill her. Anita is a critic. She sticks her nose in anything she can comment on. She also made a new video conveniently timed. What happened since Anita claimed to be harassed last night? So, what is all of this referring to? How did Anita Sarkeesian get involved once again? Keep in mind, much like Anita's critics claimed, she did actually take a pretty long time to get all her promised videos out from her Kickstarter campaign. Because of that, even though we're now 2 years after Anita's Kickstarter drama, she is currently at this time still releasing new videos in the series. And as she's releasing videos, as GamerGate is going on, someone decides that they're going to do what Anita did, but worse. They're going to crowdfund a video about her. On August 24th, just 3 days prior, two guys named Davis Arini and Jordan Owen announced that they'd be creating their own documentary all about how awful Anita is. The title? The Sarkeesian Effect. They began taking donations from it via Patreon. Then, 3 days later, which is today in our current timeline, on August 27th, 2014, Anita reveals a new surge in violent threats that have come against her and forced her out of her home. Polygon, the other website who revised their policies in favor of supporting ethics and journalism, along with Kotaku, they published an article on August 27th called Sarkeesian Driven Out of Home by Online Abuse and Death Threats. As the article says, this week the abusers drove her out of her own home. Some very scary threats have just been made against me and my family. Contacting authorities now, she wrote on Twitter last night. She later tweeted, I'm safe. Authorities have been notified. Staying with friends tonight. I'm not giving up. But this harassment of women in tech must stop. Earlier today, Sarkeesian shared a particularly disturbing series of threats from one abuser along with a trigger warning. I usually don't share the really scary stuff, but it's important for folks to know how bad it gets. Earlier this week, Feminist Frequency published a new episode of Tropes vs. Women in Games looking at the women as background decoration trope. So once again, Anita is receiving harassment. By the way, the documentary did eventually come out and it was basically just as bad as you'd expect. It said things like this.
As Anita grinned ear to ear, trophy in hand, thousands of gamers were watching something else entirely. The video game industry bowing down to a bully like none it had ever encountered before. A bully that used guilt and political correctness to have her way. Anita's commentary on video games should have been easily and quickly dismissed by gamers, the press, and academia. But there was a new cultural movement at work in video game journalism that would give Anita her staying power. Many gaming journalists were increasingly using their commentary on games to advance their social agenda, much to the chagrin of gamers at large who were quick to dub them social justice warriors. For this new breed of activism-oriented game critics, Anita Sarkeesian was the perfect figurehead for their agenda. Questions about Anita's relationship to law enforcement were compacted when she was threatened with assassination if she spoke at the University of Utah in October of 2014. Police investigated the threats and found that there was no cause for concern, but Anita canceled the event anyway, citing concern over the state's gun carry laws. Robert O'Hare, a writer for A Voice for Men, reached out to the Utah State University Chief of Police for more information.
The threat we received was consistent with other threats she had faced at previous talks and previous presentations, and including online. And those threats had never amounted to any action.
I'm sorry, is this supposed to make Anita look bad, you're basically proving her point. You're helping acknowledge that people did make violent threats against her and that the police didn't do much to help. And then you interviewed the police who confirmed that they didn't do much to help. And then you admitted that she received a threat of someone wanting to end her life at a particular event in a state with lax gun laws where someone could easily carry a weapon, and then proved that she did report it, and that once again, law enforcement didn't do much to help. How does this make her look like the bad guy? So if it wasn't already clear, this documentary is absolute shit. For a crowdfunded documentary, I'm shocked at how awful the audio quality is during most of the interviews.
It has not occurred to me to think of those things as
the basic premise.
You had a budget. Buy a microphone.
On the internet, so, you know, if you want to get a rise out of someone, one of the easiest...
Less interesting, I find you as an individual.
Be Hume, Guitar Drone.
Averaged by and is...
One of my favorite YouTubers of all time, H-Bomber Guy, discussed the crowdfunding campaign in his October 2014 video, The Sarkeesian Effect, A Measured Response, in which he made some great points like these.
You worried about video game feminists? Well, now for the low price of $15,000 a month for an undisclosed amount of time, you can be a part of gaming history, and I can't wait to be told what to think by this guy. I mean, he has such amazing thoughts about ethnic minorities.
You should be absolutely furious with the not the blacks, the fucking niggers. Whites had been working for the past several hundred years to eliminate slavery throughout the globe. And even when we bought the black slaves, we treated them extremely well.
Now, in case you thought these guys had any type of intellectually honest view of history, no, apparently they are proudly and openly racist and also like to downplay slavery.
This should be the kind of thing that people are mobilizing over. We should be out in the streets in mass.
Women in our culture have become the most decadent sluts since the fall of Rome, going out for gangbangs every weekend and despising the men that would actually treat them with love, dignity, and respect.
Also, in case you wanted to give these guys any benefit of the doubt that they're not actually misogynistic, they really did just want to give a good faith criticism of Anita's work. No. All women are sluts, and we should all be mobilizing in the streets over feminist commentary about video games. You guys sound triggered. The point in all this is, Anita was once again the target of hate from this particular mob, a mob who, as of earlier today, had a name. GamerGate. And the more people that got involved, the farther and faster the controversy spread. One day later, that seems to be the theme right now, one day later, on August 28th, 2014, a bombshell article written by feminist gaming journalist Lee Alexander hits the internet. The title, Gamers Are Over. We also need to remember that at this point, the hashtag Gamergate has been out for officially 1 day. A substantial portion of gamers do not know that there is even any controversy happening yet. So when an article comes out called Gamers Are Over, a lot of it is going to feel like a personal attack since most people have no idea what anything in the article is even referring to. I'll show you some examples. Let's take a look at the article. I often say I'm a video game culture writer, but lately I don't know exactly what that means. Game culture as we know it is kind of embarrassing. It's not even culture. It's buying things, spackling over memes and in-jokes repeatedly, and it's getting mad on the internet. It's young men queuing with plush mushroom hats and backpacks and jutting promo poster rolls, queuing passionately for hours at events around the world to see things that marketers want them to see, to find out whether they should buy things or not. They don't know how to dress or behave. Television cameras pan across these listless queues and often catch the expressions of people who don't quite know why they themselves are standing there. Games culture is a petri dish of people who know so little about how human social interaction and professional life works. Okay, imagine you're a gamer who is reading this article and you have no idea who the fuck Zoe Quinn is or who Nathan Grayson is because you're just a regular ass gamer. You don't always know the names of every game developer or journalist who covers things, much like how most everyday fans of movies probably can't rattle off the names of the entire lighting crew of every movie they like. So imagine you're a normal gamer and you see this. Something that tells you that because you like playing video games, you have no idea how human interaction works. You don't know how to dress or behave. And suddenly you get sent back to middle school where football Frank shoved you in a locker because you were too socially awkward. And now this article on a gaming website, a site that should be all about your interest, is telling you that basically the bullies were right. You are the loser they always claimed you were. Especially when the opening of this article has literally nothing to do with misogyny in gaming. It's just shitting on some of the most harmless aspects of the fun. Like, it's young men queuing with plush mushroom hats and backpacks and jutting promo poster rolls, queuing passionately for hours at events around the world to see the things that marketers want them to see. Sorry, my plush mushroom hat offends you, Karen. Who cares if they want to wear mushroom hats and get a poster for the thing they like? Are we all capitalist pigs just because we dare to enjoy things? This article is almost as bad as Brandon Sanderson is your god, that awful Wired article that I covered a year ago on this channel. It's doing that thing where it's pretending to make a point about social justice, but is making that point solely in a way that resorts to middle school bully tactics. And all that does is make the writer themselves look like an asshole. Lately, I find myself wondering what I'm even doing here. And I know I'm not alone. All of us should be better than this. You should be deeply questioning your life choices if this and this and this are the prominent public face your business represents to the rest of the world. The links when she says this and this and this all lead to articles about Anita Sarkeesian receiving violent threats, things like that. And I agree to some extent. When a group of people are threatening another human being and you have connections to that group of people, yeah, it's probably best to separate yourself from that group and denounce that group. But here's the thing. Most regular gamers, like the people who spend hours playing Nintendo or PC games on the weekend, not people who live their entire lives every waking second online, most of them still have no idea what GamerGate is at this point. The term was coined yesterday. Hell, to this day, most lifelong gamers I know still don't really know what GamerGate was, and it's been 10 years. The article continues. This is what the rest of the world knows about your industry. This, and headlines about billion-dollar war simulators or those junkies with the touchscreen candies. That's it. You should absolutely be better than this. Again, I agree, people should be better than this, if the pronoun this is still in reference to those links about the threats against Anita. That's a basic requirement for being an even adequate human being. The problem is the article still hasn't given context outside of those 3 hyperlinks, and if you're like me, you probably aren't clicking every link as you go. You're probably like scrolling along and opening those links in a new tab to read once the article's done. My point is, this is a poorly written article. It's grossly misunderstanding its audience. And the reason I bring this up is, this is what most people from my circles remember from the GamerGate era. Back in 2014 itself, when my friends and I were in college, most of us had no idea who Zoe Quinn was, or who Sargon of Akkad was, or what burgers and fries meant outside of the literal food definition. But we all saw this article. When I asked my close friends, the ones who were seniors in college about to graduate with a degree in video game development, when I asked them what they remembered about the GamerGate era, most of them said, "Isn't that when someone tried to write an article claiming that gamers are over? Did something else happen too? I think there was some cyberbullying. I don't know, the article was the only thing I really saw." This article is greatly overestimating how many people have been following every single step of this controversy, and to rush in here with a divisive headline claiming that an entire subculture built around a hobby is over, without even having the necessary context of what you mean when you say gamer, well, that's going to turn a lot of people off from your article. Also, to say, this is what the rest of the world knows about your industry, seems pretty inaccurate to me, because again, most people knew gamer to mean someone who enjoys playing video games, like PC and console games. Sure, GamerGate is starting to gain traction and is blowing up at this point, but it's still a pretty niche controversy, at least in the grand scheme of the world at this point. People who like Mario games and Pokemon and Call of Duty aren't necessarily playing Fez and Depression Quest. That's kind of a staple of being indie. You usually have a smaller audience. Moving on. You don't want to be divisive. Who's being divided except for people who are okay with an infantilized cultural desert of shitty behavior and people who aren't? What is there to debate? Right, let's say it's a vocal minority that's not representative of most people. Most people, from indies to industry leaders, are mortified, furious, disheartened at the direction industry conversation has taken in the past few weeks. It's not like there are reputable outlets publishing rational articles in favor of the trolls side. Don't give press to the harassers. Don't blame an entire industry for a few bad apples, yet disclaiming liability is clearly no help. Okay, again, I'm so lost. I'll stop hammering home the point about how none of this is going to make sense for the majority of people who read it because there is no context in this article. That's going to just be true for every section of this article we continue reading. This in itself, the phrasing of this does kind of feed the trolls, especially this line. It's not like there are reputable outlets publishing rational articles in favor of the trolls' side. Right. That's what they're claiming to be angry about. We do know that for a lot of the worst actors in this controversy, the goal was always simply to bully people, to get back at the voices that they didn't like. But for those people who were still trying to actively push the ethics in journalism, for those people who got roped into the controversy and truly believed that that's what it was about at its core, it's not really a helpful argument to say, no reputable sources are taking your side. Yeah, no shit, that's the point. That's what they're claiming to be mad about. Because the way that side is spinning this controversy is to say, the elites are telling telling us what to consume and what is wrong think. It is literally 1984, and your counter-argument supports that. Does that make sense? I don't think the information in this article is inaccurate, it's just rhetorically useless. Suddenly, a generation of lonely basement kids had marketers whispering in their ears that they were the most important commercial demographic of all time. Suddenly, they started wearing shiny blouses and pinning bikini babes onto everything they made, started making games that sold the promise of high-octane masculinity to kids just like them. By the turn of the millennium, those were games only main cultural signposts. Have money, have women, get a gun, and then a bigger gun. Be an outcast, celebrate that, defeat anyone who threatens you. You don't need cultural references, you don't need anything but gaming. Okay. I've been playing video games since I bought my first PlayStation by selling things at my garage sale and then taking the cash I earned over to the neighbor's garage sale and buying their used PlayStation with it. That was back in 1999, and I've been playing video games since then. I've also written articles for magazines professionally for about 7 years. I've been devoting now nearly 4 solid 40-plus hour work weeks solely to this video, to researching the entire history of GamerGate. And even with all of that experience, I still have no idea what the fuck any of that was supposed to mean. Again, I'm not saying that the article is inaccurate, I'm saying it's poorly written, and because it's by someone who's on my side about this issue, it's frustrating to see a piece that so poorly represents the argument and ends up doing more harm than good. Like, half of this is just making fun of gamers for being big nerds, and the other half is claiming that games are all about guns and violence, which is a fucking right-wing talking point. Yet in 2014, the industry has changed. We still think angry young men are the primary demographic for commercial video games, yet average software revenues from the commercial space have contracted massively year on year, with only a few sterling brands enjoying predictable success. It's clear that most of the people who drove those revenues in the past have grown up, either out of games or into more fertile spaces, where the small and diverse titles can flourish, where communities can quickly spring up around creativity, self-expression, and mutual support rather than consumerism. There are new audiences and new creators alike. Traditional gaming is sloughing off culturally and economically like the carapace of a bug. No, everything you just said literally makes it sound like gaming is doing better than ever. You're like, it's 2014, women play games too, we have tons of new indie games, games are about more than just mashing buttons, everyone plays games now, and that's why gaming is dying. No, it sounds like gaming is doing great. Again, this article makes no sense when you leave it to stand on its own. These strawman game journalism ethics conversations people have been having are largely the domain of a prior age, when all we did was negotiate ad deals and review scores and scrape to be called reporters because we had the same powerlessness complex as our audience had. Now, part of a writer's job in a creative human medium is to help curate a creative community and an inclusive culture, and a lack of commitment to that just looks out of step, like a partial compromise with the howling trolls who've latched onto ethics as the latest flag in their onslaught against evolution and inclusion. Developers and writers alike want games to be about more things, and games by more people. We want, and we are getting, and will keep getting, tragic comedy, vignette, musicals, dream worlds, family tales, ethnographies, abstract art. We will get this because we're creating culture now. We are refusing to let anyone feel prohibited from participating. In my most charitable interpretation, assuming that the reader already knows the full context of what's going on with GamerGate, I will say this was a really well-written section of the article, and I completely agree with everything she said here. This was all the article needed to say, really. I think this on its own would have been fantastic. Yes, the issue here is that people are fighting against the very concept of feminist critiques of games, and are fighting against the concept of a text adventure being considered a real game on par with a first-person shooter. That is the actual core of the problem when you boil it down to the ideology behind it, and that is stripping gaming of being the richest, most vibrant, and diverse culture it could be. That's what I'm on board with, yes! Gamer isn't just a dated demographic label that most people increasingly prefer not to use. Gamers are over. That's why they're so mad. These obtuse shit-slingers, these wailing hyper-consumers, these childish internet arguers, they're not my audience. I was rooting for you. No, gamers are not over. People gatekeeping who gets to be a gamer and who doesn't, that's what's over. I'm a queer, feminist, left-leaning woman, and I identify as a gamer, and I'm not over. I'm still right here. I think what she's trying to say is that teenage boys getting to dictate who gets to be a gamer and who doesn't, that's what's over. But I, like a lot of gamers, am very neurodivergent, and I read things very literally, so this was tough to understand. This article was by Lee Alexander, editor-at-large for Gamasutra, and on the same day of this article's publication came at least 6 other articles claiming that gamers were over. Articles like The Death of Gamers and the Women Who Killed Them on Ars Technica, articles like We Might Be Witnessing the Death of an Identity on Kotaku, or BuzzFeed's Gaming is Leaving Gamers Behind. All of these articles posted on the same day to tell us that being a gamer is now bad. And like I said, I get where these articles are coming from somewhat. I too agree that Gamergate was a misogynist hate campaign, full stop. But slapping unsuspecting gamers who don't live their whole lives on social media with dramatic headlines is probably not the best way to calm the tension. Now, you may have noticed that my critiques of Leigh Alexander in the section were critiques of her writing, of her understanding of her overall audience, of the tone in the way she words things, of her journalism itself. In other words, a critique of her work. As I've always said, critiquing someone's work is very different from harassing and insulting that person as a human being. But what do we think the pro-Gamergate side did? Well, let's talk about one of their favorite sites to update, Encyclopedia Dramatica. Here is the entry about Leigh Alexander, what it still reads to this day. Leigh Alexander is a fat, racist, alcoholic megaphone who worked as a game journalist and editor-in-chief for Gamasutra until she got lol fired to promote the clients of her indie game PR firm and spends the rest of her time taking whore pics of herself holding a controller in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. So again, just cruelty for the sake of it, misogyny for the sake of it. After the Gamers Are Over article and others like it, Slate published an article of their own, instead claiming that gaming journalism is over. The gaming press declares that gamers are dead, but they are the ones who are becoming obsolete. Why on earth would I start a column with this thesis? There is no faster way to alienate my audience, that is, the people who pay my bills. And yet, this is exactly what writers at not one but half a dozen online gaming publications did to their audiences last week. And it points to a significant shift in the business of gaming. Gamers are not over, but gaming journalism is. Okay, wow, that's bold. That's a hell of a way to start an article. I'm invested. Trying to sort through Gamergate is like sinking into quicksand, but the general tenor of the discussion has been a fair number of gamers hate the journalists who cover them, and the journalists hate them back. Nothing but truth right there, especially the sinking into quicksand bit. I am currently doing that as we speak. The attacks on the press have ranged from well-reasoned to offensive to paranoid, but the gaming journalists unwisely decided to respond to the growing nebulous anger by declaring that gamers were dead. Such articles appeared concurrently in Gamasutra, Destructoid, Kotaku, and Rock Paper Shotgun, as well as Ars Technica, Vice, and BuzzFeed. These articles share some traits in common besides their theses. They are unconvincing, lacking in hard evidence, and big on wishful thinking. A good number of them link to an obscure blog post by academic Dan Golding, The End of Gamers, which argues, again without evidence, that the gamer identity has been broken. Kotaku writer Nathan Grayson linked to a similarly obtuse piece of academic argot, Gamer is selfish, conservative, tribalistic, in which Grayson's words breaks down the difference between gamer as a manufactured identity versus loving games on multiple levels. I've written essays comparing games to the work of artist Kurt Schwitters and poet Kenneth Rexroth, and even I can't muster this level of vacuous self-importance on the subject. Oh! Okay, you know that adrenaline rush you get when you're like watching a boxing match? I'm currently getting the writer equivalent of whatever that is. I am like linguistically hyped right now. Returning to the real world, the biggest problem with all these claims is that they are demonstrably untrue. A quick glance at the financials shows that gamers are not going anywhere. If gamers really are dying, no one told the marketing departments for these publications would continue to trumpet their gamer demographic to advertisers. What is going on instead is projection. As long as these journalists held a monopoly on gaming coverage, they could maintain a dismal relationship with their audience in spite of the fact that most games coverage is almost indistinguishable from PR, in the words of disaffected game columnist Robert Florence, who himself wrote about corruption in gaming journalism before quitting Eurogamer. But that's all changing with the rise of long-form amateur gaming journalism and game commentating on YouTube and Twitch, the latter of which was just bought by Amazon for $1 billion as the gaming press was declaring the end of gamers. Guys, I've been at this way too long. I'm gonna have a heart attack. This article is so well written. I am getting a gamer rush right now. I wish one of those gamer energy drink companies would sponsor me because I'm getting like gamer girl heart palpitations. And even more than that, I'm getting professional writer, editor, and journalist heart palpitations because guys, this is writing. Game companies and developers are now reaching out directly to quasi-amateur enthusiasts as a better way to build their brands, both because the games are more influential than the gaming journalists and because these enthusiasts have far better relationships with their audiences than gaming journalists do. I think this is an extremely important point, and it's a point that I haven't seen any of the other articles in this mess addressing. A major reason behind the fall of gaming journalism was the rise of Let's Players on YouTube and Twitch. Gaming is a visual, auditory, and tactile medium. It's hard to convey the essence of a game through text. Of course, when magazines were the best options for reviews, we all took what we could get, but in the early 2010s, we also saw many online content creators playing games live for their audiences, and this almost served as an improved form form of video game review. Why just read an article about what games were coming out or what reviewers thought about those games when you could actually see the game happening on your screen? I enjoy reading some movie review articles in magazines here and there, but it doesn't hold a candle to how much I enjoy seeing a new video by Red Letter Media or Your Movie Sucks or Ralph the Movie Maker, because those guys show me clips of the movies, they use audio and visual media to create a review of something within that very same media. The experience for the audience becomes much more immersive, and at least in my experience, it leaves the audience with a much stronger understanding of the piece of entertainment they're about to consume, and that helps them make a more educated purchasing decision. So this was the early to mid 2010s, the era where soon-to-be major creators like PewDiePie and the Game Grumps were just launching their careers, and audiences found something in watching other people play the games that they loved or the games that they might soon love to discover. There was something authentic about being in the moment with another gamer, learning their tastes, learning if they enjoyed the same things about games that you did, and seeing the ways that different story elements or game mechanics affected them. In a way, this was feeling like, even without a massive online controversy, gaming journalism was on its way to being obsolete regardless, if only because the primary audience, the consumers, had found a better way. And I understand that feeling. Guys, I was promoted to assistant editor of a print magazine where I'd worked for 4 years right before the COVID lockdowns hit. And then the magazine slowly went out of business as advertisers pulled out from print media. I know what it feels like to watch an industry you love fade into obsolescence due to cultural, social, and natural factors outside your control. It is heartbreaking. So I get it. The article continues. It is understandable that online gaming journalists would be uncomfortable in this situation. The antagonism of the gaming press toward its audience stems partly from justified outrage at the horrible behavior of a small subset of it, but also from helpless resentment toward the entirety of the press's shrinking audience, hence the self-defeating attempt to generalize the former into the latter. Rather than stressing that the vast majority of gamers are reasonable people who don't harass women, hold reactionary protectionist views, or start vitriolic online campaigns against the press, the websites trash the entire term gamer and, to no one's surprise, earn 10 times the enmity overnight. This is what I'm saying here. Articles like Lee Alexander's "Gamers Are Over" only serve to add fuel to the fire, much like Adam Baldwin's tweet served to spread the drama farther than the insular group where it started. Everything now is getting to the point where it can no longer be contained. Gamergate was like a lit cigarette. You know you're supposed to stomp on it before you throw it in the trash, but before you could even throw it on the ground, the media saw the flame, ripped it out of your hand, and threw it fully lit into the dumpster, because the bigger the fire, the more people want to watch it. Maybe gamers don't trust the press as much as they trust the enthusiasts because the press doesn't seem as engaged with the games themselves. Compared with the enthusiasts, the journalists' hearts aren't in it. This isn't true for criticism of other art forms. Gaming journalists are caught between capitalist reality and their own frustrated aspirations to be serious cultural critics, but they cannot solve their problems by preaching about the death of their audience. That audience is dying only in that it is leaving them, a process the journalists have evidently decided to accelerate. Game journalists are rage quitting their meal ticket. Hello? 911? I have just witnessed violence in video games. Slate now has one confirmed kill. Gaming journalism was on its last life and Slate took it out. There will be no respawn. I have an announcement to make. We have finally left August 2014 behind forever. It is now September 2014. September 1st, 2014, in fact. The very first day that it is no longer August 2014, and a new young provocateur has just written an article for Breitbart called "Feminist Bullies Tearing the Video Game Industry Apart." Meet Milo Yiannopolous.
Modern version of feminism. This ugly, sociopathic, vindictive, mean, spiteful third wave feminism, which which is defined by misandry. Okay. Women agree with me, not with you.
We're all used to seeing these social justice warriors who want to police language, who say that we're
going to do plenty on them.
Extraordinary random things are sexist or racist or misogynist or whatever.
Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
So first thing that I want to ask you about is, I think I found out about you originally because of Gamergate.
I delight in offending people. I think the grievance brigade, victimhood, the idea that hurt feelings are some kind of special currency, I think that needs to come to an end, and America agrees.
There is a sort of insurgent move in video games from a couple of wacky left-wing feminists, and these are sort of far-left, Israel-hating, socialist weirdos.
That's Milo Yiannopolous. He regularly supports the American far-right, and then when called out on it, claims he just doesn't understand American politics because he's British.
What a lot of Brits don't always understand is how ugly and terrifying American politics can be. The name-calling can be absolutely extraordinary.
He regularly hates on feminism, LGBTQ people, and more. And then, when called out on it, says he can't be prejudiced because he's both gay and Jewish.
Do you think your erstwhile boss, Steve Bannon, do you think he has horribly regressive attitudes? He's been described by some liberals an anti-Semite, a white nationalist.
I am a gay Jew. And
much like Dave Rubin, the guy he's talking to in that previous clip I showed.
Sexist or racist or misogynist or whatever. Sort of far-left, Israel-hating, socialist weirdos.
Milo Yiannopolous is a real-life bully masquerading as a harmless online troll, and he is responsible for so much of what happens next, so let's break it down. Before the mid-2010s, the right wing, the Republican Party, the GOP, was not particularly popular with young people. The 2014 image of a Republican in most people's minds was some middle-aged to upper middle-aged, maybe even elderly white guy with gray hair, maybe wearing a suit, telling kids to get off his lawn, lecturing everyone about how millennials are the laziest generation he's ever seen. Sure, there were some right-leaning voices who were on the younger side, like Ben Shapiro, who was around 29 years old at the time, but gamers, as defined by GamerGate, gamers as a self-identified demographic, and more so the cross-section of gamers who were also lonely men in their 20s, these people were largely apolitical. And yes, you can absolutely make the argument that to be apolitical is to support the status quo, whatever that may be at the time, but this specific subset of people were more than anything racked with political apathy. Some of them were third-party voters, many of them didn't bother to vote at all. Sure, some of them had critiques of people like Anita Sarkeesian that came from being sexist, get back in the kitchen, women's type chauvinists, but for many of the GamerGaters who later got on board with this message, it was more so out of apathy than anything else. Why should someone analyze video games from a feminist perspective? I hate all things political and I love video games, which means that video games should never take a side on anything because ideology should be fully divorced from games because don't make me have to think about things. It may seem now in 2024 that obviously, so many of these guys were going to turn out conservative. In fact, many of them probably already were, especially if they were complaining about social justice warriors and feminism. But a lot of pop discourse was very different 10 years ago than it is today. For many of these people, they didn't necessarily hate feminism because they actively didn't want women to have equal rights. More so, they hated feminism because they hated having to think about things or care about things. They hated the idea of having to become politically involved in any way. They hated that people wanted to inject real-world problems into their escapism. They wanted the SJW stuff removed from games because they found it annoying. It annoyed them. They didn't really disagree with it on an ideological level because they didn't really have any ideological loyalties. Many of these same people, if they were old enough in the 90s, also hated on conservatives, seeing them as these old-fashioned guys who thought video games would turn them violent. They were just like the parents who don't understand. These people were more likely to idolize Eminem for yelling about censorship and critiquing the Bush administration than they were to actually vote for George W. Bush. They were more likely to find conservatives weak and lame because they thought video games were scary and violent and were afraid of hearing their kids say swear words. These guys called themselves moderate or centrist or skeptic. Many of them were atheists. Most of them, if you asked 10 years ago if they preferred liberals or conservatives, would tell you that both are cringe because caring about anything is cringe, and the biggest catchphrase of the early 2010s was no fucks given. My point with all this is, at this point, the political affiliation of GamerGate was still anyone's to claim, and the right wing actively wanted it. To older conservatives who felt that their party was in crisis because young people weren't on their side, and how were they going to win any upcoming elections if the next generation barely wanted to vote, to those people, GamerGate was an untapped market, and Milo Yiannopolous, upcoming millennial journalist for the far right-wing news site Breitbart, was gonna tap that. Milo's article reads, "The more you learn about the latest scandal in the games industry, the more you start to sympathize with the frustrated male stereotype, because an army of sociopathic feminist programmers and campaigners abetted by the achingly politically correct American tech bloggers are terrorizing the entire community. We're off to a very fair and balanced, unbiased start. Thank you for your service, Milo." Journalists have sided with activists to pen soporific op-eds about the need for equality in video games, while the people who actually play games just want to know if the latest installment is good value for the money. Like I said way back when we were covering Anita's 2012 Kickstarter, whether a game is a good value for the money is a matter of opinion. And some gamers do want to know, before spending their hard-earned money on said game, what the story behind the game is like, what themes it has, what it says about the world as a whole. And yes, maybe some people would consider a game a better value for the money if it has a more diverse cast of characters or subverts common overused tropes. Maybe these type of reviews don't have value for you personally, but they do for some consumers, so this argument is stupid. The majority of the article then goes on to summarize basically everything I've said in this video, Anita Sarkeesian's video series, the Zoe Post, the Wizardchan stuff, the Fine Young Capitalist drama, everything, but from a very pro-GamerGate perspective, declaring no value in social justice warriors throughout. The article has over 1,000 comments, and from those comments, it's clear that a lot of the readers already know what GamerGate is. They know who Zoe Quinn is. They know about feminist frequency. So what does that mean? If this article's readers already understand GamerGate and already agree with Milo's takes, it means that this article didn't reach regular Breitbart readers, annoying boomers who yell about fiscal conservatism and the free market all day. It didn't reach those usual readers to teach them about video games. Instead, it took the existing GamerGate group and it brought them to Breitbart. Milo Yiannopolous just gave GamerGaters a home base on a far right-wing news site. A group that's already angry at journalists has now been told that the one true source of journalism they can trust that will actually sympathize with them is Breitbart. And thus, the GamerGate to alt-right pipeline commences. On that night, September 1st, the Burgers and Fries IRC said, "The last thing we need is a bunch of people thinking this is a right versus left issue. Breitbart's pulling aggro for us now, guys. Let's continue. TBH, I never thought I would ever utter the words, 'I agree with this thing I saw on Breitbart' in my life. Yeah, Breitbart be tanking. Breitbart article is pretty good. The partisanship will always happen, especially against SJWs. Since Breitbart ran a story, this might turn into a right versus left thing. Basically, one question. Is the baggage attached to right-wing commentators worth their support? At this point, there is no more worse publicity than we can get from the press, is there? Plus, Breitbart is pretty right-wing, and it worked in our favor. It's also worth noting that just 3 weeks prior, Milo Yiannopolous had a completely different view of video games. On August 14th, 2014, you may notice that is the same day the Zoe Post went up, an article was published on Breitbart called 12-year-old console gamers are being SA'd by dorky weirdos on Grand Theft Auto, and this article was written by none other than Milo himself. You heard that right. Until GamerGate became a profitable controversy to cash in on mere weeks later, Milo was not just siding with people like Anita Sarkeesian, but with people like Jack Thompson, the former attorney who was the head of that whole video games cause violence thing back in the 90s. Barely 3 weeks prior, Milo was writing this. GTA, which rewards players with in-game currency for having sex with prostitutes then killing them, is already a bit disturbed. You can't help but feel it's a game for frustrated beta males who can't kill or shag anything in real life, so get their kicks doing it on a computer screen. The details are too unpleasant to reprint in a family publication, but you can find them together with videos in which bewildered young teenagers can be heard asking what's happening to them while their avatars are sodomized at US gaming news site Kotaku. That's right. Milo was using Kotaku as a credible source. He had no issues with it having too much of a feminist SJW angle when it supported his agenda. Now did he? Milo continues, there's no doubt video games play a part in the deeds of some wackos such as Elliot Killer Virgin Roger. Roger didn't kill because the video games made him violent, but the games did help shape his violent fantasies. They provided a framework through which his online bloodlust turned into real-world slaughter. Yep, Milo was making the argument that killing prostitutes in games will cause angry young men will want to murder women for real. He was making that argument merely weeks before he completely flipped the script to instead pander to an audience that didn't yet have a news site they trusted. In Zoe Quinn's book Crash Override, Milo's involvement in GamerGate is described as follows. Like academics, journalists must carefully approach how they report on internet inquisitors and ensure that they're not inadvertently doing the abuser's work for them. One neo-fascist tabloid reporter named Milo Yiannopolous saw what was happening to me in early August 2014 and exploited my story to transform himself from a hack who plagiarized Tori Amos lyrics into a hack who had the admiration of everyone no one admires. He became the new darling of Breitbart, which the Anti-Defamation League once described as the premier website of the alt-right representing white nationalists and unabashed anti-Semites and racists. My abuse was extremely good for the website's traffic, and it became a major GamerGate hub, pandering to its desired millennial but with the heart of your racist peepaw market. Other journalists were instrumental in this hack's ascension from sad contrarian to dude with both a direct line to the White House and a theory that poor people have a crime crime gene, but not in a way you might anticipate. Well-meaning writers who were looking to compose and condemn what he had been doing to me and to the dozens of targets he moved on to afterward wrote a bunch of stories about his shoddy reporting and social media harassment of abuse victims. The problem is that you fundamentally cannot shame someone who is proud of what they're doing. Milo Yiannopolous was proud indeed. The man's entire career involved being a pick-me gay for profit, doing whatever he could to get the most attention because attention translates to clicks, which translates to profit. The politicization of GamerGate did not stop with Milo. Milo was merely the point of entry. Once the group of angry millennials were willing to read Breitbart and willing to occasionally trust Breitbart, other extremist voices began to emerge to pander to the very same group. Meet Mike Cernovich. You may know him as one of many things, a strong red pillar, the author of the sorta scammy, sorta pseudoscience-y sounding self-help book Gorilla Mindset, the author of brilliant works like MAGA Mindset, Making You and America Great Again. His Wikipedia page includes his many other claims to fame, like claiming that SA on a Date is liberal fiction and doesn't really exist, or his prominence within the manosphere. Or maybe you know him for his promotion of Pizzagate conspiracy theories back in 2016. But today, what we will know him for is GamerGate. So how did Mike Cernovich, the ultimate funnel into the Trump cult, become invested in GamerGate? Well, let's back up to our old pal Aaron Joni, author of the Zoe Post, assassin of the Archduke himself. As September 2014 continued, Zoe Quinn took further action against Aaron Joni by filing a restraining order. As Boston Magazine reported, in September 2014, Quinn, 27, appeared in Boston Municipal Court to ask Judge Jonathan Tynes for a restraining order against Joni, her ex-boyfriend. In a handwritten affidavit to the court, Quinn tried to explain what had happened over the past month. After their brief romance ended, she noted, Joni wrote and published a long post about my sex life and private dealings to several websites that he knew had a history of harassing me. The thousands of threats which she continues to receive daily terrified her. Tweets such as, I'm not only a P-word who does things to kids, I've SA'd countless teens, this Zoe bitch is my next victim, I'm coming slut, spoke for themselves. Messages such as, could end your life, we don't need C-words like you in this world, preyed on the common knowledge that Quinn struggled with depression. Forced to flee her Dorchester apartment, she spent more than 6 months hiding in friends' homes. In her affidavit, Quinn struggled to explain to the judge who was behind these threats. They were anonymous, faceless, and they could be anywhere. Aaron has coached this mob multiple times, made multiple social media accounts to smear my name publicly, and has stoked the fire of this on many occasions and doesn't seem to be stopping, Quinn told the court. I am in fear of him. So Aaron was continuing to stalk Zoe, and Zoe decided to get a restraining order against him. Aaron, of course, was not particularly happy about this turn of events. And this, friends, is where the GamerGate mob somehow gets even worse. You'd think that after finding out that their golden boy had just been slapped with a restraining order, and also I highly recommend reading the Boston Magazine article in full, I'll link it in my sources below, after learning that Aaron had also been meticulously keeping track of everything regarding his relationship with Zoe, beginning to border on obsessive behavior, you'd think that the mob who cares about ethics in journalism would move on to other things. After all, Aaron never even claimed to care about ethics in journalism. He was pretty open about the fact that his manifesto was just there to air his grievances about his ex. But remember, at its core, GamerGate is anti-Zoe more than it is anything else in particular, and because of that, Aaron Joni is their hero. When he gets a restraining order, when he ends up going to court, when he wants to fight back, well, of course it's time for another right-wing influencer to swoop on in and gain the mob's good favor, isn't it? Just like the Milo situation. But in this case, it was Mike Cernovich, who soon came to be known as GamerGate's based lawyer who came to Joni's defense. An article on Medium, aptly written by someone named Manfred von Karma, which is basically who Cernovich is being in this case, broke down what happened. Understandably, Quinn soon after filed for an abuse prevention order against Joni, who remained dead set on trying to ruin her life, even creating his first Twitter account to inject himself into conversations with her friends and taunt her during the apex of the harassment. He had gone so far as to feed GamerGate by calling around to hotels Zoe had stayed at, hoping to corroborate spurious claims of infidelity, all all while claiming he was trying to calm them down. Given the extreme circumstances of Joni's malicious behavior, his gaming of plausible deniability, and the violent rhetoric of the horde he whipped up, the provisions of the protective order included clauses ordering him to cease any broadcast of Zoe's personal information, a tactic he used during multiple AMAs with GamerGate to chum the waters, and cease public support of GamerGate, a movement explicitly referred to by the presiding judge in the protective order as a hate mob. This became inconvenient for Joni, who was planning a sequel to his first post to more effectively rain hell down on Zoe. It was at this point that Cernovich got involved, contacting Joni to provide counsel for what he perceived was a violation of Joni's First Amendment rights to orchestrate hellfire and harass the shit out of his ex. So it's September 26th, 2014, and Mike Cernovich tweets, "I just heard that Aaron Joni is facing a lawsuit. If you know him, put him in touch with me. I will help him pro bono. #Gamergate. At the very least, I can give Aaron Joni some strong advice, pro bono. And yes, I am a real lawyer. #Gamergate. Thanks, guys. I found Aaron's Twitter. The offer is out there. I'd be happy to fight against the free speech-hating SJWs. #Gamergate. Soon, Gamergate fell in love with Mike Cernovich because he wanted to manipulate free speech laws to help a guy evade his ex's restraining order. I mean, I guess that's in character for a guy who thinks SA is liberal fiction. But again, because the Gamergate ideology was opposite of Zoe at all costs, Mike Cernovich soon became a hero among many pro-Gamergate guys. Mike Cernovich, like Milo Yiannopolous, now had a recurring audience, a devoted fan base. Not only did he have a fan base, he had fans who specifically understood technology in ways that right-wing boomers just couldn't grasp. He now had fans who understood meme culture, how to appeal to millennials, how to speak with in-group language of alternative kids who live online, something that Republicans of previous decades were sorely lacking. What do we think he did with that? As New York Magazine reported in their article, Trolls for Trump, the alt-right has no consistent ideology. It is a label, like snob or hipster, that is often disavowed by people who exemplify it. The term typically applies to conservatives and reactionaries who are active on the internet and too anti-establishment to feel at home in the Republican Party. Bizarrely, this category includes the Republican nominee for president. Mike Cernovich, a thick-chested white man in his late 30s, sitting on a veranda in Southern California, opened the live streaming app Periscope on his iPad and filmed a video called How to Fight Back Against Sick Hillary and the #Clinton News Network. Tomorrow everyone's going to be Googling the alt-right, Cernovich said. Cernovich often blogs about fitness, and he publishes self-help books for men. He also writes about how to build a personal brand online. His maxims include conflict is attention and attention is influence. Although he doesn't appear on Fox News or syndicated radio shows, he is an expert at using social media to drive alt-right ideas into the heart of American political discourse. Here's what we're going to do tomorrow, he said. We have to think of a good hashtag, and we have to have all of our memes lined up. A year in the future, Cernovich's audience would eventually become an army of millennials who tweeted out memes in favor of Trump. And where did he first gain the attention of an audience of tech-literate millennials who spoke in memes like a second language? In other words, the Gamergate to Trump supporter funnel had now been fully constructed. As the election would draw closer in the 2 years to come, Donald Trump could now move forward with an additional demographic of supporters under 40 years old. But was the Gamergate crowd actually big enough or impactful enough to make that big of a difference when it came to the rise of Trump, the rise of the alt-right? Were that many people even paying attention? Well, if they weren't, they were about to! As 2014 moved into the fall, Gamergate slowed down in the sense that there were no longer huge daily developments like there were back in August, but it also continued to expand its reach as more and more mainstream celebrities, even A and B list celebrities, started voicing their own opinions on a previously little-known controversy. On October 22nd, Felicia Day, my longtime celebrity crush, the only woman to ever make me cry solely just by being so beautiful, Felicia Day spoke out on her Tumblr page addressing the controversy as well. Her post was titled, "The only thing I have to say about Gamergate." She said, "I love games. I love gaming. If it's Friday night, I'm not hanging out at a club, I'm diving into a new game I downloaded on Steam, and I am blessed with the fact that my career is largely built upon that love. So seeing another gamer on the street used to be an auto-smile opportunity, or an entry into a conversation starting with, 'Hey dude, I love that game too.' Me and that stranger automatically had something in common, a love for something unconventional. But for the first time maybe in my life, On that Saturday afternoon, I walked towards that pair of gamers and I didn't smile. I didn't say hello. In fact, I crossed the street so I wouldn't walk by them. Because after all the years of gamer love and inclusiveness, something had changed in me. A small voice of doubt in my brain now suspected that those guys and I might not be comrades after all. They might not greet me with reflected friendliness, but contempt. I have not said many public things about GamerGate. I have tried to leave it alone, aside from a few @replies on Twitter that journalists have decided to use in their articles, citing me against the hashtag. Why have I remained mostly silent? Self-protection and fear. I've been terrified of inviting a deluge of abusive and condescending tweets into my timeline. I did one simple @reply to one of the main victims several weeks back and got a flood of things I simply couldn't stand to read directed at me. I had to log offline for a few days until it went away. I have tried to retweet a few of the articles I've seen dissecting the issue in support, but personally, I am terrified to be doxxed for even typing the words Gamergate. I've had stalkers and restraining orders issued in the past. I've had people show up on my doorstep when my personal information was hard to get. So I write this to urge any person, male or female, who now has the impulse to do what I did, to walk away from something they loved before, to not. Don't let other people drive you away from gaming. Games are beautiful, they are creative, they are worlds to immerse yourself in, they are art, and they are worth fighting for, even if the atmosphere is ugly right now. A small minority are putting up barbed wire walls between us who love games, and that is sad, because odds are 99% certain that those guys on the street who I avoided would have been awesome to talk to. I realized that letting the actions of a few hateful people influence my behavior is the absolutely worst thing I could do in life, and not an example I want to set ever. So to myself and to everyone else who operates out of love, not vengeance, don't abandon games. Don't cross the street. Gaming needs you to create, to play, to connect, to represent. I know it feels good to belong to a group, to feel righteous in belonging to a cause, but causing fear and pushing people away from gaming is not the way to go about doing it. Think through the repercussions of your actions and the people you are aligning yourself with, and think honestly about whether your actions are genuinely going to change gaming life for the better, or whether they're just going to make someone cross the street away from you, and away from something, ironically, that we both love. I love Felicia so much. How nice was that post? It was so reasonable, it was so empathetic. She even tried to understand where some of the bullies were coming from, but encouraged everyone to remember that playing games is meant to be fun and inclusive, not a source of real-world anger. And if that harassment was now harming someone as precious as Felicia, well, people had to start waking up to how out of control this thing had gotten, right? Right? 1 day later, I know we said we weren't doing that anymore, but right now we are. 1 day later, on October 23rd, 2014, The Guardian posted an article called Felicia Day's Public Details Put Online After She Described Gamergate Fears. Okay, here we go again! As the article explains, gamer and actor Felicia Day has had her personal details posted online just minutes after making her first public statement about Gamergate, in which she expressed fear about saying anything at all, in case she was targeted as a result. Just minutes after her post was made, a commenter with the username GamerGate posted what they claimed was her address and personal email in the comment section below the post. The comment and the entire comment section have since been removed. Now, what person actually did the doxing, we will never know. And at least I personally won't, because I can't find it. But what I do know is that a bunch of pro-Gamergate voices came out of the woodwork in support of Felicia. When I went to the pro-Gamergate subreddit Kotaku in action to read about Felicia's doxing, I expected to see the comments victim blaming her or denouncing support of her or saying misogynistic things about her. But they didn't. Here's a fairly representative sampling of the comments from Kotaku in action. God damn it, Felicia Day got doxxed? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the hell is doing this shit? I'm a big fan of Felicia, and I respect her work and the person she is. I believe that Felicia is a genuinely good person, and she has done nothing to deserve this. I don't support anyone doxing anyone for any reason. The people that did this are not good humans and should be reprimanded appropriately. As a supporter of and participant in Gamergate, I condemn the doxing of Felicia Day. I've written several emails under my real-life name encouraging advertisers to abandon websites that attack and degrade and advocate the bullying of their readership. I do not support doxing or cyberstalking or online harassment. Whomever doxed Felicia Day is an enemy of Gamergate, no matter what they think they're doing. Because Gamergate is a leaderless group, the actions of a few will reflect upon the whole group. There's that asshole lawyer leading a Gamergate crusade on Twitter. Condemning it after the fact will not help. Claiming Gamergate is not about attacking women means nothing when it keeps happening. So what does this all mean? It means that, as Gamergate expanded in size and scope, it also lost the plot. It became confusing. It didn't have a singular mission. It didn't have any official organization. There were no leaders of the group. There was no structure. All organization was done anonymously on 4chan. Even the Burgers and Fries IRC had stopped communicating in early September after they learned that Zoe Quinn was actually lurking in the chat reading their messages all along. But Gamergate as a collective, as an ideology, as a movement, it didn't have any specific goals anymore. What did it mean to be pro-Gamergate or anti-Gamergate? What even was Gamergate? For a while, it seemed like the people involved knew what it was, but as the drama spread, the message, whatever it was supposed to be, got lost. But controversy still sells, drama gets clicks, and so regardless of how disorganized Gamergate was, it still continued to grow and spread. At the end of October, political comedian Stephen Colbert hosted Anita Sarkeesian as a guest on his show, The Colbert Report.
Here now to be talked to is media critic and creator of the web series Feminist Frequency, Anita Sarkeesian. What happened at Utah State University?
There was a threat that someone emailed to the school saying that they would commit the biggest school massacre if I was allowed to speak.
Do you understand how important it is? We are talking about ethics in gamer journalism. I mean, what if there was no ethics in Hollywood journalism?
While Stephen Colbert is obviously being sarcastic in his delivery, as is his style in performing as a parody of a political commentator, there are still some very good points brought up in this discussion, like the fact that someone threatened violence at a school if Anita just spoke there. And while I do agree that all forms of journalism need higher ethical standards, I think Stephen did a good job of making fun of how much people were using this argument as a shield when, first, the gaming journalism industry was already basically TMZ, like he said, and second, the ethics and journalism crowd had long abandoned that. They'd long lost the plot. Hence why when two of the main publications they were targeting, Kotaku and Polygon, literally revised their policies in direct response to the controversy, most people didn't care. They were too busy staying fixated on Zoe and Anita, and because, remember, this was the first major full-scale internet-wide drama, perhaps the first true dramageddon, and when controversy sells, when we get high off of that drama, it's hard to let it go, even if we don't want to admit it to ourselves. Overall, fall of 2014 saw two things happening simultaneously. First, Gamergate losing the plot, just throwing spaghetti at the wall rather than following any further concerted efforts to improve gaming journalism in any way. And second, mainstream celebrities had just grasped onto what was going on, which caused a much greater influx of people inserting themselves into the drama as well, thus continuing to confuse what the message actually was. And you'll never believe who got involved next. It was none other than Dick Wolf. For the first time since the launch of the Feminist Frequency Kickstarter, now going on 3 years ago, there was finally something that everybody, pro-Gamergaters and anti-Gamergaters alike, both SJWs and alt-right trolls, something we all could agree on. And that is that, in February of 2015, the 14th episode of the 16th season of Law & Order Special Victims Unit entitled Intimidation Game was one of the worst pieces of television of all time. What's especially wild is that this episode came out in February 2015, and remember the Zoe Post went public in August 2014, meaning this episode came out less than 6 months after the shitstorm first began, which means that like the second Twitter started arguing about this, Dick Wolf's little wolf dick was already standing at full attention, ready to pounce on this tasty bit of discourse. Everyone hated this episode, despite it having everything you could want in a piece of television. Heavy-handed commentary about how boys become toxically masculine and violent starting as literal babies, Ice-T referencing Kotaku by name and using the word noobs, a gamer bro harassing women from his mom's literal basement, and even Logan Paul waving a gun at cops on the roof of a parking garage before being shot by Ice-T himself. I think I'll do a separate video fully breaking down and reviewing this episode because of how ridiculous it is, but for the time being, as it slots into our timeline, let's go over some highlights. Ice-T goes to a gaming convention for no particular reason other than to show us that his character is a gamer all of a sudden, despite, to my knowledge, this never being mentioned before in Law & Order. While at the convention, he and his female cop partner, who's there for no discernible reason, meet a woman at a convention booth who has her hair and glasses styled to look suspiciously like Zoe Quinn. This woman goes to the bathroom where two gamer bros beat her up and presumably SA her off-screen. When the cop enters the bathroom to ask this woman what happened, she says, I quote, "These guys, they can't stand women in gaming." The cop asks what they did to her, and she says, "I'm not kidding. They leveled up." Then, when we learn that this woman's boss, who is also based on a mix of Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, is in the midst of developing a game about Amazon warriors, and the game is going to release soon. However, much like the bomb and gun threats posed at Anita for daring to schedule speaking events at schools, this developer also gets a threat called in. The gamer guys are going to target the big event where her game finally launches. Ice-T and Mariska Hargitay talk about the threat she received and the website where the gamer guys are organizing. This website is called, I'm not kidding, it is called Wizardchan. Get it? Like Reddit and 4chan. Redchan it. Because that sounds like a believable website name. Eventually, they find out who's behind the threats. It's a guy who literally games from his mom's basement and his two anti-feminist extremist friends, one of whom is played by none other than Logan Paul. When the SVU squad tries to catch these guys, our gamer girl developer is about to launch her new game when suddenly the gamer guys open fire. They capture her and hold her hostage in the gamer dude's mom's basement, where she has to say on video that women don't belong in the gaming industry. Then it leads you to your typical cop chase, where eventually Ice-T corners Logan Paul on the roof while Logan Paul is waving his gun at all the cops, and Ice-T tries to explain to him that this isn't a violent game, Logan. This is real life. To which Logan Paul replies, "They're exactly the same." See, guys? Because violence in video games is the same as violence in real life. Eventually, the female game developer returns home, but she no longer has any desire to work in the gaming industry because the gamer guys drove her out. The end. Zoe Quinn was not a fan of the episode. As Crash Override says, even Network TV got in on it. Law & Order SVU made a creepy mashup of what happened to Anita, Sarkeesian, and me into an episode, except in the show, the victim gets abducted at a game convention and essayed. The episode ends with her leaving the industry saying, "Women in games, what was I thinking? I don't know if I'll ever get used to watching fictionalized versions of me be murdered and essayed and tortured for entertainment." And I have to say I agree. Pro GamerGaters hated the episode because it portrayed them all as overtly violent, sexist assholes, and anti-GamerGaters hated the episode because in the end, the woman in gaming faced an attack and then remained the victim at the end of the episode after 44 minutes of straight up torture porn. Basically, the episode had nothing to offer anybody except maybe movie reviewers, which is why if you guys want it, I'll do a full breakdown and review this episode in a future video. Let me know in the comments below. Meanwhile, in the real world in 2015, Anita and Zoe were continuing to fight back against the harassment they received. Their real-life episode didn't end where SVU did, with the female game developer remaining in permanent victim limbo for all eternity. No, it was time to take things to the next level. It was time to level up for real. And leveling up was the UN. As we enter one of our last sections of this video, let's return to where we first began. And that, of course, is Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff comics. In this comic, Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff are going shopping for groceries. Sweet Bro says, "Not all the cans are the same, what's the difference?" while holding various cans of beans. Then, in a fit of frustration, he says, "Gog damn! It's like, who needs this fucking bullshit? It is so infuriating. Shit, where's the manager?" Meanwhile, Hella Jeff is watching Sweet Bro freak out, peeking at him from behind a gap in the rows of cans on the shelf. He says, and there he goes. He has, ... the manager's attention. We don't see what happens next, but we can assume it's pretty severe, because Hella Jeff remarks, "And now, the police are involved. Jesus Chris! OMFG, I can't believe what he made take place." Once again, this comic predicted GamerGate, because what started as a mere internet drama grew and grew and grew to the point where now the United Nations is involved, and the world all just stared at Aaron Joni, echoing Hella Jeff's sentiment. I can't believe what he made take place. On September 24th, 2015, now a full year after the prime events of GamerGate, Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn spoke to the UN together on the topic of cyber violence against women and girls. However, much like the Law & Order episode we just reviewed, most people weren't super happy with this development. Everyone alike agreed that it sucked. Pro-GamerGaters for obvious reasons, but even anti-GamerGaters took issue with the UN cyber harassment report. It wasn't enough, and it failed in a lot of places. On September 28th, 2015, The Cut released an article called "The UN Cyber Harassment Report is Really Bad." Ever since the emergence of GamerGate helped galvanize the discussion last year, there's been a welcome recent focus on the threats and harassment some women are forced to deal with on the internet. Last week, it reached the United Nations. The organization's Broadband Commission for Digital Development's Working Group on Broadband and Gender published a 60-page report entitled "Cyber Violence Against Women and Girls, a Worldwide Wake-Up Call." Y'all know I clicked on that PDF link of the article, and I'll bet you can guess at this point what I found at the end of that link, so we're not even gonna try anymore. I do recommend reading this full article on The Cut, though, which is linked in my sources below, because I do think that this article did a great job of critiquing specific lines of the report, pointing out errors in citation, inconsistencies in the writing, all of that. As the article continues, the underlying issue, though, is conceptual. The working group defined cyber violence against women and girls so broadly as to render the concept meaningless from a practical perspective. Retrospective. Cyber violence against women and girls includes hate speech, hacking, identity theft, online stalking, and uttering threats. It can entail convincing a target to end their lives. The internet also facilitates other forms of violence against girls and women, including trafficking and sex trade. Not only does commercialized sex on the internet drive the demand for the sex industry overall, it also allows traffickers to use the legal aspects of commercial sex on the internet as a cover for illegal activities. Some of the main uses of the internet by traffickers include advertising sex, soliciting victims on social media, exchanging money through online transfer services, and organizing many of the logistical operations involved in transporting victims. The report goes on to discuss everything from cyberbullying to stalking to sex trafficking to the evils of pornography. Suffice it to say, these are very different issues. The only thing they have in common, and I'm setting aside pornography because the idea of a connection between legally produced porn and violence against women is very controversial even among people who are otherwise on the same page on the issue, is that girls and women are often the victims. Think about the very different ways one would go about tackling these problems. Cyberbullying is primarily an issue for parents and teachers and targeted attempts to change social norms. Anti-sex trafficking work at the level discussed in the report is the realm of Interpol and similar organizations of breaking up really evil criminal organizations. Stalking needs to be taken seriously by local law enforcement. Pile-on harassment delivered via Twitter or other social media platforms that doesn't rise to the level of actionable threats or intimidation, and this is a pretty significant slice of the harassment pie, has to be dealt with by the platforms themselves in a way that balances free speech concerns. Yeah, that whole thing is a mess. Anita Sarkeesian had already been accused over and over again of being a sex-negative feminist, a SWERF as some call them.
In her case, sex negative.
What?
Yeah, they don't like objectification. They don't like sexy women and titties.
Sex negative?
Yeah, they don't like sexy women.
And a report like this, which conflates sexist online harassment with the desire to end all sex work in general, was once again adding fuel to the fire. Plus remember, one of Zoe Quinn's whole desires with this entire mess was not to be shamed for their sex life, and for the UN to suddenly mix all these issues together, it didn't really feel fair. Shortly after, even the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, who was at the time the Prime Minister-to-be, had his own thoughts to voice about GamerGate. On October 28th, 2015, Canada's Regina Leader Post said, "The harassment campaign known as GamerGate was referenced by Canada's newly elected Prime Minister Justin Trudeau during a recent interview. During the TV interview at an event co-sponsored by the Toronto Star, Trudeau was answering questions on why violence against women was still an issue in today's society. Then he brought up GamerGate. The things we see online, whether it's issues like GamerGate or video games misogyny and popular culture, it is something that we need to stand clearly against," said Trudeau during a portion of the interview that was not aired. Of course, the responses to this was for people on subreddits like Kotaku in Action to claim that the entire country of Canada was now cucked. As 2015, the year after the main events of GamerGate, drew to a close, one thing was clear. There was no going back. GamerGate was now, and forever would remain, political. While echoes of the term GamerGate faded into obscurity after 2015, the controversy continued to impact people throughout the rest of the decade of the 2010s. Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn remained in permanent limbo, existing in the public consciousness as either martyrs for a feminist cause or professional victims with nothing real to offer. Neither could ever really shake the weight of GamerGate from their shoulders. Both remain controversial figures to this day, and at this point will likely never be judged solely on the quality of their work itself, which I think is a tragedy. In 2017, Anita Sarkeesian became a topic of contention once again when she spoke on a panel at VidCon, the yearly convention for YouTubers.
If you get shitheads like this dude who are making these dumbass videos, that just say the same shit over and over again. Like, I hate paying you attention because you're a garbage human.
So Anita Sarkeesian, she spots me sitting in the audience, and then she starts freaking out.
Freaking out?
Yeah, she starts saying things like, "There's a constant harasser of mine," calling me, she called me a shithead, she called me a garbage human.
A garbage human?
I did nothing to her. I didn't say a word. I just sat in the audience while she's there cussing me out on the stage. I mean, this now...
So she's on the stage with a microphone, and she's calling you a shithead and a garbage human. And this was because you have made videos about her? Is that what it is?
This is because I've made videos debunking her points.
Anita, you label me as a harasser of you, along with many other creators here on YouTube, including Carl, Sargon of Akkad, because there's this underlying way of thinking that if I criticize anything you say, which I've done in the past with criticizing your trope versus video game series, I therefore am harassing you because I criticize your ideas. And this just simply isn't the case. So this makes me want to ask my audience, am I responsible if I make a civil response video criticizing somebody's ideology or their opinion on feminism or tropes versus video games? Am I responsible for what my followers say?
I ended up going to the panel about abuse online targeted at women. Now, I got abused a bit online. Just a bit. We're all super quiet, we're just waiting, and the panel starts. Now they're talking about abuse online. I think that's pretty key. Abuse online. Anita goes out of her way to target an audience member who just so happens to be Sargon of Akkad. She decides to point out the fact that he is a garbage human being. When you turn up to a panel, but you've paid hundreds of dollars for, I don't think it matters whether you're a YouTuber who people know, or someone like that, but if you turn up to a panel to listen, I don't feel like, on a panel about abuse online, you should target somebody.
Our founder, Hank Reed, talked with the panelists and said 2 things. 1, he told her that her comment violated our policy, but that he understood that there was a broader context, which, to be clear, we were blissfully ignorant up until this week and remain inexpert in. He apologized to her for not having been more aware of the active in understanding the situation before this event, which resulted in her being subjected to a hostile environment that she had not signed up for.
The great, notorious Anita Sarkeesian.
And I got shit from both sides. I got shit from Anita's fans.
Let's set the let's place the setting. So what happened last year?
I get invited to be on a panel for cyberbullying, which is a topic I talk about quite a bit. But here I am sitting in a place of perceived privilege. I am straight. I am white. I am male. And you guys think that makes me bulletproof.
Right.
But it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because I've had people show up at my front door to say nasty shit to my face. But my point on that panel was to say, if you're a straight white man and you're in this audience and you think you're immune to it, get to my level of notoriety and you'll get shit too.
Well, it's a good point, and because they're all about inclusion, right?
In my closing statements, that's basically word for word what I said. And then we got off stage and she puts her finger in my face and she's like, I don't fucking appreciate what you fucking said up there. But like what I originally told her,
But she's bullying you.
She's under the impression that all of my videos are about her. And I actually, on the ride over, I got people to like count it up for me. I've made around 30 videos in about 4 years referring to her. And that's
a lot.
No. It sounds like a lot. But that's less than 4% of the videos I've made. I've made 780 videos. I work hard.
I'm sure you do, but that's still 30 videos. I don't care if you've made 100 million videos. You still made 30 videos about her.
I've spoken to a lot of interesting people recently since I've been here.
Yeah.
A lot of people who know you personally, Anita, and they say everyone hates you because you're a dick. She has nothing, and all she does is lie.
Well, let's not talk about her specifically because we're kind of beating her down here. But
the thing is, it's hard to think of anything genuinely good about her. That's the problem.
Let's not talk about her. I mean, what I'm saying is about these ideas instead of concentrating on her as a person.
What's the point? They've been debunked a million times. All over the internet by everyone and their mother at this point.
Dude, Joe Rogan's over here like, bro, calm down. Stop fixating on Anita. Let's talk about ideas. Let's talk about concepts. And Sargon's just like, I don't want to talk about concepts or ideas. I want to shit on Anita. It becomes clearer and clearer how much of this really was about harassing individual people and not at all about the ideological or philosophical concepts that these critics claim to hold. Joe Rogan literally gave Sargon of Akkad a platform to shit talk feminism as a concept to his heart's content. But Sargon couldn't stop talking about one specific person he didn't like. Even when specifically prompted to change the subject already, he couldn't stop talking about that long enough to talk about something more interesting than his grudge against one specific woman. Basically, here's what happened. Anita was speaking on a panel at VidCon about women online. Sargon of Akkad, who at this point had created 30 videos shitting on Anita and on feminism in general, showed up to the panel and sat in the front row. Sargon claimed that he was going to hear Anita out. He was there to listen to her in good faith, to engage with her ideas in an honest way. But Anita rightfully had no reason to believe that was true at this point. She very reasonably, in my opinion, believed that Sargon was there to intimidate her, and so she called him out publicly during the panel, calling him a garbage human, only to bring worse criticism her way. On the Feminist Frequency blog, Anita recalls the event, writing, "To kick off the Women Online panel at VidCon last Thursday, the moderator posed the question, why do we still have to talk about the harassment of women? I replied, because I think one of my biggest harassers is sitting right in the front row. He showed up with several others. Together, his group took up the 2 front rows at the panel. Their presence was plainly not, as one of them said later in an apology video he posted to Twitter, to give us the chance we never gave them and to hear us out, but was instead to intimidate me and put me on edge. They will no doubt plead innocent and act shocked at what they characterize as the outrageousness of such allegations. Now, he and his followers are acting as if me publicly calling him a garbage human is the equivalent to what he has done to me. In truth, he and his followers cannot begin to imagine what it is to have to constantly beg for and fight for your basic humanity in a culture that fundamentally refuses to acknowledge it. He cannot imagine what it is to spend years and years being the target of floods of harassment and hate and then still go out there and keep fighting." I definitely see where Anita's coming from here. If we think all the way back to the very beginning of the video, remember how Anita's harassment first began. It was all back when she was just launching a Kickstarter, before she'd even produced any videos on tropes versus women in video games. She was attacked by people who disliked the very concept of what she was doing, before they even had any execution to critique. So I don't blame her at all for feeling threatened when Sargon showed up and sat in the front row. In fact, I agree with her, Sargon likely was there to intimidate her. At the same time, I can see how other people, especially those who don't have Anita's particular set set of experiences or exact perspective on the matter could interpret the situation as aggressive. After all, she was the one on the panel. She had the microphone, and it's generally considered pretty bad form to call out an audience member who hadn't even said anything during the panel. I do think she was right about Sargon's motivations, and I agree 100% that Sargon is a garbage human. At the same time, I don't think this was the best way to go about it. Now, if she'd said something during the panel like, oh, there's this guy on YouTube named Sargon of Akkad, and he said X, Y, and Z about me, citing examples of the harassment in her discussion without even acknowledging that he was right there in front of her listening, I think that would have been a boss move. But I can see why people were mad at this specific act of calling out an audience member as an audience member directly to his face rather than criticizing him as a YouTuber rather than an audience member. I hope that makes sense. Because as the event played out, Sargon was able to play the victim because there was video proof of a panelist unprovoked inciting a fight with him in the audience. Many people who, once again, weren't following GamerGate under a complete microscope sympathized with Sargon, saying, yeah, it actually sounds like she bullied you. And I don't want to see Sargon in a place where people sympathize with him over this because he is a garbage human. 2017 was also the year that we had definitive hardcore proof of all the threats and harassment against Anita, when all of these came to light when the FBI released its records from all investigations conducted in the midst of GamerGate. For all the people out there who asked, well, Anita, if you were really harassed, why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you report it? It turns out she did. She reported a lot of it, in fact. As The Verge reported, the 173-page document, not counting 61 deleted pages, primarily seems to cover harassment against critic Anita Sarkeesian and game developer Brianna Wu, including a shooting threat that caused Sarkeesian to cancel a planned talk at Utah State University. Ultimately, the investigations petered out. The FBI wasn't able to identify the people behind some of the threats, apparently declined to prosecute others, and appears to have struggled with jurisdictional issues. Names, identifying information, and a variety of other details have been blanked out of the report. But plenty of the documents can be matched to known incidents. A substantial portion, for example, is devoted to a handful of threats regarding the Utah State University talk, a mix of apparently totally serious messaging and a joking one referencing internet memes. A 2020 article on Medium called The Legacy of GamerGate, written by journalism student Tanner Sherlock for Whittier College, includes a good summary of some of the ways the tactics popularized by GamerGaters paved the way for future dissemination of alt-right propaganda in years to come. As the article says, neo-Nazi and alt-right groups have existed on the internet for a long time. But with Gen Z's coming of age as the first generation to not know a world without the internet, more and more of these groups are adopting members who are not only tech literate, but have only existed in a time where technology was their primary mode of communication. As such, many alt-right groups have adopted the internet and formed communities based around such things as a desire to harass and bully women. As GamerGate trolls were given support by alt-right groups in the early stages of their respective developments, a new kind of individual began to emerge. A decade ago, trolls were jerks who said racist and mean things on forums and in video game voice chats, but with GamerGate, they became politically charged threats. At the time of the 2016 election, GamerGate was already a couple years old, which meant that the tactics and people that bred it were ready and prepared to start something new. As coverage of the election's two primary candidates, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, became more and more prominent in the news, journalists who covered Trump in a negative light became the new targets, receiving similar threats that Quinn, Sarkeesian, and others had received 2 years prior. Many of these messages were sent under similar guises. Ad hominem attacks mixed with criticisms over journalistic integrity. Let's not forget the direct things we saw happening as a result of GamerGate. An increased flow of web traffic to the far-right news site Breitbart, the rise of professional troll Milo Yiannopolous as a career journalist, a new young tech-savvy fanbase surrounding Mike Cernovich, an early influencer in the manosphere who paved the way for asshole podcasters like Fresh and Fit and dangerous influencers like Andrew Tate. Mike Cernovich, a man who openly discussed his intentions to reach millennial voters with pro-Trump memes. As Zoe Quinn writes in Crash Override, the problem was underscored during the Trump campaign, often involving the same people. It should surprise no one that a reality TV show star knows how to function in an economy of attention. In a report by MediaQuant, Trump benefited from the equivalent of $5.2 billion worth of free airtime from earned media. Regardless of whether or not this was the tipping point to Trump's election, it showed how massive online drama can get, how much it can interfere intertwine itself with the real world and real consequences for people on a mass scale. And when we have a presidential candidate who does business primarily in the currency of attention, well, now there's a playbook for how to take a small piece of drama like a mediocre 4-figure Kickstarter campaign or the breakup of 2 unknown computer programmers and turn it into something massive, something everybody in the world has heard at least something about. If nothing else, GamerGate is a testament to how large something could grow online with passionate and stubborn enough people at the wheel. It was one of the first global controversies to show exactly what the internet is capable of. Above all else, GamerGate was a product of its time. The early 2010s were a strange period for the millennial generation, as many of us were coming of age and entering adulthood in the wake of the economic devastations of 2008. It was normal for young adults to feel directionless, hopeless, fearful for a future that may never involve financial stability or home ownership, in an era that simultaneously saw the takeoff of streaming services and curated content as a way to engage with our favorite media. Combining these factors, for many members of Generation Y, it felt natural to attach our identities to the things that we liked. At the time, the things we liked, the media and recreation we enjoyed, were pretty much all we had. That and a shit economy and rising rates of depression and anxiety among us all. For a lot of us, the early 2010s felt nothing short of hopeless, and that hopelessness, combined with growing online subcultures, manifested in different ways. For some, it meant a desire for more positive representation of women in the media. For others, that very concept felt like a personal attack on the media they already enjoyed. For both groups, fandom became an identity, and as a result, critiques of media we enjoyed or disappointment in the representations of our own demographics in said media, those started to feel like personal attacks. Nothing that happened in GamerGate was justified, but when we look back at the 2010s as a larger piece of history, it kind of makes sense how it happened when it did. I think a major lesson we can take away from this whole mess is just how easy it is to radicalize someone, how easy it is to take the very people who hated Republicans in the 90s and the 2000s and somehow convince them that Trump would be different, how easy it is to appeal to people when you know the right things to say, when you can talk to them by appealing to exactly what they value most. I will forever believe that video games are harmless fun. I will never participate in a moral panic about video games causing violence in the same way I will never believe movies or TV shows or books cause violence. Video games are a form of literature, and literature is a form of art, and art in itself is not violence. But people can be violent, and it's our alliances with or against various pieces of media that can bring out the worst in us. No, a video game or a book is not going to turn someone into a criminal or a misogynist or a cyberbully, but the attachment of morality, the attachment of our personal values to that piece of media, the intertwining of fiction with the very core of our identities, well, that's what, as Sweet Bro might say, that's what does cause violence. At least, that's what I've gathered from this whole thing, but I'm actually really curious what you guys think about it as well. Please let me know your thoughts about this entire mess in the comments below. I am off to do some editing on this thing and then play video games and turn my brain off for a long time. Bye!